Chapter 795. Wu Yin was stunned. The other girls were stunned as well. Everyone in the room was stunned by what they heard. That shocking speech was like an echo. Even after a few seconds, it was still reverberating in the air. It was repeated over and over again into everyone's ears, giving them a dreamlike feeling that was hard to believe. Wu Yin looked at the stunned Wu Yin and then at the emotionless Sylph. Everyone felt like they were about to go crazy. Are you sure the two of them are compatible? It's also because of this that these people who have seen a lot of big events were shocked by Carter's statement. It's not that they are mentally weak, but the contrast is too great. They couldn't believe that the famous ice princess in front of them would become the fiancée of the recently famous Wu Yin. This is too sudden. Regardless of how sudden it is, Carter's statement is proof that he is telling the truth. Words of gold and jade are equally suitable for the ruler of an empire in the Spalier world. However, when they realized that this was the reason why Carter organized this ball, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked at Carter with a pensive gaze. Sylph is an excellent person and is popular in the Ailu Empire's imperial family. However, it's a bit exaggerated to gather all 12 of the continent's top factions for a ball just to celebrate her marriage. In the past, a ball of this nature was supposed to announce something. At the very least, the emperor of an empire or one of the three great houses was replaced. Only then would a ball of this nature be held. The ball was supposed to announce the change in power structure to the entire world. The marriage of an empire's princess is a big deal. Isn't it a bit too much to make an announcement at a ball like this? Unless, of course, Wu Yin becoming Sylph's fiancé has other implications. For example, Kate is planning to marry Sylph to Wu Yin in order to pass the throne to Wu Yin. That's another matter altogether. But is that even possible? As far as they know. Before today, Carter and Wu Yin didn't interact at all. Even if Carter paid attention to him due to his mysterious identity, he wouldn't give the throne to an outsider. It's not like Carter doesn't have a son. He might not be famous, but it's still better than an outsider. In other words, Carter has other considerations. Could it be? He wants to use Wu Yin as a link to rope in the two Tier 9 individuals. He also wants to rope in the demigod powerhouse Yakumo Yuko. With that thought in mind, Kaya, Safa, and the others, even the patriarchs of the great clans such as Lars, all had serious expressions on their faces. If that's the case, the entire Spalier world's power structure will change. No. Absolutely not. On Lars' side, Lulu's small face was filled with panic. Even her face was somewhat pale, and there was a teardrop in the corner of her eye. How can this be? This is too sudden. Feifei's brows furrowed tightly. She looked at Wu Yin and the others who were still in a daze. Her expression darkened. Feifei. Lulu grabbed Feifei's hand. Her pale face was covered in sweat. What should I do? Lar and Feifei smiled bitterly when they heard Lulu's words. Even an idiot can tell that Lulu likes Wu Yin. It's ironic that they were just discussing the relationship between Wu Yin and Lulu. They didn't expect the topic to change to someone else's fiancé. It's too dramatic. Unlike Lar and the others, Hughes looked excited. If Wu Yin really became Sylph's fiancé, he would be the happiest one of all, but he's sure to be one of the happiest ones. Lar looked at Lulu, who was on the verge of collapsing. He smiled bitterly and patted her shoulder. Lulu, don't worry. Look at the little guy's expression. I don't think he knows about this. Let's not jump to conclusions. Is that so? Lulu completely lost her composure. She only calmed down when she saw Wu Yan's stunned expression. Feifei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that Wu Yin doesn't have any women around him. In fact, he has a lot of them. All of them are outstanding. None of them are inferior to Sylph. Lulu also knows about this. She also knows that Wu Yan's relationship with Chuju and the others isn't as simple as normal companions. In the past, Lulu didn't care about this matter at all. She didn't expect her to be so anxious today. Perhaps in Lulu's naive heart, she can accept it because she has a good relationship with Chuju and the others. However, Sylph is just a stranger to Lulu. That's why her reaction is so big. Feifei can only think of it this way. She also needs to use this excuse to hide her irritation. On the other hand, Wu Yin finally reacted to the murderous glares of the women. His forehead was covered in sweat. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Hinajiku's face was as black as charcoal. Not just her, even Kotori's face was a little unhappy. Ikaros's eyes were also a little shaken. As for Toka, if Kurumi didn't cover her mouth, she would have already made a scene. Wait, let me clear my thoughts. Wu Yin shook his head in confusion. I don't know what's going on either. Chuju and Kotori both frowned. Wu Yin has never been separated from them other than when he's in a dungeon. It's impossible for him to have sex with Sylph behind their backs. Even if it's possible, Sylph's cold personality wouldn't do such a thing. Koteri's expression changed. It seems like Senpai Feifei was right. The Ailu Empire has other intentions towards us. Sylph is probably just a cover. Chuju gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yin. What do you plan to do next? Wu Yin rubbed his brows. He looked around. Kate's words made him the center of attention. Everyone is looking at him, including Kate and Sylph. They are waiting for him to make a decision. Carter looked at Wu Yan's disheveled appearance and he smiled before opening his mouth again. I know this announcement is a little sudden. I didn't discuss it with the person in question. Many people cursed in their hearts. How dare you announce it without discussing it with the person in question? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Little fellow, although my daughter's temperament is a little cold, but in other aspects, it shouldn't be to the extent that you don't like her, right? Kite smiled and said, before this there were many people who proposed marriage to me, but I couldn't bear to agree. Now that I've decided to marry her to you, my heart is still aching. So, little fellow, give me an answer here. Are you willing to be Sylph's fiancé? Carter's words caused everyone to look at Wu Yen again. Wu Yen smiled bitterly when he sensed the mixed emotions in their gazes. Kite was a sly old fox. How could she refuse him when he said that she was in pain? Wouldn't I be offending the entire Ailu Empire if I refuse? Wu Yen could feel his brows starting to hurt, but he still took a step forward after thinking for a bit. Your Majesty. Wu Yen took a deep breath to calm everyone down, including Chuju and the others. Should I agree or not? Should I agree or not? Many people already had an answer in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, they would have agreed without hesitation. A girl with super talent, super beautiful appearance, and super strong background was going to marry him? Is there even a need to think about it? However, Wu Yan's next words shattered their thoughts. I'm sorry. I can't agree. Chapter 797. And so, the ball came to an end amidst the cheers of the guests. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. After Kate's announcement, it was up to the participants to decide what to do after they returned home. That was their own business. In their minds, Wu Yen and Sylph's engagement is just a way to rope in Yakumo, Ikaros, Flandrechan, and the others. They believe that Wu Yen and his party would be tempted by any faction. Even though the ball is over, Wu Yen, the main character of the ball, stayed behind. It's not only because of Kite's invitation but also because he has a lot of questions in his mind. In the palace, Kite sat on a chair at the front of the room. Next to him is Sylph, who has changed into an ice blue robe. Wu Yen, Chuju, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others are facing each other in silence. They've been like this for quite some time now. Kite sipped his tea leisurely and smiled at Sylph, who was pouring tea for him. He glanced at the silent Wu Yen and the others and shook his head. He finally opened his mouth. I know you have a lot of questions. Kite lowered his head. He sighed and said to Wu Yen, ask me anything you want, I will answer you if I can. Wu Yen lowered his head and he exchanged glances with Hinajiku and Kotori. The two girls nodded and he looked at Kite, who had an indiscernible expression on his face. He took a step forward. If that's the case, I won't hide it any longer. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He looked at the expressionless Sylph and asked Kite in a serious tone. Your Majesty, can you tell me why Princess Sylph is engaged to me? I didn't think you'd ask me that directly. Don't tell me you're not attracted to Sylph at all? Kate chuckled. Well. Wu Yen scratched his cheek. It's not that I'm not attracted to her. It's just that I've never wanted to be with Princess Sylph. After all, we haven't interacted much. That's not a problem at all. Kite said nonchalantly. How many marriages do you think there are in the upper echelons of society? If it was someone else, they would have accepted regardless of whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Sylph's looks were outstanding and her strength was outstanding. She's also the pearl of an empire. Her appearance, power, and background are all amazing. Indeed, if it was someone else, they would have accepted Kite's proposal. Even if they had nothing to do with Sylph, they would have accepted it with joy. Unfortunately, Wu Yen isn't one of them. He has no shortage of beautiful girls around him. All of them are girls he brought out from his favorite 2D world. In his heart, they are much better than Sylph. Not to mention their strength. None of the girls around him are weaker than Sylph. As for background, if he wants one, he can rely on the system and his own abilities to create one that is on par with Sylph. Although it won't be that easy, she won't be weak by any means. In short, what Kite is trying to say might be attractive to others but not to Wu Yen. Indeed, There are almost no men in this world who would refuse such a good thing. Wu Yin shrugged. Almost no doesn't mean there aren't any. I don't deny Princess Sylph's excellence, but that doesn't seem to be a good enough reason for your majesty to agree to her marriage. Why do you say that? Kite calmly said. I'm sure you understand your value. It's not strange for me to use a marriage to entice you, right? Wu Yin and the others are all above tier 8. Ikaros and Flandre-chan are even stronger. There's also the elusive demigod Yakumo Yukari who has a close relationship with them. Who wouldn't want a rope in such a small group? Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan are considered normal humans. Most importantly, they are all very young. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan are considered normal humans. Yet all of them managed to surpass tier 8. Ikaros, Flandre-chan, and Flandre-chan have a high chance of becoming demigods in the future. With such potential, if they could rope them in, then no matter which power it was, they would not hesitate to pay a huge price. But I don't think your majesty will agree to this marriage just because of that. Wu Yin raised his head and stared at Kite. I don't know Princess Sylph that well, but I don't think she will agree to a marriage without meaning. If she doesn't agree, your majesty, you won't force her, right? Of course I won't. Kate yelled without hesitation. Wu Yin and Ko had a weird look on their faces when they realized that their actions were a bit exaggerated. Seeing this, he coughed dryly and pretended to be serious as he took a sip of tea. If Sylph doesn't agree, I won't force her no matter what. Wu Yin went silent again. Sylph's cold expression thawed a little. She looked at Kite with more respect. Coterie, who was standing behind Wu Yin, suddenly spoke up when the crowd was about to descend into another round of silence. In that case, can we assume that Princess Sylph was the one who agreed to the marriage and even suggested it herself? Wu Yin, Kate, and the other girls' expressions changed. Wu Yin had a look of disbelief on his face. Kate looked at Coterie with admiration. The other girls looked at Sylph with caution and disbelief. Sylph was the only one who didn't show any signs of disbelief. Not bad, little girl. You're quite quick-witted, Kite said with a smile. Coterie was a little annoyed when Kite called her a little girl, but she remained patient. Then it's about time you tell us your true intentions, right? Coterie's impolite words froze the air around them. Kite and Sylph looked at Wu Yin and the others. After a while, Kite sighed. Little guy. Kite looked at Wu Yin with an indecipherable gaze. He then looked down at Wu Yan's hand. Can you let me have a look at that ring? Ring? Wu Yin and the others asked in unison. They then looked down at Wu Yan's hand. There is indeed a ring on his hand. It's a pure white ring. It's the ring he obtained from the treasure hunt. It's the ring that represents authority. Wu Yin recalled Sylph's strange reaction towards his ring when he was investigating the Beast King in the Behemoth Forest. Since then, Sylph treated him like a stranger, but now, her gaze towards him has changed. Could it be that all these changes are due to this ring? If that's the case. Wu Yin looked at Kite and Sylph, who were still staring at the ring. He narrowed his eyes. If Kate and Sylph's strange behavior and today's wedding were all because of this ring, then he's about to come into contact with a very big secret. Wu Yin didn't forget the description of the 3 rings he got from the treasure hunting ground, including the Ring of Authority. The box containing the rings described the 3 rings to him. You can get as much gold as the whole world. You can get as much power as the whole world. You can get as much power as the whole world. Chapter 798. With these 3 rings, if he could obtain the things described on the box, then the price of these 3 rings would be unimaginably high. Too bad Wu Yin didn't get the things described on the box when he got the 3 rings, because there were some words written on the box. On the box representing authority, was written, Successor, this is an indestructible ordinary ring, not a space ring. However, with this ring the entire Ailu Empire is yours. You have the right to rule the empire. On the box representing power, was written, Successor, this is indeed a space ring. If you can open it, you will be able to rule the entire Spalier world. Do you want to open it? Go to the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything. The words on the ring box that represented the gold coin read, Successor, do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find the key, I have placed all my treasures in this ring. At first, Wu Yin didn't believe the words on the box. At that time he was only a tier 7 fighter. Even though he could be considered a strong fighter in the Spalier world, he was still at the bottom of the strong fighters list. The things written on these 3 rings were too far away for him, but now, touching the ring representing authority on his finger, Wu Yan's mind raced. From Carter's words, it's obvious that he knows about this ring. In other words, what was written on the box that contained the ring was most likely true. Then the implications are huge. Just the fact that the ring of authority can give him the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire is already a big deal. Even though Wu Yin didn't think Carter would give him the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire with just one ring, Wu Yin didn't really care about authority. What he really cared about was if the words written on the box were real. On the box representing power was written, "Go to the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything." What does that mean? He pondered for a moment. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yin removed the ring of authority from his finger and tossed it to Kite. Kate and Sylph panicked when they saw the ring of authority flying towards them. Kate threw away the teacup in her hand and hurriedly caught the ring. She heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the cold temperature of the ring. She glared at Wu Yin. "Bastard! Do you really have to throw it?" Carter cursed angrily in front of Wu Yin and the others' dumbfounded expressions. "What if you accidentally break it?" That. Wu Yin chuckled awkwardly and he raised his hand carefully. "Is that something that can be broken so easily?" "Umph." Kite snorted coldly. Even Sylph had a displeased look on her face. Everyone could tell that this ring has a special meaning to it. She retracted her gaze from Wu Yin. Kite stared at the ring of authority on his finger. His eyes trembled as he caressed the ring. The more he caressed it, the more excited he became. It's right. Kite said excitedly. "This is the ring of authority." "The ring of authority?" Wu Yin looked at Chuju, the only one who went to the treasure hunt with him before. Chuju shook her head, she didn't understand what he meant. Wu Yin hesitated for a moment and asked Kite. "Your Majesty, do you recognize this ring?" Kite's hand stopped caressing the ring. His expression calmed down. He smiled bitterly when he heard Wu Yan's question. "Of course I recognize it. This belongs to the Ailu Empire." "Originally?" Coterie frowned. "Can you explain?" Kite calmed down but his grip on the ring tightened. He looked like he was struggling. Wu Yin and the others frowned. They looked at Kite and waited for him to continue. Sylph seemed to know why Kite was acting like this. She sighed and remained silent. Due to Kate's strange behavior, the atmosphere in the room gradually turned heavy. Everyone was silent and their eyes were fluctuating. No one knew what they were thinking about until Kate closed his eyes and said something to Wu Yan. "Little guy, if I want this ring from you, would you be willing to give it to me?" Wu Yan's expression hardened and his face slowly turned dark. But he quickly smiled. "Before that, can you explain to me what's going on?" "Explain? Explain?" Kate smiled bitterly. "That's true. But after I explain, you probably won't agree to transfer the ring of authority." Kite stood up and walked to the wall with his back facing Wu Yan and the others. "Do you know who the founder of the Ailu Empire is?" "Founder?" "The founder of the empire." Hinajiku thought for a bit and said with uncertainty, "Is it one of the 4 gods of Silveria, the one called Ailu?" Yes. Carter turned around and nodded solemnly. "He is the Ailu god who named this empire after himself. He is also the ancestor of the Ailu Empire's imperial family." "Gods?" Wu Yan and Ko exchanged glances with Sylph. They couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Gods are existences that strike fear into the hearts of the people in any world. They might not feel anything when they're not real, but when they're real, they can strike fear into the hearts of the people even if they don't want to. It's not a matter of courage, it's a matter of subconsciously revering God. Carter was the same. However, while he was wavering, there was also a bit of fanaticism. His voice was accompanied by this fanaticism as it echoed in everyone's ears. Once upon a time, the Spalier world gave birth to 4 gods that surpassed demigods. The first god who named this world after himself, Silveria, and the other 3 gods who named their empires after themselves, Ailu, Balba, and Fair. The power of the gods is not something we can imagine. Even the few demigods in this world don't know how strong the gods are. Since ancient times, demigods have been rare, but there has never been a gap in the number of demigods. Every era has a few demigods standing at the peak of the world. But there are only 4 gods. Kite raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a burning gaze. "Do you know why?" Wu Yan felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, suffocating him. Wu Yan knew he was about to learn the highest level of secret in this world. It's a secret that not even a tier 8 can know. Even a tier 9 can't. Hugging his heavy heart, Wu Yan slowly shook his head. This wasn't out of Kite's expectations, but he still bitterly smiled. That's because it's impossible to ascend to the celestial rank through cultivation alone. Cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank. The room was filled with confused voices. Coterie couldn't help but ask. Don't you think your words are contradictory? If cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank, how did the four gods come into existence? Kite shook his head. I only said that cultivation can't ascend to the celestial rank. I didn't say there's no other way. Other way? Wu Yan took a deep breath to suppress his wavering heart. You're saying we need to rely on external forces to ascend to the celestial rank? You're right. You guessed right. Kite praised with a smile. However, his smile was rather forced, causing everyone to fall silent. Chapter 799. There are all sorts of reasons why humans are so ambitious, but at the end of the day there is only one goal: to become stronger. As the saying goes, there is no end to learning and there is no end to martial arts. The former may be true, but the latter has a certain limit, because everyone's possibilities are limited. If someone has good talent, it will naturally be easier and smoother to walk the path. If someone has bad talent, even if there is no end to it, it will be the end. Of course, in addition to this, hard work is also quite important. At the very least, in this world there is an end to the world. That is the God rank. The path to the end of the world is fraught with difficulties, but there are also those with great perseverance and tenacity. There are always a few special people in this world who have the ability to reach the end of the world and become a god. Becoming a god, that is a distant concept. However, there are people who have succeeded. This proves that it is not impossible. Because of this, humans have been constantly struggling on the path to the top, braving the wind and rain to advance, crossing one obstacle after another, all for the sake of one day standing at the peak. Now, Carter is saying that it is impossible to become a god by relying on physical strength. To those who were constantly struggling on the path to godhood, this was simply too cruel. With the system there is no bottleneck. As long as one fights, one can ascend to the next realm. Wu Yan, Chuju, Coterie, Kurumi, and the others can't understand how cruel this is. However, looking at Carter and Sylph's resentful faces, they know it is painful. Who doesn't want to reach the peak? Wu Yan closed his eyes, giving Carter some time to catch his breath. When Carter's complexion recovered, he asked, "Then what do you need to become a god?" "What? Things?" Carter panted and said absent-mindedly. "It's not impossible to call it things." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I don't know if it counts as a thing or not," Carter said in an annoyed tone. "My ancestor left some things in the Ailu Empire's imperial family, but there are only 3 words to describe the necessities of becoming a god. The power of a god, the power of a god." Wu Yan and the others were stunned. Kite nodded. "According to the records, one must first reach the end of the demigod level, which is the pinnacle of the demigod level, in other words, the peak of the demigod level. After reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm, the human body can begin to contain the power of divinity. Through absorbing the power of divinity, along with the body's metamorphosis, the barrier of the realm will begin to melt. At that time, the pinnacle of the demigod realm can attempt to break through. Once I succeed, that is to become a god. If it fails, the divine power will dissipate completely. And without the power of God." Kite shook his head and sighed. "In that case, becoming a god is a luxury." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Coterie had already sucked on the jewel. Usually, she would either be bored or use the jewel to stimulate her brain. Obviously, the latter was the case right now. She said, "Is it because there is no more divine power in this world because there is no more divine power?" Unexpectedly, Kite shook his head in denial. "No. I can't say that the divine power is gone." Kite returned to his seat and picked up his teacup, but he didn't drink it. He looked around at Wu Yan and the other girls and slowly began to explain. As it turns out, the divine power didn't exist in the first place. Legend has it that many years ago, the first demigod in the Spalier world, Silveria, discovered a place by accident when he was still a demigod. In that place, there existed something that he had never seen before in all his years of roaming the continent. Out of curiosity, he carried this thing with him and continued his journey across the continent. Until one day he reached the peak of the human realm, which was the peak of the demigod realm. Perhaps it was because of his intuition, but Silverier knew that at this point, he would not be able to advance any further. This was the end of his life. In fact, the peak demigods before him were all like this. Reaching the peak demigod level was the limit. Silveria also accepted his fate. There was nothing he could do, this was the limit of what a human could reach. Even if he wanted to reach a higher level, his growth had already stopped. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. Without the possibility of growth, how could he reach a higher level? It was at this moment that the unknown existence on Silveria's body that he carried with him caused his own realm to begin to stir. Perhaps it was an accident, or perhaps it was a gamble, but Silveria absorbed the unknown existence into his body. With that, Silveria surpassed human existence and became the first demigod in the Spalier world. Since then, the thing that could help a demigod realm expert reach the demigod realm was named divine power. For some reason, the existence of divine power started to leak out. Other demigods' realm experts came to the place where divine power was found, but they all returned empty-handed. They didn't find divine power at all. Of course, there were also lucky people who discovered divine energy. However, obtaining divine energy didn't mean that one would definitely become a god. It only meant that one had a chance to break through. Whether one could break through or not still depended on oneself. Even so, having a chance was better than never being able to break through. Therefore, once someone reached the peak of the demigod realm, they would come here in search of divine energy. After that, Ailu, Balba, and Phil, the three peak demigod realm experts, followed Silveria and came to this place. By chance they obtained the power of God. With the help of the power of God, they successfully broke through and became God realm experts, reaching the true end realm. Thus, the four most famous demigods in the Spalier world were born. The three empires of the Spalier world were also born. It didn't matter if they could break through or not. It was a fact that divine power could give humans a chance to reach the demigod realm. After all, there were already four living examples. Those demigods realm experts who couldn't break through became crazier and crazier. Just like that, divine power became the most valuable treasure in the Spalier world. As the saying goes, there is no limit to a person's greed. It was the same even after becoming a demigod. One of the demigods in the Spalier world became greedy and tried to take divine power for himself. He wanted to cultivate a demigod realm expert for his own faction. The other two empires couldn't just let him do as he pleased. Thus, a conflict began. In order to fight for the right to own divine power, the demigods of the three empires fought. In the end, the only demigod without any faction, Silveria, was dragged into the conflict. The four demigods started a chaotic battle. What kind of concept was this? Every demigod was terrifyingly powerful. In that kind of situation, the place where divine power existed was naturally destroyed. It was also at this time that they dug out a secret. The place that lost divine power didn't lose divine power because the real source of divine power didn't come from that place. It was buried under that terrain. It was a weapon that was born from the heavens. It had super strong power. It could turn a one-on-one battle between demigods into a one-sided battle. The demigod who had it could easily defeat another demigod. It could even withstand the combined forces of the remaining three demigods. It could even produce divine power. After discovering this, the four demigods went crazy. That battle between demigods lasted for an unknown period of time. They only knew that after it ended, the four demigods fell. The powerful weapon also disappeared. Because it had more power than the strongest legendary armament that humans could create, and it could also produce divine power. Thus, this weapon that was born from the heavens and had only one surname was called Legendary Armament. Chapter 801. Consider it a request. Please transfer the Ring of Power to me. Everyone turned their attention to Wu Yen after Carter said that. Standing in front of Kate and Sylph, Wu Yen could feel their burning gazes on him. They looked calm on the surface, but upon closer inspection, Wu Yen could see that Kate and Sylph are clenching their fists. Their foreheads were also covered in sweat. Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable under that kind of gaze. He bitterly laughed and said, "Is there a need to be like this? Even if it's an order left behind by your ancestor, it's been tens of thousands of years since he passed away, right?" Even though the Ailu imperial family's ancestor was a god-ranked expert, this fact was something the Ailu imperial family would be proud of. It wasn't impossible for them to treat his words as an imperial edict, but that was many years ago. Compared to an imperial edict, wasn't the control of an empire much more important? Wu Yen didn't think the royal family would blindly listen to the orders of a deceased ancestor. He also didn't think Carter would give up his throne just because of an order and a ring. Give it up. Carter and Sylph seemed to have understood what Wu Yen meant. They lowered their heads in silence. After a long time, he said in a low voice with some helplessness, "Indeed, a deceased ancestor, no matter how great and how outstanding his achievements were at this point in time, a verbal order doesn't mean anything. However, the ring of authority is still necessary." Wu Yin furrowed his brows. Is it just to get a proper verbal meaning? No, it's not like that. Carter shook his head and sighed. You don't know how complicated an empire's royal family is. The Ailu Empire's royal family doesn't only consist of our branch, there are many other distant branches. They might not be as important as the direct imperial family, but they still have the blood of the imperial family flowing in their veins. Wu Yin sensed Kite's dejection at this point. He continued in a low voice with an expressionless face. The throne of the Ailu Empire is coveted by every member of the royal family. Of course, there are many ambitious people. This time the throne is mine, but when did I get dragged down and get replaced by someone else? It's not surprising. Coterie stopped licking the jewel when she heard Kite's words. She looked at Carter and asked with uncertainty. Is someone trying to use this order to take you down? Carter's expression changed and he closed his eyes. Yes. Although the ancestral edict no longer has much binding power, it is a very good excuse for those who covet the throne. If they use it well, even if they can't achieve their goal of sitting on the throne, they can at least let the next successor fill in the name of their descendant. That's not possible. Coterie retorted bluntly, by doing so, won't they be pushing the throne that they've been dreaming of onto the owner of the ring? That's still better than what's on my body. Kite sneered, expressing his disdain for the petty tricks of an ant. They should know that as long as I'm on the throne, they have no chance of winning. However, if the throne is in the hands of a lucky person, their chances of winning are much higher. Wu Yin was taken aback, he shrugged helplessly. Looks like we're being underestimated. More or less. Kite smiled and said, however, with that Lord Z around, they won't lay a finger on you. I'm sure of that. I wish they would come knocking on our door. Wu Yin said casually. He glanced at Carter. We received news that the Ailu imperial family is paying close attention to us. I think it's their little trick, right? Yes. Part of it is mine. Carter admitted with a nod. I don't know when the news about the Ring of Authority leaked out. Even though we couldn't confirm it because you weren't around, some things can't be hidden forever. Kate pondered for a bit before meeting Wu Yan's gaze. I know my request may be overboard, but please understand that I have my reasons. Of course, I won't ask you to transfer the Ring of Authority without any conditions. Wu Yan isn't sure if it's just his imagination, but Carter's next words seemed to carry a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment with him. To make it up to you, we decided to hold this ball to announce your engagement with Sylph. Huh? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he forced a smile. So this so-called compensation is marrying Sylph to me? Impossible. Kate said angrily, the only reason I want you to marry Sylph is so that you can become a member of the imperial family. Carter's explanation didn't clear up Wu Yan's doubts. In fact, it only made him more confused. What's going on now? Carter lowered his head and turned around with his hands behind his back. When the ancestor passed away, he left behind some things in the Ailu Empire's treasury. Only members of the Ailu Empire's royal family are allowed to enter the treasury. Wu Yan blinked. He glanced at Sylph and the other girls. Then he asked Kate. You mean? That's right. Carter tilted his head. I can give you those things. Wu Yan clicked his tongue. Then why don't you just take them from me? Take them? How am I supposed to take them? Carter said in a bored tone. Inside are the most important things of the Ailu Empire's royal family. If you want to take anything from there, not only do you have to be a member of the Ailu Empire's royal family, you also have to get permission from the Ailu Empire's guardian deity. Otherwise, even I won't be able to take anything from there. Surprised, he didn't ask about the national treasury. Instead he asked, Guardian deity? Carter hesitated for a bit before continuing. It's fine to tell you. In the Ailu imperial family, the one with the highest status isn't me, it's the guardian god. It's not just the Ailu imperial family, it's the Baruba and Fea empires as well. These three empires all have a guardian god hiding behind the scenes and protecting the imperial family. Protect the safety of the royal family. Wu Yan and the other girls looked at Kite with uncertainty. Kite responded with a meaningful smile. Normally, the guardian god doesn't care about the Ailu Empire's royal family or even the empire's affairs. His only job is to cultivate and guard the treasury. Unless something big happens to the empire or the royal family, he won't appear. It's the same for the other two empires' guardian gods. It is also because of the guardian god's existence that the rules of the national treasury can be maintained. I can't take anything from there for no reason, but for the sake of the Ring of Authority, the guardian god will allow you to have those things. Of course, you have to be a member of the Ailu imperial family. Fortunately, with Sylph's status in the imperial family, her fiancé can also be considered a member of the imperial family. If it was someone else, the two of you would have to be married before you can be considered a member of the imperial family. At this moment, everyone more or less understood the ins and outs of the entire matter. Wu Yan looked at Sylph speechlessly. I didn't think you would agree to be engaged to me just to give me some things. Sylph glanced at Wu Yan and gave him a strong answer. It's just an engagement, we can cancel it at any time. Chapter 802. This was the deepest part of King City's imperial palace. Wu Yan checked out his surroundings as he walked down the path leading to the palace. There were huge magic lamps embedded in the walls. The faint glow of the magic lamps illuminated the path to the palace. However, the lighting was a bit hazy, it felt like he was in a dream. The corridor was silent, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Wu Yan looked at his surroundings. He looked at Kite who was leading the way and then at Sylph who was walking beside him. He felt a little nervous. Kite said that only members of the Ailu imperial family can enter this place. Outsiders will be treated as enemies and killed by the guardian deity. Wu Yan and Sylph's engagement is just a formality. The guardian deity should know about it, but he didn't stop Wu Yan from entering this place. Kite also said that the guardian deity agreed to transfer Ailu's relics to Wu Yan for the sake of the Ring of Authority. It's obvious that the guardian deity knows that Wu Yan is the original owner of the Ring of Authority. Yet he still agreed to the deal. That means the guardian deity doesn't want the throne to fall into Wu Yan's hands. Coterie had another guess. If Kite's words were true, the guardian deity would be willing to exchange Ailu's relics for the Ring of Authority. It's very likely that the guardian deity suggested it himself. Otherwise, why would Kite, who can't easily get anything from the treasury, decide to exchange it for the Ring of Authority? If the guardian deity is willing to exchange it for the Ring of Authority, he must know the details. Why didn't he just ask Kite to exchange it for the Ring of Authority? Why did he go through so much trouble to get Wu Yan engaged with Sylph and bring Wu Yan here? There's only one answer. The guardian deity wants to see Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt a little nervous because he didn't know what the guardian deity was planning. He also didn't know if the guardian deity would take the Ring of Authority from him. Sylph sensed Wu Yan's nervousness and she turned around as if she had an epiphany. Her icy blue eyes had an indescribable calmness that calmed Wu Yan down. He nodded at her and smiled gratefully. Sylph merely glanced at him and didn't say anything else. Damn it. She's not cute at all. After walking for about half an hour, a light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Wu Yan, Kate, and Sylph exchanged a look and they hastened their pace. A few moments later, Wu Yan, Kate, and Sylph looked at each other and they hastened their pace. They finally reached the end of the corridor. Dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky and all around. Wu Yan, Sylph, and Sylph closed their eyes to adjust to the light. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them. Wu Yan was shocked. In front of him, there was a steep wall that extended in all directions like a valley, covering the end of his line of sight. It formed 3 walls, and in the middle of the 3 walls, there was an extremely wide open space standing there. It gradually sank down, forming a staircase that led downwards. At the bottom of the staircase is an entrance. It's a very old entrance that looks like an underground graveyard. The scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. This place doesn't look any different from an underground graveyard. It doesn't look anything like the imperial treasury that Wu Yan had in mind. Instead, it exuded a dark and sinister aura. It gave him the feeling that if he went in, he would never be able to get out. Chills ran down his spine. The ancient entrance had obviously been ravaged by the passage of time. It contained a very simple and unadorned atmosphere. The entire shape of the entrance was like a basement within a room. However, this so-called room and basement were a little too big. This is the imperial treasury? Wu Yan gulped and looked at Carter weakly. Don't tell me you're using the treasury to support the empire? Impossible. How is that possible? Carter rolled his eyes. This is the imperial treasury of the Ailu Empire. It's mainly used to store the most valuable items. Gold coins don't need to be stored in the treasury. You can just throw them into your spatial storage. Wu Yan's jaw dropped when he heard this. It seems like he's carrying the real national treasury with him. Kate pulled himself together and he led Wu Yan and Sylph forward. When they reached the staircase, he took a deep breath and he bowed in a respectful manner. The current emperor of the Ailu Empire, Carter, brings my daughter Sylph and her fiancé Wu Yan here to request the right to enter the imperial treasury. Kite's words reverberated throughout the palace. His voice lingered in the air for a long time. Not long after Kite finished his words, Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he felt a chill in his heart. He looked to the side and stopped at an empty space not far from the entrance. There's a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. He's wearing a gray robe. The gray-robed figure looked like he's been sitting there for a long time. He didn't move at all. It's as if he's been sitting there for thousands of years. He's like a statue. There's no aura coming from him. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the figure. Because before he came in, he had already scanned the entire place once, so he clearly remembered that just a second ago, there was not a single person in that position at all. Wu Yan felt a chill in his heart. Amidst his shock, the gray-robed figure sitting at the entrance shook his robes. A pair of eyes that were as calm as an ancient well slowly opened. He raised his head and looked forward. He glanced at Wu Yan, Sylph, and Sylph before stopping at Wu Yan. He squinted his eyes for a moment before he stopped. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He stared at Wu Yan, and the more he looked at him, the more surprised he became. Finally, a hoarse voice with a hint of vicissitudes of life reverberated in the air. "You're Wu Yan?" Wu Yan, Carter, and Sylph were stunned by the sudden question. The other two turned to look at Wu Yan. Wu Yan reacted and he quickly calmed himself down. He put on a serious face and bowed to the other party. Wu Yan greets the old man. "Old man." Carter and Sylph sucked in a cold breath when they heard Wu Yan's greeting. "Old man?" The ancient voice seemed to be startled for a moment. Then a soft chuckle escaped from the other party's mouth. "What an old man. I've lived here for a long time and I've always heard Lord, or Lord Protector. What a refreshing way to address someone." The old man disappeared without a trace. He reappeared in front of Wu Yan and the others with his hands behind his back. Carter and Sylph became even more respectful when they saw the old man. Wu Yan was shocked by the old man's mysterious appearance. This old man is definitely not ordinary. With that in mind, he activated the system's perception. His wine-red eyes flashed with undetectable data as he took in the old man's information. When the old man's information came back from the system's perception and entered his mind, he was completely flabbergasted. Chapter 803. Jarlin? Ailu, level 96. Level 96. He's a demigod. The shock in his heart slowly surfaced on his face when he realized that the old man is a demigod named Garland. Unable to control his shock in time, Garland thought that Wu Yan was shocked by the way he moved. He couldn't help but smile. There's no need to be so surprised. It's just some mana usage. If you become a demigod in the future, you'll be able to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Wu Yan was shocked. He only regained his senses when Jarlin's words reached his ears. He took a deep breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, sir." "Wu Yan. Don't be rude." Kite shouted in a deep voice, his eyes hinting. "Sir Jarlin is the protector of the Ailu Empire. He's much stronger than I am. Don't be so rude." Obviously, Carter said this because he was afraid that Garen would blame Wu Yan. However, Garen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to be polite or impolite. Compared to Lord, this little guy's way of addressing me is more pleasing to me." Hearing that, Kite secretly sighed in relief. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's always calling himself little fella. He didn't even object to these people who are older than him calling him that, but now they're blaming him. Am I really that young? Jarlin turned his attention to Wu Yan. He ignored Carter and Sylph and stared intently at Wu Yan. That calm yet scrutinizing gaze made Wu Yan feel uneasy. The two beside him didn't quite get it either. Until the next moment, "Little guy," Jarlin said calmly. "You're not human, are you?" Wu Yan's calm voice reverberated in his ears. His heart that had just calmed down suddenly tensed up. He looked at Jaren with a look of shock. Not just him, even Carter was stunned by Jaren's words. Ever since he became a true ancestor, Wu Yan's identity had been exposed before. For example, the Beast King that appeared in the Behemoth Forest had exposed his identity. However, the Beast King wasn't a human either. It wasn't strange for it to be able to see through his identity. Moreover, he had only discovered it after a period of observation. However, this demigod named Garland, who was standing in front of him, had reacted the moment they met. His identity was exposed. This person was truly terrifying. Not a human. Kite's expression suddenly became uncertain. "Lord Garen, what is the meaning of this?" Sylph also shifted her gaze over. She had heard the same thing from the Beast King before, but the situation was too urgent at that time, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that at that time, Wu Yan had suffered a lot of fatal injuries, but he had recovered in an instant. He was not human. Garen had no intention of answering Kate. He was still waiting for Wu Yan's reply. Wu Yan gulped and nodded. Carter and Sylph shuddered as they nodded. Garen, on the other hand, smiled. You're not a human and you don't seem to be a demonic beast either. What is your existence? Garen asked curiously. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. He was in a difficult position. Should he tell them that he was a vampire? They probably don't even know what a vampire is. Garen smiled when he saw Wu Yan's troubled expression. You can't answer? Fine. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. He told Garen. Please forgive me, old mister. I really don't know how to explain this to you. After all, the implications are quite big. The secret is yours. If you want to tell me, I'll tell you. If you don't want to, it's not my style to force you to tell me. Jarlin waved his hand in a rather heroic manner. From his movements, one could not tell that he was old at all. He glanced at Wu Yan and said with a smile. I'm sure you've already guessed that it was my idea to have Kate exchange the Ring of Authority with you, right? Wu Yan blushed with shame. He laughed dryly and scratched his cheeks. I just don't understand. If old Sir wants to exchange the Ring of Authority with me, why do you have to go through so much trouble to get Princess Sylph engaged with me? Trouble? Jaren blinked his eyes and blinked. Is it that troublesome? I think it's quite fun. Wu Yan sweated profusely. Kate and Sylph were speechless. However, they didn't seem to find it strange. Garen must have lived for too long. He's become an old urchin. Wu Yan came to this conclusion. He turned his head away helplessly. It's not like he's the one who's at a disadvantage in this engagement. All right, little guy. I called you here to ask you a question. Garen waved his hand and said with a serious expression. I heard from the little girl that you obtained this Ring of Authority in a treasure trove. Then, other than this Ring of Authority, did you find anything else? Zhang Lixing asked. Wu Yan's heart jumped, but he pretended to be puzzled. Something else? Is there something else? Garen frowned and looked at Wu Yan seriously. You really didn't find anything else? Wu Yan frowned and looked at Garen with a serious expression. Am I supposed to find something else? Following Wu Yan's words, the atmosphere turned heavy. Wu Yan and Jaren looked at each other with the same indescribable look in their eyes. It's hard to tell what's going on in their minds. Kate and Sylph's hearts were in their throats. Just as they were about to step forward and say something, Garland seemed to have given up on something and turned around in boredom. Forget it, I told you that it's not my style to pursue this matter. Who would have thought that I would? Garen sighed and laughed at himself. The longer I live, the more backward I get. A gust of wind blew past Jaren's location, engulfing his entire body within it. Not long after, Jaren's figure slowly faded away, gradually disappearing from the spot under the gazes of the three people present. The thing you want is in the deepest part of the treasury. Take it yourself. Leaving those words echoing in the air, Jaren disappeared as if he was never there. Even though he had seen this before, Wu Yan still felt his heart palpitating. Kate smiled bitterly and said to Wu Yan apologetically. Please don't blame Master Garen. He just wants to reach the top. I think he wants to know where you found the ancestral Ring of Authority. He wants to know if there's any divine energy there. Wu Yan nodded and smiled. I'm just asking a few questions. It's not like I'm blaming him or anything. It's good that you think that way. Kate nodded with a smile. Since Master Garen has allowed you to enter the treasury, you may enter. Remember, don't take anything other than what you need. Wu Yan nodded. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the tower. Stepping on the stairs that are still glossy despite the ravages of time, he felt a bit slippery to the touch, but he didn't encounter any obstructions. He followed the stairs for a while before he arrived at the entrance. Lifting his head, he looked at the ancient door. A desolate aura emanated from within and wrapped around his body like the wind. Surprisingly, it didn't feel cold at all. The passage ahead was very dark. There wasn't a single ray of light, but at the same time, it didn't feel eerie either. Instead, it felt like a mysterious wine that had been brewed. Wu Yan was deeply captivated by it. Chapter 804. Wu Yan only has one feeling right now, and that is shock. Originally, he thought that after passing through the passage, what would appear in front of him would be a dazzling treasure trove of gold and jade. At the very least, there should be a mountain of gold, or maybe the walls would be made out of gold and the floor would be covered in pearls or something like that. But now he can only feel ashamed of his own thoughts. because it is too vulgar. In this treasure trove, there is no mountain of gold, nor is it as dazzling as he imagined. It is just a large-scale warehouse. But it is this so-called large-scale warehouse that gave Wu Yan an extraordinary shock. As for why he is shocked, just look at the things here. On the left wall there is an old bookshelf. The bookshelf is filled with books, but if you think that those are just ordinary books, then you are gravely mistaken. Placed on the bookshelf, there is no one that isn't powerful Do-Chi cultivation technique, battle skill, magic, and even some unknown secret techniques with strange effects. On the right side of the wall there was another shelf. However, it wasn't a bookshelf but a few weapon racks. On the racks were all armaments. Although there were only a few dozen of them, all of them were gold rank armaments. And on the surrounding floor there are some scattered boxes everywhere. Some are covered so there is no way to see what is inside, but some are open. There are some herbs and other treasures inside, or magic beast body materials, magic crystals, magic beast eggs. They are everywhere. Magic beast body materials and treasures. With Wu Yan's knowledge in the Spalier world, he can't recognize how precious they are. Magic beast eggs are also unknown, but Wu Yan can recognize the magic crystals. The lowest level magic crystal is at the 8th level. There are also magic crystals at the 9th level. Of course, in here there are not only the things mentioned above, there are also many things that Wu Yan can't recognize. But since they are placed together with these things, then at least in terms of value, they are definitely not weak. Looking at everything around him, Wu Yan laughed bitterly. He lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and trembled all over. It was not because he was frightened, nor was it because he was shocked. It was because he was trying his best to hold it in. He resisted the urge to loot everything here. To put it bluntly, if everything here was exchanged for points in the system, then it would be an exaggeration to say that he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. But at the very least it would be more than enough to last him a few years. Only now did Wu Yan realize how poor he was, having always squandered his wealth like water. Compared to the things here, even if he exchanged all his points in the system for useful things, it would still be a drop in the ocean. Disparity, this was the disparity. Woo. Wu Yan groaned and turned his head away stiffly. He forced himself not to look at the things around him. When he realized that he couldn't help but want to touch it, he simply closed his eyes and walked inside without looking back. His heart was bleeding. If only it was all mine, how good would that be? With that thought, Wu Yan walked inside. He no longer paid attention to the treasures around him. Jiren said that Ailu's relic is in the deepest part of this place. That is also Wu Yan's goal. In the treasure trove he obtained 3 rings. One is the Ring of Authority, a symbol of authority. It is useless to him. The other 2 are the black ring that represents strength, and the gold ring that represents money. These 2 rings are different from the former. They are spatial items, so there should be something inside. But Wu Yan can't get it because one requires a key to open it. The other ring only gives him a hint, but they have one thing in common. They are both Ailu's things. If that's the case, then Ailu's relic is most likely the key to these 2 rings. It's because of this that Wu Yan agreed to trade with Kite. After all, authority is something that he can do without. The items in the remaining 2 rings are the ones that are really useful to him. So, rather than keeping a useless ring that symbolizes authority, he might as well trade it for a better shot. Even if Ailu's relic isn't the key to opening the 2 rings, a god's relic can't be useless, right? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan continued to explore deeper into the treasure trove. He stopped when he saw a wall in front of him. There aren't many treasures left in the treasure trove. What's left is precious, but Wu Yan's attention isn't on them. Instead, it's on a transparent crystal object in front of the wall. It's a crystal ball. Wu Yan's pupils constricted as he stared at the crystal ball. If he's not wrong, this should be Ailu's relic. There was no other reason. This crystal ball was almost exactly the same as the crystal ball that was placed together with the box containing the 3 rings in the treasure trove. Wu Yan walked up to the crystal ball and focused on it. He muttered to himself for a moment before placing his hand on it. 1. The crystal ball trembled violently, and a dazzling light leaked out from it. In an instant, it shone on the wall in front, forming a projection screen. A blurry figure appeared on the screen. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the figure moved slowly as if it's carrying a mountain on its back. It looked like a monk practicing martial arts. Powerful battle techniques were displayed over and over again. That was clearly teaching him the method and experience of using a powerful battle technique. Wu Yan sighed and lowered his head in disappointment. This crystal ball is indeed a relic left behind by AI Lu. The battle skill displayed in the projection is simply too powerful. Only a god can display such destructive power. In other words, the battle skill shown in the projection is a battle skill once used by a god. Without a doubt, this skill is very valuable. It's not wrong to say that it's the most valuable item here, but to Wu Yin, it's of little value, a god's battle technique. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. It's enough to exchange for the Ring of Authority, but I don't have any battle chi. It's useless. Don't tell me that we've missed this time? Wu Yin gritted his teeth as he looked at the image on the screen. He suddenly thought of something and raised his hand. A crimson ripple appeared on his hand. A golden ring and a black ring flew out and landed on Wu Yan's hand. Right at this moment, a phenomenon occurred. The figure that was demonstrating his battle skill suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Wu Yan. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended on Wu Yan, causing his blood to boil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Yan could clearly see the projection's mouth moving as if it's trying to say something. Then, a bright golden light shot out from the projection's body and arrived in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It spun around and entered the golden ring. The projection screen on the wall trembled, and under Wu Yan's astonished gaze, it shattered into pieces, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it stayed suspended in midair. At the center of it all, a small black dot spun and appeared. It brought with it a whirlwind that swept up all the fragments around it. Not long after, a black hole formed by the fragments and the black wind appeared in front of Wu Yan. The fragments started reassembling and the black wind started dissipating. Slowly, a new projection was formed. A faint shadow. Chapter 805. Looking at the shadow floating in the air, Wu Yan was stunned. It was just a shadow, but Wu Yan felt like he was facing the whole world. There was no aura coming from the shadow, but his presence could not be ignored. There was no change in the surroundings, but the atmosphere in the air fluctuated like the surface of a lake, giving people the illusion that space was about to shatter. Ordinary, calm, steady, but terrifying. What is going on? Wu Yan couldn't wrap his head around this sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a faint sigh came from the shadow's body. Fated one. Wu Yan lifted his head to look at the shadow due to his undeniable presence. Wu Yan didn't even notice the shadow's action. It's as if someone is purposely manipulating him. Since you can see me, it proves that you found the thing I left behind and came to my empire. The vicissitude, mysterious, ethereal, and leisurely voice came from an unknown part of the shadow, but it seemed to be transmitted directly into Wu Yan's mind, waking him up from his stupor. Hearing this, Wu Yan roughly understood that the person in front of him was the god-level expert called Ailu. Or rather, it was a projection left behind by him. However, the shadow's words surprised Wu Yan. If possible, I really did not want you to come here. The shadow's voice was filled with indescribable sadness. However, an existence is an existence. No matter how deeply it hides, an existence that hasn't been erased will reveal a corner of its existence in this world sooner or later. Even if it deceives itself and hides, what's the use? In any case, such an existence will not be able to sleep forever. I clearly understand this, but I still did not want you to come here. In the end, I am just one of the people deceiving themselves. The shadow's face did not have a trace of emotion, but when he said those words, it was obvious that he showed a self-deprecating expression. Coupled with that strange speech, Wu Yan was confused. The owner of the voice seemed to have expected Wu Yan's reaction, and the tone suddenly changed. Fated one, I don't know how many years have passed in Silveria by the time you see this projection. I don't know what the current situation is like, but what I'm about to say next will affect the entire world. Wu Yan was shocked. Affect the entire world? Therefore your best choice is to not listen. If you're afraid, then just destroy this projection right here and now, the shadow said. If you choose to continue listening, then... The shadow did not continue speaking, and his body stopped moving, leaving Wu Yan standing there with a rapidly changing expression. Affect the entire world? What the hell is going on here? Wu Yan's expression was uncertain. Of course, he did not think that the shadow was talking nonsense because there was no need for that. Furthermore, this projection was most likely left behind by AI Lu himself. In that case, the so-called thing that would affect the whole world that he mentioned was definitely something incredible. Phew. Wu Yan exhaled heavily, calming himself down. He raised his head and looked at the projection. He did not destroy it as the shadow said. They stood there silently, a projection and a figure silently waiting for time to pass. About 10 minutes later, the shadow spoke again. It seems that you did not choose to run away, but it is not praiseworthy because you might regret it. Leaving behind such a vague statement, the ethereal voice began to narrate. Fated person, what you have found are 3 of my favorite rings that I left behind when I was alive. I had once placed a seal on their location, and unless a divine-level expert tried to barge in, it would be impossible for anyone to enter. Hearing this, Wu Yan held his breath. The shadow continued, I know you are conflicted because you did obtain my items, but you cannot be a god-rank powerhouse. After our fall, there should not be another god-rank powerhouse. What does that mean? Are you sure? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. The shadow continued. There is no other way to break the seal other than by barging in. If it is broken, it means that a great disaster will befall the Spalier world. What? Wu Yan was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. A disaster that even a god-rank powerhouse would consider a great disaster? What kind of disaster is it? Wu Yan asked subconsciously. He did not consider that the shadow in front of him was just a projection without any consciousness. It was impossible for it to answer his question, but the shadow said so. I know you are confused, but that's all I can say. The shadow's head seemed to move once or twice as if it was shaking its head. You don't need to know too much about the great disaster, it won't do you any good, but you must remember what I'm going to say next. The ethereal voice suddenly became serious, and even the tone of the voice became a little heavy. Remember, if you want to stop this great disaster, the way is in that black ring, the ring of power. Black ring. Wu Yan's expression froze, and he immediately looked at the black ring in his hand. Looking at this ring, which should be a space tool, his consciousness sank into it, but it was blocked like before and he could not open it. You don't need to try to open the ring of power. As if it knew what Wu Yan was doing, the shadow said, before the great disaster happens, it's best that the things in the ring don't come out. Otherwise, it will only make the Spalier world chaotic in advance. As soon as its voice fell, the shadow raised a hand and stroked it in the air. The next moment, a map that looked like a star appeared with a rotation, and it stood beside the shadow. I've put the key to open the ring of power there, the shadow pointed at a red dot on the map. If one day a great calamity occurs, then go there and search for the key. As long as the great calamity occurs, the seal I set up there will also be removed. With the ring of power in your hand, you will obtain the qualifications to enter there. Of course, if the great disaster doesn't happen, then you don't have to go. No matter what, I'll just remember it first. Hearing the shadow's words, Wu Yan took in a deep breath of cold air. He focused his attention on the map and memorized it with perfect memory. With the ring of power, you can enter the Ailu Imperial Palace without any hindrance. I believe the current Ailu Emperor won't transfer the throne to you just because of a word from me. You also have the other two rings, the ring of power and the ring of gold. Combined with the information I left on the box, the possibility of you coming here is much higher. When you see this projection, it will prove that I'm right. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. Everything is under the control of this guy who died who knows how many years ago. Fated One, if it's possible, please transfer the ring of power to the current Ailu Emperor. Wu Yan heard the shadow's words with a hint of a smile. Authority is the most useless thing. Only strength can truly control one's own fate. The ring of power is something dispensable, it's only there to give you the chance to come here. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Just transfer the ring of power to the current emperor. The ring of power is the key. Before everything happens, don't let it appear. As for the things in the ring of gold, just treat it as the reward for letting you bear so much. It should be able to satisfy you. After saying that, the shadow fluctuated again. That was because he had turned around. I've done everything I can. Fortune. Misfortune? Fate. His words are still lingering in the air, but the shadow is already gone. Wu Yan is the only one left standing there without uttering a single word. Chapter 806. When the shadow disappeared, the strange fluctuation in the air that seemed to break through space also disappeared at the same time. It was replaced by another invisible force that revealed a hint of surveillance. Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he felt this invisible power. Then, he relaxed his brows as if nothing had happened. At first, Wu Yan was wondering why Garen would let him enter this place alone without worrying about him tampering with the things here. It seems like Garen didn't need to worry about him tampering with the things here. Garen had already tampered with the things here. As for the abnormal spatial fluctuations that the shadow emitted just now, it should be to isolate the surroundings from detection. Otherwise, with such a thing happening, Garland would have sensed it and come in. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at the two rings in his hand. They are the ring of power and the ring of gold that the shadow mentioned. He then touched the ring of authority on his finger and sighed in annoyance. Wu Yan had to go through too much in just one day, so much so that he felt like he couldn't handle it all. First, it was a ball that was open to the entire continent. Then, he somehow became the main character of the ball. He even had a fiancée who was a beautiful iceberg beauty in name. Then, he learned about the secrets of the continent from Kite. The truth of the god-level experts and the secret behind their fall, the existence of the divine power and the mythical armaments. Then he saw the highest level of power in this world, the demigod expert Garen who was the guardian god, and then he encountered the remains and instructions of the deceased gods. It's only been a day, but Wu Yan felt more tired than the 3 years he spent in Sao. If it wasn't for the 3 rings in his hand and the map in his mind, he would have been dead already. He thought that he was dreaming. I feel like I've been played. Wu Yan pursed his lips. The ring of authority, the ring of gold, and the ring of power all have their own meanings. They were all designed by the fallen god Ailu. That included Wu Yan coming here and entering the treasury. He entered the treasury, touched the relics he left behind, and received Ailu's instructions. Throughout the entire process he acted like a bystander. There was no room for him to intervene at all. If it were someone else, they would know that their actions were all part of someone else's plan. They would definitely be unhappy. Moving his hand from the ring of authority to the ring of gold, he could feel the change in the ring. He mumbled to himself. I hope your compensation is satisfactory. Otherwise I'll go to the refugee cave and adopt a strong man as a coolie. I'll give him a name, Ailu. After saying that, Wu Yan gradually sank his consciousness into the ring of gold. The obstacles in the past have disappeared without him noticing. There are no longer any obstacles to Wu Yan's consciousness. Wu Yan felt dizzy for a moment. His vision blurred and he arrived in a different world. He was like a ghost wandering in the sky. The space inside the ring of gold is huge. Even though it can't compare to the boundless space inside the gate of Babylon, you can't see the end of it. One look and you can tell that this ring of gold is the highest level spatial item in the world of Silveria. Looking around, it's pitch black. There's nothing but some murky air flowing in the space. It's like the bottom of an abyss, there's nothing there. This is natural. Space items have gravity, items stored inside can't float. Wu Yan cast his gaze to the bottom of the space. When he saw the scene in front of him, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes fluctuated violently, then he became sluggish. Gold glitter. It's really gold glitter? There's an uncountable amount of gold glitter. Those are all gold coins. No, it's not just gold coins. Amidst the glittering gold, there was an empty space in the center. Things that were completely different from gold coins were scattered all over the place. Among them, there were heavenly treasures and various materials from magical beasts, just like the treasury outside. There was also a large area of magical crystals. There are low-tier magic crystals, the lowest tier 1 magic crystals. There are also high-tier magic crystals, tier 8 and tier 9 magic crystals scattered all over the place. What made Wu Yan's heart beat faster is the 5 magic crystals in the middle of the pile. They are about the size of a palm. Demigod magic crystals. There are many other things, but all of them are priceless treasures. In here there are no medicines, battle skills, magic, or armaments that can enhance a person's strength. However, treasures with great value and incomparably precious covered the entire ground. The ring of gold. No wonder it's named after the word, gold. Heavens? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. At this time the gold coins are still shining brightly. His eyes have been dyed gold by the glittering gold coins on the ground. Although the treasures in the center of the pile are not as important as the gold coins, they are still worth more than the gold coins on the ground. The box containing the ring of gold once said that it contains wealth comparable to the whole world. Wu Yan didn't believe it at first, but now he has no choice but to believe it. The illusory consciousness floating in the air kept swaying. Wu Yan stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh, but there's no pain. Hee. Wu Yan looked like he's been played to death. It doesn't hurt. Am I really dreaming? This action, how to put it, is very stupid. How can a body of consciousness feel pain from a pinch? Wu Yan laughed like a machine for a long time. When his consciousness returned to his mind, he didn't know how much time had passed. One can imagine how much shock the endless gold coins and the treasures in the small area gave him. Without a doubt, the value of the items here is no less than the treasuries outside. Maybe even more. It's worth it. After a long time, Wu Yan spat out these 2 words. It's really worth it. Magic crystals could be exchanged for ability points. Heavenly treasures and demonic beast torso materials could be exchanged for item points. Although there were no armaments or similar equipment here, the gold coins on the ground could also be used to purchase armaments and exchange for equipment points. With the items in the ring of gold, Wu Yan's equipment points, equipment points and ability points will increase to an unimaginable level. He's really out of poverty. It's a pity that there are no life force items or monster eggs. I can't exchange them for summoning points. Although he said it's a pity, Wu Yan's mouth has already turned into a hippopotamus shape. Everyone can see the ecstasy in his heart. The expansion of the 3 types of points had undoubtedly helped him tremendously. At this time, if he still doesn't feel satisfied, he should be struck by lightning. Moreover, items that contain life energy and demonic beast eggs that can be exchanged for summoning points can also be bought with gold coins. Although it's hard for him to come across such items, but with gold coins in hand, the world is his. His consciousness has already plunged into the pile of gold coins. Although he can't feel anything, Wu Yan still happily rolled around like a landlord, a big money grubber, and more like a nouveau riche. The idea of going to the refugee cave to adopt a fierce man as a coolie and give him the name Ai Lu has now disappeared. If there's anything in Wu Yan's heart, it's that he can't wait to hug Ai Lu and kiss him a few times. After showing off a lot of his principles, Wu Yan's consciousness came to the small area. Looking at the treasures, demonic beast corpses, materials and magic crystals, he didn't hesitate to keep a small portion of them for a rainy day while handing over the rest to the system. Chapter 807. Beep. The exchange value is too high. For users' convenience, the system has begun to update. Wu Yan was stunned. Before he could react, the system notification rang out in his head one after another. Beep. The system has been updated. The changes are as follows. Removing the data of the summoned characters. Only the ability, equipment and level columns are retained. The summoned characters are now independent. The ability column is now independent. The equipment column is now independent. Only the points and level columns are retained. The equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points and other exchange points have been changed. The exchange values have been changed. The system has been updated. Please check it yourself. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his mind, his jaw dropped. By the time the beeps stopped, his jaw had already turned into an O shape. His mind went blank from the bombardment of the system. He didn't know what to make of it. System update? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. So the system can be updated? The system has its own independent judgment program. The other programs are also provided based on the user's applicability. In order for the user to check, the system will make its own judgment and update the values. If the system causes any inconvenience to the user, the system has the final right to explain. The user may inquire at any time. Since the system has the final right to explain, what's the point of asking? Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. However, he quickly remembered the system's update. He quickly opened his system list. In front of his consciousness, the system list opened up as usual. The starting list was just like what the system had said. There were some slight changes. Originally, there were 6 boxes from top to bottom: status, equipment, ability, item, summon, and instance dungeon. Now there were only 3 boxes left: status, exchange, and instance dungeon. Clicking into this status column, the data that appeared in front of Wu Yan was no longer the same as before. Instead, the names of Wu Yan and a row of girls were displayed. Seeing this, Wu Yan clicked into the option for his name. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 170. Item points: 127,000. Ability points: 17,000. Summoning points: 2,300. Level: 79. F***ck. Wu Yan exclaimed and cursed. Why are my points so low? Let's not talk about the points he had obtained from the things he had just handed over to the system. The points that he already had. But it's still more than that. Could it have been swallowed by the system? Just as this thought popped up in his head, the system's voice rang out. The values held by the user have been changed, and the values on the exchange list have also been changed. Please confirm. Hearing this, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not gone, it's fine. He looked at his personal status in front of him. Only his name, 4 types of points, and level were displayed. His previous abilities, equipment, and summoned character statuses were all gone. No, she couldn't say that she didn't see him. Instead, he had become independent. In the upper right corner of his character status, there were 3 additional options: ability, equipment, and summoned character. Clicking on the ability option, a list immediately appeared. Abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Endless Martial Training, Knight Has Never Died by Bare Hands, Electromancer, LV5. Clicking on the equipment option, the stats of his equipment appeared as well. Equipment, Gate of Wealth, B rank. The summon character option was the same as well. Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiku Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Itsuka Kodori, Yatsuka Toka, Tashizaki Kurumi, Shibano, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku Yakumo Misaka Sister, 20,000. The three options were now independent. If he wanted to check them out, he would have to select them himself. It wasn't like before where they were all stacked together in a small list. There wasn't much to it, but the summoned characters gave him a headache. As for the personal statuses of the girls, the 4 stats of strength, endurance, agility, and spirit were removed, leaving only ability, equipment, and level. It was a lot simplified, but it didn't affect them too much. After exiting the status tab, Wu Yin clicked on the exchange option. The equipment, ability, item, and summoned options appeared in front of him. It was the same as before, but they were grouped into one category, so it didn't affect him too much. Of course, that's not what he's concerned about. What he's really concerned about is how much the values on the exchange list have changed. Thus, he couldn't wait to check out the items on the exchange list. As time passed, Wu Yin slowly understood the changes in the system. Simply put, the exchange values had changed. There weren't as many zeros as before. For example, the lowest grade common armament, rank D, only required 1 equipment point. Some of the better common armament were more expensive by 1 or 2 equipment points. The cheapest rare armament, rank C, was now 100 equipment points. The value had decreased by a lot. It was the same for items, abilities, and summons. Their values had decreased by quite a bit. His exchange points had shrunk, and the exchange points for these items had also shrunk. As a result, the prices of some items had become more expensive or cheaper. For example, Resplendent Breath used to cost 100,000 item points. Now that it had been reduced by 10 times, it only cost 10,000 item points. However, the price had increased by quite a bit. On the other hand, the Town Return Scroll, which used to cost 10,000 item points, had become 1 item point. Although the price seemed cheaper, it was still the same as before. It was the same for abilities and summoning. Some things had become more precious, while some things had also become cheaper. Compared to the past, where the value system focused on power, the current exchange system also took into account practicality and comprehensiveness. The value system had changed considerably. In short, some items had become cheaper while others had become more expensive. For example, the Resplendent Breath that had helped Wu Yen a lot. In other words, this system update had both advantages and disadvantages for Wu Yen. However, based on the current situation, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Looking at the drastic changes in the exchange list, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. His face was flushed red. Thousands of words exploded into a single sentence. System, you tricked me. Unexpectedly, the system replied calmly. User, you're slandering me. You. Wu Yan's lips trembled. In the end, his shoulders drooped dispiritedly. Even if he protested, what could he do? He also knew that the system's update this time was for his convenience and to make up for some mistakes. For example, a heaven-defying item like Resplendent Breath that could make him invincible for 3 hours would definitely cost more than the previous 100,000 item points. However, it was still disadvantageous to him, wasn't it? He could only say that the system had become more reasonable, but the victim was himself. It's not all bad. At least the return scroll only costs 1 item point. It's too cheap. Wu Yin forced a smile to comfort himself. However, when he looked at the gold coins and the remaining precious items on the ground, Wu Yan's mood improved a lot. No matter what, he had gained a lot from this trip. Looks like I should exchange for some new abilities and equipment. Wu Yin muttered to himself. He didn't know what the catastrophe that the shadow spoke of was. He also didn't know what the item in the Ring of Power that could stop everything was. But at least Wu Yin understood one thing, and that is, power comes first. No matter what happened in the future, if he didn't have strength, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of the girls. Unless he brought all the girls to another dungeon world to avoid everything. But if he could, who would want to escape? Therefore he had to increase his strength. To be continued. Chapter 808. Back in the palace outside the treasury. It has been an hour since Garen left and Wu Yen entered the treasury. Carter and Sylph have been waiting at the entrance for Wu Yen to come out. As time passed, their brows furrowed. Strange. Carter muttered. Logically speaking, it shouldn't take that long. Sylph raised her head and asked coldly. Imperial Father, what is the Ancestor's relic? You don't know? Carter paused for a moment before nodding his head in understanding. You're a magus. The Ancestor's relic is of no use to you. It's normal that no one told you about it. Carter retracted his gaze and placed his hands behind his back. Actually, the Ancestor's relic is a battle technique he used when he was alive. Battle technique? Sylph turned around and paused for a moment. The Ancestor's battle technique? Carter nodded. Sylph hesitated for a moment. If it's a battle technique used by the Ancestor, then it must be very precious. Do you really think it's a good idea to give it to an outsider? That's why you got engaged to him? Kate smiled helplessly. The Ring of Authority was left behind by our ancestors. As a god, even if it's just a symbol, most people won't easily let go of it. After all, it has the title of a god. In such a situation, other than the combat skill left behind by our ancestors, there's no one who can give it up easily. Is there anything else we can trade with him? Compared to controlling the entire empire, the price of a single combat skill is still worth it. Even if Wu Yan has the Ring of Authority, Carter won't give up the throne to him. Even if Carter is willing, who in the Ailu imperial family would be willing to give up their throne to an outsider? If Wu Yan doesn't want to give up the Ring of Authority, Carter can't do anything about it. Someone will use the Ancestor's relic as an excuse. Carter is confident that he won't be able to get anything out of it. With his strength and status as a Tier 9 powerhouse, he won't give up the throne. However, it will be troublesome. More importantly, the next emperor might not be from his faction. That's why he has to get the Ring of Authority. Moreover, Wu Yan is no pushover. He has a demigod behind him and 2 Tier 9 powerhouses by his side. If he offended these people for the sake of the Ring of Authority, he would be in real trouble. Jiren is aware of this as well, that's why he's willing to let Wu Yan have the battle skill. Of course, what they didn't expect is that a god-tier battle skill is of little value to Wu Yan. What they didn't expect is that this time, Wu Yan didn't get a battle skill, he got a secret and a ring of gold that is as valuable as their national treasury. Shaking his head, Kate let go of the complicated thoughts in his mind. Now that Wu Yan has agreed to the deal, things are going well. Unfortunately, because of Jiren's whims, his beloved daughter got engaged to someone else. Engaged. He didn't know when regret had evolved into resentment. The thoughts in his heart had also evolved into expressions along with the resentment. As Kite muttered unwillingly, his eyes gradually became unfriendly. If Sylph finds out that the father she idolizes is actually a daughter Khan, would she still be able to maintain her cold demeanor? Maybe she already knew about it. Ta. A series of footsteps could be heard coming from the entrance of the treasury. Wu Yan finally came out of the treasury. Wu Yan raised his hand to shield his eyes. The blinding light made him feel uncomfortable. When he opened his eyes, Carter and Sylph were already in front of him. What do you think? Carter said with a smile. It's okay. Wu Yan mumbled with a stiff face. Seeing this, Carter is a bit confused, but he didn't ask any questions. It's his fortune to be able to learn it. If he can't, it's his fate. That's what Carter thought. If that's the case. Carter smirked. You should be satisfied with this deal, right? Yes. Yes. Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. Very much so. His tone is full of annoyance, but what he meant is that he's very satisfied with the items inside the ring of gold. The only thing he's not happy about is the sudden interference of a certain damned system. Taking the Ring of Authority off his finger, Wu Yan raised his hand and made a throwing gesture. Shocked, Kate stepped forward and snatched the pure white ring from Wu Yan's hand. He glared at Wu Yan with eyes full of anger. No matter what, this is an item left behind by his ancestor. It's a very important item. Throwing it away like that would make Kate's heart ache. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. Then he recalled something and looked at Kate. By the way, Your Majesty, do you know where I can get a large number of armaments? Carter was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Armament? A large number? Why do you need so many armaments? Well? Wu Yan scratched his head. You guys know that I have a special armament that can increase the power of normal armaments. However, it requires a lot of armaments to make up for its damage. Otherwise, it won't be able to increase its power. Carter nodded. He pondered for a moment and said, if you just need a large number of armaments and don't ask for a specific grade, it's not that hard to solve. It doesn't need to be too high grade, Wu Yan quickly said. Rare armaments are enough, common armaments are fine too. He's going to exchange them for equipment points anyway. If that's the case, then it's much easier. Carter smiled and put the ring of authority on his finger. You've done me a great favor. I can help you with this for the sake of the ring of authority. Of course, it won't be for free. Don't worry. Wu Yin patted his chest generously. Money is not a problem. As long as it's reasonable. All right then. Carter replied. His eyes flashed and he had a serious expression. He coughed dryly and he continued in a nonchalant manner. Since we're done here, it's about time to cancel your engagement with Sylph. Wu Yin and Sylph froze for a moment. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right. Carter smiled happily. However, Sylph said with an expressionless face, there's no need to cancel the engagement for now. Wu Yin was shocked. No. Carter roared. Since the matter is settled, why not cancel the engagement? Looking at her father's furious expression, Sylph couldn't maintain her cold expression and smiled bitterly. She turned to Wu Yin and spoke as if she was talking about the food she ate today. I said I wanted to spend some time with you. But, Wu Yin gulped and said weakly, but, isn't that just a temporary measure? Sylph lifted her head and she glared at Wu Yin with her icy blue eyes. I'm serious. Wu Yin almost choked on his own saliva. As for Carter, he was stunned. Serious? Wu Yin forced a smile and pointed at his own nose. Do you really want to marry me? Sylph glanced at Wu Yin. If it's suitable, I don't mind waiting on you with others. Wu Yin didn't know what to say. Carter reacted and looked at Sylph with a tearful expression. Daughter, why don't you reconsider? Sylph didn't say anything, she just shook her head. Kate laughed but soon began to cry again. Chapter 809. Spalier World Academy Villa District. Well, that's how it is. Wu Yin told Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi what he saw in the treasury. The three girls fell silent, they are still digesting what Wu Yin told them. Although it's best to keep what he encountered in the national treasury to himself, otherwise it would only cause more trouble. However, he has absolute trust in the girls around him. If he tells them, they can help him come up with a plan. Besides, Hinajiku and the other two are girls who can see the big picture. They wouldn't just blabber about such an important matter. Of course, Astria and the other girls might not be the same. It's not that Wu Yin doesn't trust Astria and the girls. It's just that with their personalities, even if it's something important, it's very likely that they'll use it as a joke after dinner. If that happens, it'll cause a huge commotion and it'll be very troublesome. Wu Yin glanced at Astria and Toka who are eating not far away. Flandre-chan and Yoshino who are enjoying the show. He sighed and felt a little pressured. If what Ailu said was true, would the girls still be as happy as they are now when the great calamity arrives? Will he be able to protect the girls' daily lives and smiles? Even Wu Yin is confused. At this time he couldn't help but feel a little lost. However, he could only cower in his heart for a moment. He couldn't do it for any longer. Because if even he didn't have confidence, then the girls by his side would also feel the same way. However, Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi heard Wu Yan's sigh. They looked at each other and sighed as well. I didn't think so much would happen in just one day. So many things happened in just one day. Chuju pursed her lips and looked at Wu Yan. The last time you came back from a dungeon world, the Beast King was born. This time you came back with such a huge scandal. You have a constitution that attracts a lot of attention. It's really not flattering. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. His lips twitched. Don't talk like I'm an elementary school student. Although, I'm starting to wonder if I have such a constitution. Era? Kwang-san smiled. I don't think it's a bad idea, I won't be bored anymore. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore and Hinajiku started complaining. Do you think I'm just passing time? This is a major matter that even a god-level expert would treat so seriously. Ma. Kurumi covered her mouth. What's wrong with that? You. All right. Kotori waved her hand. There's no point thinking too much about it. The great calamity might not happen, right? Otherwise, AI Lu wouldn't have sealed the so-called solution. Instead, he would have left it to his descendants. It's too early to talk about this, we'll talk about it later. Hinajiku and Kurumi nodded nonchalantly. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. If anyone in Silveria were to find out about this, they wouldn't be as relaxed as the girls here. It was more important for them to come up with countermeasures beforehand. Of course, there was bound to be panic, there were pros and cons, so it wasn't easy to comment on them. In the end, the Spalier world isn't their world. Their sense of belonging isn't as heavy as the people of this world, so it's not hard to imagine how much they would take this matter to heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he's worried about the safety of the girls, Wu Yan probably wouldn't have paid much attention to this matter. But Kotori was right, this matter hasn't happened yet. There's no need for them to talk about it here, they're only making him more annoyed. It's best to just let it go. While Wu Yan was thinking, Kurumi suddenly smiled strangely. She narrowed her eyes and said to Wu Yan, "By the way, Aotsusama, you seem to have a very close relationship with that princess, how enviable." The air froze. Wu Yan froze on the spot, he froze on the spot. Chuju and Kotori looked at him with hostility. They didn't say anything, but their attitude made Wu Yan feel like he's sitting on pins and needles. He could only fake a smile. Hinajiku and Kotori didn't feel any better when they saw the forced smile on Wu Yan's face. The atmosphere didn't ease up either. The two girls looked at Wu Yan with a "give me a reasonable explanation" look. Wu Yan felt like crying inside. Hinajiku is one thing, she's a jealous person, he didn't think Kotori would act like this as well. Where did the cute little sister who helped her brother chase after the elven girl go? Master. At this time Ikaros's eyes flashed with a glint of data. You could faintly see a sci-fi-like frame moving back and forth in her eyes. Someone is approaching. Just as Ikaros finished her sentence, someone knocked on the door of the villa. In an instant, the noise in the villa slowly subsided. Wu Yan nodded. Ikaros opened the door. "Yes, master." Leaving Wu Yan's side, Ikaros walked to the door and opened it. Everyone's gazes turned towards her. "Excuse me, is Wu Yan-sama in?" There were 3 men in armor standing at the entrance. 2 of them looked like guards standing behind them. The one in the lead looked more like a knight than a guard. He was also the one who had spoken. When he saw that the person who opened the door was an extremely beautiful young lady, a flash of surprise flashed across the knight's eyes. His expression also became sluggish for a moment, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly lowered his head. "This one is a member of the imperial family. His Majesty ordered this one to deliver something to Wu Yan-sama." "Deliver something?" The girls flinched. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked to the door. "I am Wu Yan." "My lord." The knight bowed respectfully and handed a ring to Wu Yan. "This is what His Majesty ordered me to deliver to you." Wu Yan eagerly took the ring and sank his consciousness into it. A moment later, a space with a large number of weapons was imprinted in Wu Yan's mind. These are the armaments that Carter promised to help Wu Yan find. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with joy. He smiled at the knight and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do." The knight bowed deeply. "Then this one will take his leave." The knight stole a glance at Ikaros. He heard that Princess Sylph's fiancé has many beauties around him. He didn't want to believe it at first, but now he has no choice but to believe it. The knight looked at Wu Yan with an envious gaze. He saluted Wu Yan again before leaving with his 2 guards. Flandre-chan poked her head out from Wu Yan's side. "Is it something fun, big bro?" Wu Yan laughed when he heard this. "It's not something fun, it's something useful." Wu Yan turned around and ran up the stairs. He shouted at the girls. "I'm going up first. Don't wait for me to eat." "Wait?" Hinajiku subconsciously urged him to stay, but before she could say anything, Wu Yan disappeared in a flurry of footsteps. "Seriously?" Hinajiku grumbled. "We're not done yet." Kotori looked at the stairs and shook her head. Maybe even he's getting anxious. Chuju fell silent for a moment before she helplessly leaned back in her chair. "I wonder how Mikoto and the others are doing. Are they doing well in the behemoth forest? If Shokuho Misaki is here, she should be able to give us some good ideas." Allah. Kwang-san also revealed a devilish smile. "I miss her too." Chuju felt even more helpless. "Well?" Kotori looked at the direction Wu Yan disappeared. "I hope it won't be too troublesome." Chapter 8:10. With a bang, Wu Yan closed the door and ran to his bed. He kicked off his shoes and jumped onto the bed. He picked up the armaments that Carter sent over and began to inspect them. The amount of armaments in the space ring was very impressive, but the quality was a bit lacking. Almost 80% of them were common armaments and the rest were rare armaments. Even though he already knew this, Wu Yan still felt a bit helpless. Well, it didn't cost much anyway. A certain person who recently became rich said. Even though Carter sent over a lot of armaments, the cost wasn't even 1/10,000th of the gold coins in the ring of gold. If it wasn't for the fact that 20% of them were rare armaments, it probably wouldn't even be 1/10,000th of the gold coins. From this, it could be seen how much gold coins there were in the ring of gold. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yin handed over all the armaments in the space ring, including the ring itself, to the system. Ding. Obtained 12,000 equipment points. 12,000 equipment points? Wu Yin scratched his head. The system update made him unable to react to the amount of equipment points he received. According to the current exchange value, the cheapest D-grade common armament was 1 equipment point, the cheapest C-grade rare armament was 100 equipment points, and the cheapest B-grade gold armament was 1,000 equipment points. In other words, 12,000 equipment points could be exchanged for 12 of the cheapest gold armaments. Of course, the cheapest, it should be a lot, right? Wu Yin sighed. Even though the system update made it easier for him to check, Wu Yin still couldn't get used to it. After all, his thought process was still stuck at the time when a rare armament cost more than 100,000 equipment points. Character: Wu Yin equipment points, 12170 item points, 1270000 ability points, 17,000 summoning points, 2300 level, 79. After checking his current points, other than summoning points which were still the same as before, the other 3 points had increased by quite a bit. Compared to the previous value, it had increased a lot. It was enough for Wu Yin to squander. At that moment, Wu Yin first clicked on the ability option in the exchange. Then he hesitated for a moment when he saw the skills, talent, and lineage options that appeared. He clicked on the skills category. The advantage of a skill type ability was that it could be learned. It's your own. It would completely imprint the method of usage into the user's mind, becoming the user's memory. With this memory, even if Wu Yin did not have the system, he would still be able to use it. If he were to return to his previous life as an otaku, he would still be able to use this ability. Therefore, when choosing an ability, Wu Yin would first look for the skills category, then the talent category. As for the lineage category, for him who already had the true ancestor's bloodline, it became the ability option with the lowest requirement. After the system update, the values of the skill type abilities had changed a lot. For example, the complete memory ability that used to require 10,000 ability points now only required 100 ability points. As for the infinite armory that used to require 150,000 ability points, it had depreciated to 1,500 ability points. The various values had decreased by about 100 times. In other words, the total of 17,000 ability points on Wu Yin was roughly equivalent to 1.7 million ability points from before. Realizing this, Wu Yan's spirit was also lifted. This level of ability points was enough for him to squander. One must know that his true ancestor's bloodline, without the discount of lineage immunity, would require a full 500,000 ability points, which was the current 5,000 ability points. With 17,000 ability points, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. And this was the case when the 5 demigod magic crystals had not been exchanged for ability points. Licking the corner of his mouth, Wu Yin thought of the 5 demigod magic crystals in the ring of gold. His heart was slightly heated. Then he calmed his mind and began to look for an ability that would be useful to him. Wu Yan's current abilities were very complicated. There was the Electromancer, LV5, Superpower, Infinite Armory, True Ancestor's Bloodline, and the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands as backup. Superpowers relied on computing power, Infinite Armory was a skill, and True Ancestor's Bloodline, and Knight Never Died by Bare Hands had endless uses. Speaking of which, he still lacked a system ability such as Combat Chi and Magic Power. Wu Yin also felt that it was time for him to exchange for an ability of the energy system. There were many benefits to having an energy system. For example, the chakra in Naruto could be used to climb trees and walk on water. The chi in the Dragon Ball could be used to strengthen the body and increase attack power. The internal force of the ancient martial arts system could also be used to directly damage the internal organs of the human body. The combat chi and magic power in the Spalier world could also be used to increase various abilities. Moreover, many abilities required the support of energy to be used. For example, combat skills could not be used without combat chi. The same was true for magic, which required magic power to be used. In addition, it could increase one's strength. It was time to exchange for an energy system. Wu Yan's first choice was magic power, because magic power directly corresponded to magic and magic. There were many kinds of magic and magic in the system. There were elemental magic such as fire, water, wind, thunder, earth and so on. There were also healing magic, destruction magic, and even high mysterious magic such as inherent enchantments, as well as magic related to space and time. It could be said that magic and magic almost involved all aspects of the field. As long as one understood the knowledge in this field, then in the face of battles and events, it could play a great role. In addition, in Wu Yan's memory, almost every instance where a creature like the true ancestor of vampires existed, as long as it had an energy system, then it was all magic power, and it was very powerful. He believed that magic power should be the most suitable energy system for the true ancestor of vampires. Of course, Wu Yan also asked the system for its opinion, and the system also gave a clear answer. The compatibility between the true ancestor and magic power was the most suitable. Every true ancestor who cultivated magic power could be regarded as a large magic power furnace. A true ancestor not only cultivated magic power with half the effort, but the effect was also surprisingly good, much more powerful than other life units. So Wu Yan looked at the list of abilities in the skills category, and then directly pulled to the option related to magic power. Magic power cultivation method. Basic. A set of basic magic power cultivation method. After cultivation can obtain magic power, the growth of magic power is relatively slow, 1 ability point. Magic power cultivation method. Intermediate. A set of intermediate magic power cultivation method. After cultivation can obtain magic power, the growth of magic power is relatively slow, 10 ability points. Magic power cultivation method. Advanced. A set of advanced magic power cultivation method. After cultivation can obtain magic power, the growth of magic power is relatively fast, 100 ability points. Magic power cultivation method. Ultimate. A set of magic power cultivation method of the highest level. After cultivation can obtain magic power, the growth of magic power is extremely fast, 1000 ability points. Seeing these 4 options, Wu Yan directly clicked on magic power cultivation method, ultimate, without thinking. Ding. Obtained. Magic power cultivation method, ultimate. When the system notification sounded, Wu Yan's consciousness began to pull away. While in a daze, Wu Yan felt a memory fragment that he had never had before forcibly stuffed into his mind, and was memorized by him. Having already experienced it several times, Wu Yan naturally understood that this memory fragment was the method to use the magic power cultivation method, and immediately began to memorize it. Not long after, a set of very complicated and very mysterious cultivation method was branded into the depths of Wu Yan's mind, and was obtained by Wu Yan. His consciousness swept over this set of magic power cultivation method. Wu Yan held his breath and gently closed his eyes, according to the cultivation method in his memory, began to extract magic power. Similarly, not long after, a faint and somewhat mysterious fluctuation appeared on Wu Yan's body, visible to the naked eye. A surge of air reverberated on the surface of his body, and with a rapid trend, it gradually grew and did not stop for a long time. Chapter 8:11. It has to be said that a primogenitor's mana cultivation has a huge advantage. In just an hour, Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave. It even spread outwards, causing the atmosphere around him to swirl slowly. The effects of true ancestors cultivating mana were exceptionally good. Compared to other life forms, every true ancestor's mana could be said to be very powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the effects of vampires cultivating mana were definitely at the forefront of all life forms. As the true ancestor of vampires, she was naturally the strongest among the vampires when it came to cultivating magic power. Additionally, Wu Yan's mana cultivation is at the highest level. In just an hour of cultivation, his mana is much greater than Sylph, Kaya and other magicians who have been cultivating for decades. It's even comparable to a Tier 9 magician who has been cultivating for decades. If Wu Yan continues to cultivate, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the person with the most mana in the Spalier world. It's not just the amount of mana, the quality of mana is also great. For energy systems like impetus and mana, the amount and quality of the energy is directly linked to the cultivation method. If the cultivation method is of a lower level, not only will the amount of mana increase be slow, the quality of the mana won't be good either. It requires time to refine and purify the mana. If the cultivation method is of a higher level, it will save a lot of time and there's no need to refine the quality of the mana. With the highest level of mana cultivation method, the quality of the mana extracted by Wu Yan is of the highest quality. He didn't need to divert his attention to purification, he only needed to concentrate on increasing the amount of mana. This is why the highest level of mana cultivation method requires 1000 ability points. If converted to the previous value, 1000 ability points would be equivalent to 100,000 ability points. As time passed, Wu Yan's mana grew larger and larger. A small storm started to form around the room due to the mana fluctuations. It didn't take long for the utensils in the room to be blown all over the place. It's a mess and it's getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, this room will be destroyed sooner or later. He was merely cultivating magic power, yet he could produce such a scene. Of course, it was partly because it was a magic power training method of the highest level, but more importantly, it was practiced by a true ancestor of vampires. In the entire Spalier world and even the entire Instance Dungeon worlds, there was only one person capable of such a feat. Fortunately, just as the wind was about to evolve into a tornado, the mana fluctuations on Wu Yan's body suddenly slowed down, and the flow of mana gradually shrank into Wu Yan's body. The surrounding wind and waves also weakened. By the time Wu Yan's mana was completely withdrawn into his body, the surroundings had completely calmed down, leaving behind a room as messy as a garbage dump. Utensils were scattered all over the floor, creating a very messy scene. On the bed, Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. In an instant, the pair of wine-red pupils seemed to be suffused with a golden light, accompanied by an indescribable flash of light. The flash was like an illusion. However, the luster in his eyes became even deeper, like a ferocious beast hiding in the abyss. Wu Yan stretched lazily and exhaled in satisfaction as he sensed the tremendous amount of mana flowing through his body. As expected of the energy system most compatible with a true ancestor of vampires. If it were another energy system, I'm afraid that no matter how talented I am, it would take me a year or so to achieve the same effect. Now Wu Yan only felt one thing, and that was fullness. It wasn't that his body was weak before, but in the past, although his body was called the body of a true ancestor, it was no different from a human's except for its undying nature. It still had a stomach and all the internal organs were intact. There was nothing extra or missing. Now, with the addition of mana, which was something the human body didn't originally have, it could also enhance his body in various aspects, such as stamina, endurance, and so on. Wu Yan felt a sense of fullness, and it wasn't an illusion. After taking a closer look at the benefits of magic power and the novelty of it, Wu Yan diverted his attention away from it. He looked at the system tab that was still open and he started checking it again. With mana, how could he not use it? Mana had endless uses in various aspects, but it could only be used to enhance and strengthen the body. To truly show the value of mana, one needed to know how to use it. For example, magic and magic. The magic in the system was different from the magic in the Spalier world. The so-called magic was to use a mysterious method not known to ordinary people to reproduce the things that could be done through human technology with the power of an individual. For example, magicians only needed to use magic to build a tall building. It could be done in just a few seconds, but human technology would take days or even years. This was the power of magic. Another example would be humans making fire. Magicians could also use magic to make fire. The difference was that humans used fire while magicians could manipulate fire. Usually humans could also do this. Magicians used magic to construct power, to use this mysterious method, which was called magic. In the Spalier world, the ice magic used by Sylph and Lulu, the wind magic used by Kaya, and other types of magic are all magic in the system. Magic, on the other hand, can create miracles that even magic and human technology can't do. For example, it can interfere with time or it can bring the dead back to life. These are things that humans can't do no matter how much time and resources they have. But magic can. This is also the main difference between magic and magic in the system. To put it simply, what humans can do with technology can be done with mana. This is magic. Something that humans couldn't achieve with their own technology, but with the use of magic, they could achieve a miracle. That was magic. Of course, there are many ways to use mana. It can only be used for magic or magic. However, these two are the most obvious ways to use mana. That's why Wu Yan chose to use these two mysterious powers. There are so many magic tricks in the system that it's a headache. Wu Yan can't exchange them all at once. The best way is to exchange them all at once. Coincidentally, there's a very subtle ability in the skills category that can do this. 103,000 grimoires, originally from the Magic Manual. It is a medium of knowledge that contains all sorts of magic tricks, spells, and mystical techniques from all over the world. It can be used as a pure form of knowledge. The user can directly access all the relevant knowledge. However, the source of the knowledge has the side effect of corrupting the user's mind. If used as an ability, the user will be immune to this side effect and gain access to all the information recorded in the 103,000 grimoires. Cost: 15,000 ability points. When Wu Yan saw this ability, he had two feelings. One is that it's strange and the other is that it's expensive. Strange, of course. 103,000 grimoires. Since it's a grimoire, it should be a physical object. It should be more suitable to be categorized as a tool or equipment. As for how expensive it was, he had reduced his remaining 16,000 ability points to 1,000 ability points. How could that not be expensive? Of course it's expensive, but he won't have to worry about not having any magic tricks to use. 103,000 grimoires contain all the techniques recorded in the magic manual. It's not that Wu Yan can use it, it's just that he can't use it. The introduction also says that 103,000 grimoires are pure knowledge. It's understandable that they can be converted into memories and be used by the user. It's that 15,000 ability points that makes Wu Yan's heart throb. If it hurts, then so be it. It's worth it to be able to get the knowledge inside. Pursing his lips, Wu Yan made up his mind and clicked on the exchange. In the next moment, his mind was suddenly filled with fragments of memories. Chapter 8:12. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan finally opened his eyes. While digesting the memories he received, his eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to have an imaginary memory forcibly stuffed into one's head, not to mention that it was 103,000 grimoires. Even if the side effect of polluting one's mind was eliminated because it was a skill, ability, the amount of knowledge in it was enough to wrap the entire earth into a rice dumpling if one were to put every single word together. With so many memories in his head, it's already good that he didn't go insane, but exhaustion is inevitable. While he's tired, Wu Yan is also excited. His head is filled with all kinds of magic techniques, his body has magical power, and with the support of the infinite martial arts, Wu Yan doesn't even need to practice, he can just use the magic techniques recorded in the 103,000 grimoires. Other people can't learn such a huge amount of magic in their lifetime. Wu Yan can learn it all just by clicking on the system list a few times. This is the advantage of the system. Now Wu Yan can rely on everything he learned, he doesn't need any superpowers, he doesn't need any other mystical abilities. The current him, even without the system, still has the capital to become strong. 16,000 ability points, it's worth it. Rubbing his forehead, his face. Tired and excited at the same time, Wu Yan's expression is very contradictory, but it's the best way to express his mood. After calming down, Wu Yan forced himself to focus, he reached out and clicked on the system list in front of him. Next is equipment. Wu Yan has a lot of equipment: Gate of Babylon, Meteor Shower, Fraxinus, Iron Sand, Iron Sand, Iron Sand, Gold Armaments, Iron Sand, and Gold Armaments. In terms of equipment, he doesn't lack any. He wanted to be able to directly increase his strength like an ability. There was no point in simply increasing the number of equipment he had, unless he exchanged them for A-grade equipment, which was a legendary armament. However, Wu Yan had already checked. The cheapest legendary armament cost 100,000 equipment points. With just his 12,000 equipment points, it was not enough. Therefore, Wu Yan needed equipment with special effects. Out of boredom, Wu Yan flipped through the entire exchange list. He removed the equipment that was worth more than the equipment he had and began to read the descriptions one by one. He didn't have much hope, but when he saw an equipment, Wu Yan's hand paused. Magic Breaking Wild Rose, level B, a relic from Fateful Night. The red spear can nullify the effects of mana. You don't need to release your true name to be effective. Excellent against mana defense. All mana enhancement, defense, and additional abilities will be nullified when they come into contact with the spear. Cost: 3,000 equipment points. Magic Nullification. Looking at the Magic Breaking Wild Rose's effect in the exchange list, Wu Yan frowned and pondered. The Magic Breaking Wild Rose's ability to nullify mana nullification was indeed attractive to Wu Yan. If he had it, then when he encountered an opponent who used mana as an energy system, his opponent would definitely be very tragic. But it was limited to this. Wu Yan didn't live in a world that only used mana nullification as an energy system. He had traveled to many worlds. Among them, there were all kinds of unique mysteries unique to each world, such as combat energy, mana nullification, and super abilities. If it only nullified mana nullification, it would be a little too limited. If, In his heart, an idea kept growing like bamboo shoots after a rain, and it was getting more and more uncontrollable. After repeatedly verifying this sudden idea, Wu Yan raised his head and spoke. System, is there a way to make the magic-breaking wild roses target transition from mana nullification to all super abilities? His voice echoed in the messy room and even reached Wu Yan's ears. Hearing this sentence, even Wu Yan was a little surprised. Did he really come up with such an idea? It seemed that even the system didn't expect Wu Yan to suddenly ask such a question. For a moment, it didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Only when the echo-like voice faded away, the system's voice sounded in Wu Yan's mind. According to the system's judgment, the user's proposal is feasible. Wu Yan was stunned, but when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Really? Tell me what to do. The system slowly said in a cold voice, if you want to change the special effect of the equipment, you will also need to modify the equipment itself. The system can help the user modify the equipment, and according to the requirements, a certain amount of points will be charged. Modify? Wu Yan lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and then directly said, then modify it. Change the anti-magic effect of magic-breaking wild rose to an ability that can break all abilities. Beep. Modify magic-breaking wild rose. According to the user's requirements, user will need to pay an additional 7,000 equipment points and 10,000 item points. Do you want to modify it? 7,000 equipment points, 10,000 item points. Wu Yan nodded. Modify it. Beep. Modifying in progress. After the notification, a flashing red spear suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan, floating in the air. A strange light enveloped the entire spear, as if a large hand was squeezing something, constantly wriggling. As the strange light gradually wriggled, strands of golden lines crawled up from the end of the red spear, like a vine wrapping around the entire spear, until finally the tip of the spear was contained within, then suddenly trembled and disappeared into the spear under Wu Yan's gaze. Ding. Modification complete. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited grin as he stared at the dark red spear floating in front of him. He extended his hand and grabbed it with one hand. Magic-breaking wild rose, modified, B-grade, a red spear that can erase all abilities that do not exist in common sense, after special modification, cannot be exchanged. Looking at the feedback from the system, Wu Yan's smile grew wider and wider, and finally he couldn't help but laugh, perhaps because extreme joy begets sorrow. His body that was sitting steadily on the bed suddenly tilted to one side and fell off the bed. Bang! Ouch! Wu Yan cried out in pain, but before he could recover, an unknown hard object suddenly fell from the sky, like a urinal, and smashed into his head, making him dizzy. F***ck. Wu Yan cursed, throwing away the urinal on his face. The urinal hit the wall not far away but bounced back and smashed into Wu Yan's face again. Wu Yan was shocked and quickly ducked to avoid it. So unlucky. Wu Yan recalled this scene with lingering fear, looking at the red spear in his hand. Is it because of this? Wu Yan knew that Shangju was so unlucky because he had a phantom killer that could erase all abilities, even his luck. His modification of the magic-breaking wild rose was also inspired by the phantom killer. Now, whoever takes you will have ease luck. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he didn't need to throw the spear in the gate of Babylon, or else he would be in big trouble. Since you have the exact same effect, then you should be called the Phantom Killer. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 2170 item points, 126000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 2300 level, 79. Chapter 8:13. In the villa, several young girls were laughing and playing in the living room. Their pleasant laughter spread everywhere, and it sounded very happy. Even Kurumi, who usually only likes to quietly drink black tea, was playing with Flandre-chan and Yoshino for a while. The joyful atmosphere was obvious. From time to time, the girls would cast their gem-like eyes towards the upper floors of the villa. They would stare at the door of a certain room as if they were anticipating something. They seemed to be enjoying it. It had only been less than half an hour since the girls woke up. However, in this half an hour, each of them had cast their gazes towards the door of that room no less than 10 times. However, they pretended that they didn't care. Wu Yan has been in the room for an entire day. However, Wu Yan showed no signs of coming out of his room. Astria and the others are worried. They suggested calling him out several times, but they were stopped by Chuju and Kodori. Even though they are worried, They sensed a dense wave of mana fluctuating in the room ever since Wu Yan entered the room. It's getting stronger and stronger. Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi sensed Wu Yan's aura from the mana fluctuation. It's probably Wu Yan's handiwork. Based on Wu Yan's actions yesterday, they deduced that Wu Yan must have exchanged for a new ability and he's currently cultivating it. When he comes out of his room, he'll probably be dead. He will definitely improve by leaps and bounds when he comes out of the room. It's not the right time to wake him up. Kotori would have dragged Wu Yan out of the room otherwise. Since the first day she met Wu Yan, the task of waking him up has always been her younger sister's daily routine. Looks like there's no result for now. After waiting in the hall for a while, Kotori let out a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no other movements apart from the fluctuating mana waves in the upper level of the mansion. She stopped paying attention to the door and started enjoying her dessert. Of course it's the jewel. Just as Kotori gave up on her observation, the fluctuating mana in the room suddenly expanded. It increased by several times in an instant. The entire mansion shook. Chuju, Kotori, Estria, Toka, and the others noticed the change. The girls in the living room had a change in expression. They turned their attention to the room above. Along with the spread of this fluctuation, Ikaros's eyes quickly turned and shrunk. In an instant they turned a deep crimson red. Behind her, a pair of pink wings flapped and she flew towards the direction of the room. The other girls came to their senses and rushed towards Wu Yan's room. Under Ikaros's lead, they barged into the room and looked at the direction of Wu Yan's bed. Wu Yan's eyes were closed. Instead of reacting to the invasion of the girls, a surge of magical energy slowly surged in his body and continued to rise. In a very short period of time, it surpassed the previous peak level and continued to rise. They felt Wu Yan's rapidly increasing mana fluctuation. The girls are nervous because they can't tell if this is a good thing or a bad thing. They didn't dare to act rashly. They huddled together as they stared at Wu Yan's figure on the bed. Their bodies tensed up as they stared at Wu Yan's figure. If anything happens, they will rush to Wu Yan's side at the first sign of trouble. The stalemate continued. Wu Yan's mana surged for about 10 minutes. Towards the end, the rate of increase slowed down until it reached a certain peak. Another minute later, the mana stopped expanding and it shrunk back into Wu Yan's body as if it had reached its limit. The mana flow slowly receded back into his body as if it was being sucked in by a ventilator. As the mana flow receded back into his body, Wu Yan's face became redder and redder. By the time the mana flow receded back into his body, Wu Yan's face was as red as if he just soaked in a hot spring. Then his face returned to normal. His closed eyes trembled. Finally, under the girls' joyful gazes, Wu Yan's eyes slowly opened. Phew. Exhaling, Wu Yan's face glowed red. He could feel the mana in his body growing several times stronger than before. He couldn't hide the joy on his face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Kurumi pursed her lips and smiled at Wu Yan's joyful face. At this moment, Wu Yan noticed the girls in his room. He was startled. Blinking his eyes, Wu Yan was surprised. Why are you all here? Hearing this, the girls were all annoyed. You made such a big ruckus and you still have the nerve to ask. Hinajiku rolled her eyes playfully. You really can't stand being lonely. Commotion. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. When he noticed the messy room around him, he roughly understood what happened. He smiled bitterly, making the girls even more annoyed. Kotori looked at Wu Yan and bit the pearl in her mouth. Quite the harvest? Wu Yan curled his lips and nodded. Anyone could tell what he's feeling right now from that look. For an entire day, Wu Yan immersed himself in mana cultivation. He didn't rest for even a second. Naturally, his harvest was great. If at the beginning Wu Yan's mana was a stream, then now the mana that filled his entire body could be described as an ocean. Under the effects of the highest level of mana cultivation and the body of a true ancestor, Wu Yan's talent was fully displayed. At this time he could clearly feel that every corner of his body, every cell, every drop of blood, was transmitting excitement and joy. It was like a glutton who had been starving for a long time suddenly ate a few days' worth of food to fill his stomach. He was satisfied. Now Wu Yan finally understood how much he wasted this body in the past. That's why when he started cultivating his mana, his body seems to have accumulated a lot of power, squeezing out all the time he wasted in the past. In just one day Wu Yan's gains are unimaginable. But this is a good thing, he can only do it once he unlocked the potential of the true ancestor body. From now on, he will have to take it one step at a time, he won't be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. But even so, Wu Yan is very satisfied. Just the amount of mana in his body alone is unimaginably powerful. In terms of quantity, even some demigod mages can't compare to him. As expected of a true ancestor called a mobile mana furnace by the system. Rolling off the bed, Wu Yin contentedly wriggled his body that had been sitting for an entire day. A burst of crackling sounds like beans being crushed rang out. The girls almost thought that Wu Yan's body was made of iron and rusted. Mzr. Seeing Wu Yan get off the bed, Ikaros immediately stepped forward and handed him a loaf of bread. Thank you. Wu Yan seemed to be hungry as well. He took the bread with a smile and took a bite. He then patted Ikaros on the head. Ikaros revealed a look of enjoyment and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's palm. A happy blush appeared on her face. Swallowing all the bread in his hand into his stomach, he licked his fingers as if he still hasn't had enough. He glanced at the girls who were watching him, and after pondering for a bit, he lifted his head. Since everyone is here, it just so happens that I also have something to discuss with all of you. Hearing this, the girls quickly became serious. Wu Yan couldn't help but nod. I think it's time for us to leave this place. Chapter 8:14. Leave this place? Because it was too sudden, the girls couldn't react in time and were all stunned. Wu Yan nodded and he walked to the window. He sighed as he looked at the scenery of the villa district and the arena tower in the distance. Spalier World Academy might be the strongest academy in the Spalier world, but I don't think there's any reason for us to stay here anymore. Wu Yan turned around and he looked at the girls one by one. When we first came here, our strength couldn't be compared to now. At that time, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino hadn't come to our side. This was the most famous gathering place of the continent's geniuses. Lulu and the others were also here. We came here with the intention of seeing them and improving our strength. But now, Spalier World Academy can't keep up with our progress. They can't meet our requirements. Wu Yan said helplessly. There's no point in staying here any longer, and leveling up is a big problem. So, I think it's time for us to leave. Leave? Huh? The girls looked at each other in silence. It's unknown if they were reluctant to leave this place or if they were lost. Well, not all of them are like that. Ikaros quietly walked to Wu Yan's side and tugged at his sleeve. Ikaros will go wherever it goes. Ikaros's simple and gentle words woke up the girls around her. They looked at each other and smiled. Ikaros-senpai is right. Astria jumped to Wu Yan's side. Opposing Ikaros, she also tugged at Wu Yan's other sleeve. Wherever it goes, Astria goes too. Flan too. Flan too. Flandra-chan jumped into Wu Yan's embrace, not wanting to be left out. Oni-chan, you can't leave Flan behind. Why you still have me? Yoshino came over timidly. You guys. Wu Yan shook his head. But he couldn't help but smile. Stop surrounding Shido. Ikaros and the others leaned on Wu Yan intimately. Toka got jealous. She stomped her feet and yelled. I won't leave Shido either. Don't leave me behind. She yelled. Toka pounced on Wu Yan. She overloaded Wu Yan's body. Bam. Both of them fell to the ground. Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi couldn't help but bitterly chuckle. He said he's leaving. Hinajiku stepped forward and helped Flandra-chan and the four sisters up. She turned to Wu Yan. Where are we going? Do you have a destination? Wu Yan grinned and waved his hand. Let's go to the behemoth forest first. Mikoto and the others are still there. What about that Feifei-senpai? Kotori tapped her finger. Aren't you close with them? It's not good to leave just like that, right? Well? Wu Yan shrugged. Of course we have to tell them before we leave so they can't find us. Feifei-senpai is fine, but Lulu is a different story. It won't be a joke if things get out of hand. Huh? Thinking about Lulu's personality, Hinajiku felt a headache coming. Do you need us to go with you? No need. Wu Yan shook his head. See if there's anything you guys need to pack. Go prepare some food as well. Get everything ready. The girls nodded in agreement. Wu Yan looked at the girls and nodded with a smile. Mana surged out of his body and enveloped Wu Yan. Under the girls' shocked gazes, a purple magic formation rippled beneath Wu Yan's feet. Then Wu Yan disappeared from the spot. It disappeared. Astria and the others gasped. A new ability? Chuju turned to Kotori. Kotori stared at the spot where Wu Yan disappeared. When Wu Yan disappeared, she felt a ripple similar to a spatial quake. However, it was much milder and less violent. A spatial ability? Kurumi licked her lips and smiled wickedly. Interesting. Spalier World Academy, Fatal Forest Headquarters. In a room on the top floor, Feifei is sitting on a chair. She's wiping Night Elf with a clean white cloth. She's taking care of her beloved sword. Lulu is lying on the sofa beside her. She's kicking her legs lazily. At a certain moment, Feifei, who was wiping her sword, suddenly stopped. Her pupils shrunk and she stood up abruptly, giving Lulu a big fright. She pointed the Night Elf in her hand forward and said coldly, "What are you doing?" "Who is it?" Feifei said. Space rippled and a figure appeared. Wu Yan appeared in front of the two girls. "Yo." Wu Yan waved his hand at the two girls who are still in a daze. "Feifei, you have sharp senses." "Yan?" Feifei put away Night Elf and stared at Wu Yan's face. She said hesitantly, "You just, that." "Oh, that." Wu Yan curled his lips. "That's spatial manipulation magic. I just learned it recently." "Spatial manipulation magic?" "Yes, it's magic." Wu Yan walked over to Lulu and sat down beside her. Lulu finally reacted to the situation and she exclaimed, "Why are you here? Why did you come all of a sudden?" Wu Yan frowned and grabbed Lulu's face. "Sorry. That's how I suddenly came here. Space control, magic." Feifei frowned. She shook her head as if she couldn't get over it. She looked at Wu Yan. "Do you need something from me?" Wu Yan stopped his hand from Lulu and nodded. "I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Feifei and Lulu exclaimed at the same time. "Why are you leaving?" Feifei's expression turned serious. She stared at Wu Yan. "Did something happen? Did someone bully you?" Lulu was anxious. "If someone bullies you, tell me. I'll teach them a lesson for you." "Haha." Wu Yan laughed dryly. "Thank you so much. Unfortunately, it's not." "Then why did you leave?" Lulu grabbed Wu Yan's arm and hugged him with all the strength she could muster. "Isn't it good to be here? Did I make you angry? Let me apologize." Seeing Lulu's anxious expression, Wu Yan felt pity for her and rubbed her head. "It's not like that. It's just that we can't improve much in the Spalier World Academy. That's why we want to go out and explore." Then, Lulu's eyes were filled with tears. "Then I'll go with you." "This." "All right, Lulu." Feifei, who had been silent all this while, raised her head and took Lulu's hand. "You're not strong enough yet. If you go with them, you'll only be a burden." "Feifei." Lulu looked at Feifei and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She threw herself into Feifei's arms and sobbed. "Lulu, don't cry." Wu Yan smiled bitterly and comforted her. "It's just leaving the academy. It's not like we'll never see each other again." But. Lulu sobbed and said, "I'll miss you guys so much." Wu Yan was speechless when he heard Lulu's words. Wu Yan sighed and rubbed Lulu's head. "I'll keep in touch with you at all times. If you miss us, come and find us when you've become stronger." "Really?" Lulu lifted her tear-stained face from Feifei's arms and looked at Wu Yan. "You can't lie to me." "Don't worry." Wu Yan smiled gently. "I won't lie to you." Wu Yan looked at Feifei. Feifei nodded at Wu Yan. There was no reluctance in her eyes, only understanding. "Be careful." "Eh." Wu Yan clenched his fist. "Don't worry." Chapter 8:15. A piece of news slowly spread through the Spalier World Academy. The content of the message was very simple. Although it was simple, it made every student who heard it feel extremely shocked. The strongest student right now, Wu Yan, along with a group of girls beside him, applied for graduation. Graduation, this word wasn't unfamiliar. In the Spalier World Academy, there were students who graduated every year. There was a rule in the academy: students above the age of 25 were not allowed to stay in the academy. Students above the age of 25 were required to take the graduation test. If they passed, they would graduate. If they failed, they would be expelled. Regardless of whether it was the students who participated in the graduation test before reaching the age of 25, or those who were still unable to pass the graduation test at the age of 25, these two types of people were born every year in the academy. However, there was no one who took the initiative to apply for graduation and participate in the graduation test before reaching the age of 25. This was to be expected. Silveria World Institute was the only institute in the world. It was a joint venture between the 3 empires and the 9 great houses. Here, resources from all over the world could be found. There was nothing you couldn't think of but nothing you couldn't find. With the support of these resources, The students of Silveria World Institute would grow much faster than if they were training in other places. It's not wrong to call the institute the cradle of the strong. Many students covet the rare resources here. Even if they're strong enough, they would still choose to stay here. That's because this is where growth is the fastest. Never graduate before the age of 25. In the academy, this was already an unspoken rule. And now Wu Yan and the others had silently broken this rule before anyone knew about it. Countless students looked at each other. They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. This group of people. He's really doing something that surprises people all the time, huh? As for the final result of the graduation test, there was no need to look at it. In the academy, according to the level of the students, the difficulty of the graduation test also varied, but the difficulty was relatively fixed. Ordinary students, as long as they had the strength of the 6th rank, passing the graduation test wasn't a problem. Elite students. As long as they had the strength of the 7th rank, passing the graduation test wasn't a problem either. The graduation test for special students was of the highest difficulty. However, one only needed to have the strength of the upper 7th step. In that case, passing the graduation test was just a matter of time. In Wu Yan's group, everyone's strength was at least at the 8th level, and the two of them would usually only run around the academy. He hadn't seen how they cultivated, but the strength of these beautiful little girls had once shocked all the students. With that level of strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to participate in the graduation test. Of course, the leaders of the factions who already knew Flandre-chan's true strength were an exception. They could only grumble in their hearts. I hope the examiners who helped Flandre-chan don't get scared out of their wits. The final result was just as everyone had expected. Wu Yan's group of 9 had all passed the graduation test. For the past few months, Silveria World Institute has been in chaos. Today, the student who broke the rules officially announced his graduation. Countless students heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of emptiness. This was because they knew that without this group of people, the excitement in the academy would be reduced by a lot. They would also return to a few months ago, their normal daily life in the academy. Everyone has passed the graduation test. Jaffer, who hadn't seen in a while, looked at the report placed in front of him. He clenched his bear-like paws and stared straight at it. A trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. His battle with Wu Yan during the tournament ended in a draw, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was the one who lost. After losing to Wu Yan, Jaffer had been cultivating like crazy, all for the sake of one day defeating Wu Yan with his own hands and taking back everything he'd lost. But now, the man he'd set as his goal was about to leave this place. The gap between him and Wu Yan didn't decrease in the slightest. In fact, it was getting bigger and bigger. Even the head of the Lori family, Lar, admitted that he wasn't confident he could beat Wu Yan if he went up against him. Jaffer couldn't accept this, he couldn't accept it. Although he'd improved recently, it was nothing compared to Wu Yan. Plus, he had a feeling, he and Wu Yan were no longer in the same dimension. Bam! Jaffer smashed the table in front of him into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot and he was panting heavily. He screamed in his heart. "No, I haven't seen his true strength with my own eyes. I won't admit it." Jaffer lifted his head, turned around and walked out the door. "Is that so? She's leaving?" Ka, who had his back facing Jaffer, was still standing straight when he heard the news from his confidant. However, a bitter smile slowly bloomed on his face. Miss Ikaros is leaving as well? Thinking of this, Kaya felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Along with the pain there was also a strange sense of jealousy. Yes, jealousy. He knew that no matter what that man said, this angel who made his heart throb for the first time would do it without hesitation. This wasn't the first time Kaya had seen this with his own eyes. As smart as he was, he naturally knew that in Ikaro's heart, there was only one man. But even though he knew this, he couldn't stop himself from loving that angelic girl. He'd been lying to himself until now, trying to avoid this reality. Even now, Ka still couldn't forget the beautiful scene of Ikaros spreading her wings and soaring into the sky, bathing in her feathers and radiance. Now she's leaving with that man. Will I ever have the chance to see her again? Thinking of this, Kaya clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. At a certain point, Ka lifted his head. "Let's go. To the villa area." Inside a luxurious room, an icy blue figure sat on an office chair. There were all sorts of documents in front of her, but she didn't even glance at them. Instead, her eyes were closed. Mana flowed around her body, it's obvious she's cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, the fluctuating magical energy flow began to shrink back into her body. The icy blue magical energy rendered her originally cold face even closer to the freezing point. However, that incomparably exquisite and beautiful face caused others to involuntarily cast their gazes on her body, their faces filled with amazement and enchantment. Even though Snow Song, one of the 3 royal organizations under Sylph's command, only accepts female members, the members here are all female. However, all of them are deeply in love with their leader, just like the female members of Starlight Queen. In their eyes, other than their idol, they don't care about anyone else. Only the members of Snow Song and Starlight Queen have this kind of obsession. In the entire Spalier world, only the members of Snow Song and Starlight Queen have this kind of obsession. From this, one can see how skillful Sylph and Shokuho Misaki are. Under the admiring gazes of her subordinates, Sylph opened her eyes and sensed the magical energy in her body. She nodded in satisfaction. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her icy blue eyes dimmed a little. She opened her mouth and asked, "What's the matter?" As he left, the people around her looked at each other. They knew who Sylph was referring to. Their eyes flashed with anger, but they still stepped forward. If it's Lord Wu Yen, he's probably preparing to leave. Sylph's eyes flashed and she fell silent. Nobody knows what she's thinking about. After a while she stood up and walked outside. The other members of Snow Song quickly followed after her. At the same time, the various major powers within the academy also moved towards the villa district due to their own thoughts. Chapter 8:16. Wu Yen and a group of girls stood in front of a mansion. Fei Fei and Lulu were standing opposite them. They were here to send them off. You? Lulu wiped her snot and tears off her face. Big drops of tears flowed down her face like they were worthless. She has been in this state for half an hour. Lulu cried for half an hour, but she was still, energetically, wiping her tears away. The others around her felt powerless. It was as if they were the ones who used up all the energy in Lulu's crying. Everyone's face was as pale as a tomato. Just how sad must this girl be to cry like this? Kotori didn't even have the strength to bite the pearl. Her lips twitched as she looked at Lulu. Although she had heard about Lulu's deeds before, she didn't expect it to be like this when she actually faced it with her own eyes. She finally understood why when people mentioned Lulu, their faces would be filled with a mixture of love and hate. Era, I don't hate this type. Kurumi touched her chin with her finger and added another sentence. But isn't she crying a little too long? Yeah. She's right, Lulu kept crying, so they had to stay here and comfort her. If they couldn't comfort her, they wouldn't be able to leave. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is... You. Wa, Astria and Toka hugged Lulu and cried their hearts out. Everyone felt their energy dissipating faster. Astria-chan, Taika-chan. Chuju's eyebrows twitched. She forced a smile and said, "Why are you crying so hard?" Ha. Astria and Toka looked at Hinajiku in confusion. There were still 2 streaks of tears on her face. While sobbing, she pouted and said an answer that made people fall head first to the ground. I don't know. No. I don't know. Kotori said calmly. You don't even know why you're crying. Why are you crying so hard? Ugh. Ugh. Astria and Toka bit on a handkerchief. She wiped her cheeks and looked at Lulu in front of her. We don't know why, but we feel like crying when we see Lulu crying. Uh-huh. Lulu nodded in agreement with tears on her face. The 3 girls looked at each other and burst into tears again. What? They hugged each other tightly. It felt like they would be best friends for life. Wu Yin, Fei Fei, and the other girls didn't know what to say. They could only shrug their shoulders dryly. Looking at the 3 girls who looked like they were going to cry for another half an hour, they didn't even have the energy to retort. I say. Hinajiku raised her hand tiredly. Are they going to keep crying? Don't say something like that. Kotori shuddered. She abruptly pushed Wu Yen, who had an awkward expression on his face, away. Don't just stand there, help me think of something. I don't want to stand here and watch them cry. Being pushed in a hurry, Wu Yen didn't have time to react and stumbled a couple of times. He almost fell into the arms of the 3 girls. He quickly steadied himself and used the momentum to get in front of the 3 girls. He smiled awkwardly. Shouldn't we stop? If this continues, it will be dark by the time we reach the behemoth forest. The 3 girls' cries quieted down a bit. They turned their teary faces towards Wu Yen. They looked at him like he's some kind of scum that's lost a lot of people. Wu Yan's scalp went numb. That's enough. Fei Fei couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up and pulled Lulu away from Astria and Toka. They're just going out for an adventure, they're not going to die. Don't you think it's bad luck if you cry like that? Fei Fei's words were obviously effective. Lulu shut her mouth. Her shoulders were still twitching, but she didn't dare to cry anymore. She was afraid that something bad might happen if she cries. Astria and Toka also pouted. She didn't dare to cry, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her cheeks. She looked like a typical crying cow, and everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw her crying. It's about time. Wu Yan looked up at the sky. He looked at Fei Fei and Lulu with a gentle smile. Well, I'm sure we'll meet again. You have to work hard, don't let us shake you off. Of course not. Lulu pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Fei Fei's lips also curled into a smile. I know you guys are improving at an alarming rate. I don't dare to say I can surpass you, but it won't be that easy to shake me off. Hearing this, everyone smiled. That's the real Fei Fei. Wu Yan praised. He scratched his cheek and walked up to Lulu. He hugged her. Lulu's eyes widened, and a strong masculine scent wafted from the tip of her nose, making her little face blush instantly. You're not young anymore. Don't give Fei Fei trouble. Wu Yan patted Lulu's head and smiled. Of course not. Lulu said the same thing, but this time her tone was very soft. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He let go of Lulu and looked at Fei Fei. He opened his arms and smiled. Fei Fei, don't you want to give me a goodbye hug too? Fei Fei blushed. She pursed her lips and said helplessly, You. Despite her helpless words, Fei Fei hesitated for a bit before she walked up to Wu Yan with a blushing face. She hugged him lightly. Wu Yan giggled and the girls behind him curled their lips in annoyance. Then, Wu Yan let go of Fei Fei and stepped in front of the girls. See you next time. Okay. Fei Fei and Lulu nodded. Just as Wu Yan was about to summon Fraxinus, a voice rang out and stopped him. Wait. Outside the villa area, a group of students in various uniforms surrounded a group of leaders with an extraordinary aura. In an instant, the entire villa was surrounded. What's going on? Fei Fei and Lulu were shocked. Wu Yan and the rest frowned. Behind him, some students are still rushing over, filling up the encirclement with people. The students surrounding the villa parted ways and a few leaders came out to stand in front of Wu Yan. They are the leaders of the 12 factions. Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer stood at the front. What are you guys doing? Fei Fei could not help but pull a long face. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and shrugged. Such a big fuss, could it be that they're here to send us off? Wu Yan. Jaffer was the first to step out. He stared at Wu Yan with a pair of bare eyes and spoke with a thunderous voice. I know you're planning to graduate and leave. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. That's why I want to challenge you. Jaffer yelled with a terrifying aura. I won't let you leave until you defeat me for real. What? Fei Fei and Lulu cried out in shock. The students around them also started a commotion. They didn't expect something like this to happen. Count me in as well. Ka walked up to Jaffer and he bitterly smiled at Wu Yan. He glanced at Ikaros who was standing behind him. Based on the outcome of today's battle, I will have to make some decisions. Kaya said as he stared at Wu Yan. Can you make me give up? Wu Yan got the gist of what these two are thinking. He looked at the two princes standing side by side and he closed his eyes. The surroundings were silent. What a bunch of stubborn fellows. Wu Yan sighed and looked up. Fine. I accept. Chapter 8:17. Spalier World Academy, first floor of the Arena Tower. Normally, only the lowest-ranked students would be here. Today, however, it's filled with a sea of people. As far as the eye could see, the normal and elite students had practically filled the entire spacious floor. At the very front of the circle was a group of special students dressed in gold-trimmed white uniforms. All the students let out shouts, cheers, and clamors. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at the arena surrounded by them. They were like star chasers as they shouted crazily, causing the entire first floor of the Tower of Tournament to tremble with their loud voices. No, it's not just students. Above the walls of the first floor, there's a circle of buildings that look like observation towers. It's built specifically for the Academy's higher-ups to observe the students' performance in the arena tower. At this moment, there's a group of faint figures moving around in the observation towers. If you look closely, you'll see that it's also filled with people. Those figures are all the academy's teachers and higher-ups. Even the teachers and higher-ups are here to watch the upcoming battle. It's easy to imagine how high the level of this battle is going to be. At the side of the central stage, Ka and Jaffer tapped the ground in front of everyone. Their bodies flashed and appeared on the stage. They turned their heads and looked down at Wu Yan, who's surrounded by girls. Their eyes are filled with battle intent. As the two went up on stage, the students below the stage became even more fanatical. Cheers rose from all directions and the deafening screams almost instantly became one. Below the stage, Wu Yan couldn't help but wrinkle his nose when he saw the situation. He felt very helpless. He feels like he's been living under a lot of people's gazes lately. The girls next to him are all looking at Wu Yan. It's very obvious. They only care about what Wu Yan will do next. The people around them were completely ignored by them. Wu Yan calmed himself down and disappeared. He suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Kaya and Jaffer. Ka and Jaffer's pupils shrank. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not decrease but instead increased, but the expression on his face became more and more serious. When the audience below the stage saw Wu Yan coming to the stage, they immediately shouted excitedly. They craned their necks forward and opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss a second of the scene. The battle between the top students of the Spalier World Academy. There was no one who did not want to watch such a battle. Kaya was the leader of the 3 royal families in the academy and the prince of the Fea Empire. If nothing went wrong, the next emperor of the Fea Empire would be him. Jaffer was also the leader of the 3 royal families and the prince of the Baruba Empire. He was also the next emperor of the Baruba Empire. Both of them, who had many identities, were challenging a common man without any identity or background. Just this title alone was enough to arouse the interest of most people. Of course, most people came here to witness Wu Yan's true strength, including the academy's higher-ups. In just a few short months, Wu Yan's name became a legend in the Spalier World Academy. The strongest student in the academy less than half a year ago. Who could do it? Many of them saw Wu Yan and Jaffer's fight during the tournament, so they knew Wu Yan had the strength to rank among the top few students. However, it didn't take long for Wu Yan to become number 1 on the ranking board. He became one of the strongest students. At that time, the strongest student was Astria. When Wu Yan and Astria fought, only the higher-ups of the academy were there as witnesses. Outsiders didn't even know that the fight took place. Thus, they didn't know how Wu Yan got the title of strongest student. Plus, Astria is Wu Yan's confidant. If it wasn't for the fact that the changes in the rankings are approved by the referees of the academy, they would have suspected Wu Yan of using some sort of method to cheat. Now that Wu Yan is fighting against Kaya and Jaffer, it's a chance for everyone to see Wu Yan's true strength. Looking at the crowd below the stage, Wu Yan couldn't help but shake his head. Isn't this commotion a bit too big? On the other hand, Kaya and Jaffer didn't share the same sentiment as Wu Yan. They came here to cause a ruckus. I've always wanted to spar with you, but I never had the chance. Kaya narrowed his eyes. His lips curled into an eager smile. Today I can finally make up for that regret. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. I hope you won't regret it later. Losing in front of so many people will damage your reputation. Reputation? Kaya smiled bitterly. Your reputation is much greater than mine. It'll damage your reputation if you lose. After saying that, Kaya turned to Jaffer. I'll go first? No. Jaffer puffed out his chest. I'll go first. Let me go first. It was rare for Kaya to show his aggressive side, contrary to his usual modesty. I have a personal grudge with him that needs to be resolved. Jaffer looked straight at Ka and said in a deep voice, I have a personal grudge with him. I want to fight him in his best condition, so I have to go first. So I'm here to take advantage of him? It won't matter anyway. You should go first. You're the one who should go first. No, it's you? You've already fought him once. That's 2 different things. Don't talk about it like that. Are you going to go first or not? No way. The crowd's voices gradually died down. The crowd was speechless. Kaya and Jaffer were bickering like children on the stage. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. They're fighting over the right to go first. Are they still the humble and polite Prince Kaya and the domineering Prince Jaffer? Haha. Hinajiku couldn't help but laugh. These 2 people are surprisingly cute. The girls nodded in unison. Even Fei Fei and Lulu had the same look in their eyes. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm either. It looks like the 2 of them are going to start a fight before fighting him. He rubbed his forehead and reached out his hand. Stop fighting. Let's fight together. The air froze. Kaya and Jaffer narrowed their eyes. Their gazes toward Wu Yan turned hostile. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me like that. I'm not looking down on you. Wu Yan crossed his arms and sighed. I'm sure you know better than anyone else that you don't stand much of a chance against me in a one-on-one fight. I don't think you want to lose too soon, right? In order to achieve the fundamental purpose of this battle in your hearts, don't you think that joining hands is the best way? Kaya and Jaffer were stunned by Wu Yan's words. They fell silent. No matter how unwilling they are, they have to admit that it's the best way to go. The two looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. They turned to look at Wu Yan and said something in a low voice. Don't regret it? Regret? Wu Yan grinned. He grinned so hard his eyes squinted. He lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. Ding! A clear and melodious bell rang. A red magic formation spun out from under Wu Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Wu Yan's body. At the same time, a thick flame rose from the void. It slowly rose like a wall of fire. It covered the entire space behind Wu Yan. It floated there, emitting a terrifying heat and pressure. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a bright light. I hope you don't regret it. Chapter 8:18. Magic. Kaya and Jaffer cried out in surprise. They stared at Wu Yan, who was standing on top of the magic formation and bathed in the sea of fire. Gradually they lost their composure. Impossible. Many people stared at Wu Yan in disbelief. When they confirmed that Wu Yan was emitting waves of magic, they were dumbfounded. Even the higher-ups on the observation deck couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. There was a very basic law of cultivation in the Spalier world. Even ordinary people who didn't cultivate knew about it. Once a person cultivates Do Qi, then they will never be able to cultivate mana for the rest of their life. Conversely, a person who cultivates mana will never be able to cultivate Do Qi. In other words, in a person's body, there is no way to accommodate two types of energy at the same time. But now what did they see? They saw that Wu Yan, who had always been fighting like a warrior, was now using magic. There were clear waves of magic on his body. How was this possible? Countless people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. From what they knew, Wu Yan had always fought like a warrior. Lightning was a special effect of aura and fire was a special ability of armament. He had always been a warrior. With such preconceived notions, they couldn't accept the fact that Wu Yan is using magic. Wu Yan had once defeated Jaffer, who was at the peak of the 7th rank. Although this was shocking, it wasn't to the point of being horrifying. Challenging someone of a higher rank was difficult, but it wasn't impossible either. Cultivating both aura and mana at the same time was something that was publicly acknowledged to be absolutely impossible. Could it be? The most basic law of cultivation in the Spalier world was about to be broken? When they realized this, everyone felt dizzy. Their worldview was severely damaged. Seeing this, Wu Yan shook his head. He pursed his lips at the two dumbfounded people in front of him. His voice traveled to the silent crowd. Don't be so surprised. He just used some dirty tricks. Wu Yan could only explain. Otherwise he would have a headache later. Dirty tricks. Everyone reacted one after another. They tilted their heads in confusion as if they were trying to figure out what the so-called shameful means was. That's why it was so effective. Kaya and Jaffer took a deep breath and they accepted it. Wu Yan's methods are strange to begin with. It wouldn't be a surprise if he had one or two more. As long as he doesn't break the law of Duki and mana, it's fine as long as he doesn't break the law. Now, the most important thing. How should they deal with this battle? Kaya glanced at Jaffer. Jaffer seemed to have sensed something and nodded. Kaya tapped his feet and leaped back to stand not far behind Jaffer. As if their minds were connected, the two ignited their aura and mana at the same time. Ferocious mana and aura surged from Kaya and Jaffer as they sensed the energy flowing out of their bodies. The two of them were caught off guard by Wu Yan's use of magic. They slowly calmed down. The next moment, the howling of the wind and the roar of a beast came from the two of them. A green magic formation appeared beneath Kaya's feet. Then a whirlwind descended from the sky. The whirlwind enveloped his body, causing his robes to flutter. It formed two tornadoes that circled around him. The ground cracked inch by inch. With a flip of his hand, a golden staff with a green crystal ball at the tip appeared in his hand. On the other side, Jaffer silently took out his armament. It was a pair of sharp claws. Jaffer put it on and flexed his claws. Clang. Clang. Following a bestial roar, the image of a beast appeared behind Jaffer. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. The moment they made their move, the two of them brought out all of their abilities. Kaya and Jaffer's aura surged. They didn't dare hold back at all. If they held back, they would lose for sure. Jaffer. Wu Yan smiled wickedly. His wine-red eyes shone with a deadly red light. Let's begin. As soon as he spoke, boom, the extremely condensed sea of fire suddenly trembled and completely erupted. It was like the sky had collapsed. The huge sea of fire was like a huge palm. It fiercely fell down and slapped towards the two figures on the opposite side. The sea of flames that descended from the sky almost covered the entire arena. Looking at this scene, Kaya and Jaffer's expressions became extremely grave. In the back, Kaya stared at the curtain of fire and took a deep breath. Then, with a sudden roar, cyan mana surged out, wrapping around his body and flowing towards the staff in his hand. The armament in Kaya's hand was a rare armament, but with the support of a large amount of mana, its power was infinitely close to a gold armament. It suddenly flashed and its entire body shook. The crystal ball at the top actually emitted a woo-woo sound, as if it was calling for something. Then a small tornado flew out from the staff's body. Boom. With a loud explosion, the small tornado suddenly expanded. Like a whirlpool, it quickly engulfed Ka and Jaffer's figures. The sea of fire smashed towards the two motionless people and collided with the tornado that enveloped them. Just as the sea of fire collided with the tornado rotated and a powerful storm erupted, blasting towards the sea of fire that was releasing a blazing temperature. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire was blown away in an instant, scattering into sparks that filled the sky. On the other side, Wu Yan was startled. It's here. Below the stage, Feifei's eyes narrowed. Prince Kaya's signature spell, Wind of Disintegration. It can dissolve all energy attacks. Only the direct descendants of the Feiya imperial family can learn this legacy spell. Kaya smiled at the surprised Wu Yan. Don't be surprised. Jaffer has a beast battle technique. If I don't have a trump card, how can I surpass him in the rankings? With a wave of his magic staff, the violent winds that filled the sky twisted strangely and intertwined with each other, forming a cyan energy. Then, with another spin, it condensed into a cyan spear that shone with a cold light and was wrapped in a whirlwind. And it can be used like this. Kaya's smile disappeared and he shook his staff. A green wind spear shot out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a sharp gust of wind. The sparks in its path dissipated like they didn't exist in the first place. Then the wind spear shot towards Wu Yan like it didn't exist in the first place. Wu Yan also realized what was going on. His eyes narrowed. If it was as Feifei said, that wind of disintegration could dissolve all energy attacks, then he couldn't use magic to block it. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist and swung it forward. Instantly, the air in front of him was compressed into an invisible air cannon. It covered Wu Yan's fist and collided with the green spear of wind. Boom. There was a deep explosion. Shockwaves spread rapidly, causing space to tremble slightly. Jaffer lifted his head. His body trembled slightly and he flew toward Wu Yan. He clenched his fists and the shadow beast behind him roared. A terrifying wave of battle aura flashed on his claws, and he swiped at Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan, who was in a stalemate with the wind spear, cursed when he saw Jaffer charging toward him. He stomped his foot, and a magic formation appeared beneath him. Then, 3 stone snakes as thick as an arm shot out from the ground. They opened their mouths and lunged at Jaffer's face. The rock snake instantly shot forward and arrived in front of Saifei. Saifei's expression became a little grave when he sensed the sinister cold glint in the former's mouth. However, he did not choose to withdraw. Instead, he slowly extended his sharp claws and roared at the rock snake that was shooting over. Chapter 8:19. Bang! Jaffer clenched his claws and an invisible fluctuation of chi spread out. The beast shadow behind Jaffer roared and extended its claws, clenching down with a loud bang. In the space where the beast shadow clenched its claw shadow, an exceedingly terrifying force acted on the atmosphere, causing the surrounding airflow to be compressed into a ball. Several rock snakes that just happened to pass by were crushed by the compression of the atmosphere, dispersing into powder all over the ground. After crushing the stone snakes with one strike, Jaffer quickly glanced at another stone snake that was about to dash past him and attack Kaya. With a flick of his claws, the stone snake was instantly shattered by a gust of wind formed by chi. Jaffer tapped the ground and his thick body nimbly appeared in front of Wu Yan like a ghost. His sharp claws drew a crescent arc in the air and viciously clawed at Wu Yan's chest. Qi wrapped around Jaffer's sharp claws. The beast shadow behind Jaffer also extended its claws and overlapped with Jaffer's claws. Blood Hunt Beast King Claw. The huge beast claw clearly enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Seeing this sharp claw, Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have returned to the day of the Academy tournament, when he faced Jaffer's claw. At that time he was only at the peak of the 7th step while Jaffer was at the 8th step. When Jaffer used a battle technique he went all out and clashed head-on. In the end he relied on the sharpness of the lightning fist to receive Jaffer's attack. But now, Wu Yan closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. A surge of mana burst out of his body, carrying a magic array. Wu Yan's body flashed. In front of him, a circular energy shield that was as viscous as blood rose up in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the Blood Hunt Beast King Claw ruthlessly smashed into the energy barrier. A muffled explosion sounded, and the energy barrier rippled rapidly. It was forced into an arc by Jaffer's terrifying battle technique and kept getting closer to Wu Yan's face. Once the energy barrier broke, the Blood Hunt Beast King Claw would land on Wu Yan's face without any distance. However, when the claw was only a few centimeters away from Wu Yan's face, the energy barrier fiercely rebounded with a bang. The rebounding force directly affected Jaffer. Jaffer grunted and clenched his teeth. Borrowing the rebounding force, his body flashed to the side of Wu Yan. His arms quickly shook and a series of claw shadows appeared. The claw shadows carried countless chi winds and smashed into Wu Yan's energy barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The claw shadows slammed into the dark, blood-red energy barrier. A series of crisp clangs that resembled the clashing of weapons immediately rang out. The energy barrier's defensive capabilities were extremely high. It merely trembled a little under Jaffer's storm-like attacks, but it did not shatter. Back then, Wu Yan had to use all his strength to withstand the attack, but now it was as easy as lifting a hand. He casually received dozens of attacks. Clang! Another Blood Hunt Beast King Claw smashed into the energy barrier. The energy barrier finally reached its limit and completely burst open. Even so, Wu Yan is still satisfied. A magic barrier that he casually set up has this level of defensive power. It's enough to let Wu Yan understand the power of the spells in the 103,000 grimoires. It was absolutely worth it to exchange almost all his ability points for it. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yan laughed loudly. A surge of dense magic power burst out of his body, and Jaffer was forced to take a few steps back. Before he could react, Jaffer's heart skipped a beat when he heard a crisp ding sound. In the sky, a violent wind suddenly blew, as if a natural disaster was swirling around. Jaffer abruptly raised his head and looked up. Then his expression changed. Not far above his head, a 2-meter-wide fireball was floating. It was pitch black like the sun during an eclipse. When Jaffer raised his head, the fireball came crashing down on him. Don't even think about it. Just as the black fireball came crashing down, a loud shout rang out. Then a sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. A pale golden storm shot into the sky and collided heavily with the fireball. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded across the sky, causing the entire arena tower to tremble rapidly. Many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Some sparks even scattered into the crowd, causing the unlucky students to cry out in pain. Even their clothes caught fire, causing them to be in a mess. Wu Yan was taken aback. He turned to look at Ka, who was panting heavily behind him. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He almost forgot that Ka had a move called Wind of Dissolution that could neutralize energy attacks. Blood Hunt Beast King Claw. Suddenly, another loud shout rang out. A faint figure flashed above Wu Yan's head. The claw in his hand trembled as blood-red Do Qi rapidly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the entire claw was enveloped in Do Qi. Jaffer roared and poured all of his fighting aura into the claw. The beast shadow behind him seemed to have solidified. It reached out with both claws and covered Jaffer's armaments. Jaffer's claw slashed out and merged with the two beast claws. They turned into a black claw that shot down like a bolt of lightning. Even if Wu Yan sensed this lightning-fast attack in time, the terrifying claw was already upon him. He took a deep breath and his body trembled. Magic energy once again flashed on Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan muttered a few unknown words that sounded like an incantation. A black miasma emerged from under his feet. It split into two black fog and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Qi! The blood-colored claw shadow appeared to have torn something apart as it instantly penetrated the black fog. The frightening Do-Chi ripple contained within it caused the black fog to fluctuate intensely. However, the claw shadow that penetrated the black fog appeared to have fallen into a quagmire when it entered the black fog. It suddenly became sluggish. Jaffar's expression changed. Whoosh! As Jaffar's expression changed, the sound of wind breaking came from the black fog. Before Jaffar could react, a corner of the black fog wriggled and turned into a black stream of light. It suddenly shot out and slammed into Jaffar. Poochie! The black mist hit Jaffar's body like a heavy hammer. Jaffar spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell down in an instant. Jaffar! Kaya's expression changed. Cyan mana surged as he raised his staff. Countless arrows condensed from wind appeared behind him, and with a wave of Kaya's hand, they rapidly pierced forward. The fierce wind arrows pierced through the black fog, turning it into a beehive. However, there was nothing within the black fog. All the pores on Kaya's body tightened. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. He stomped on the ground. A gentle wind wrapped around Kaya's body, carrying him as he gently floated backwards. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Kaya as if it had teleported, under the shocked gazes of the audience below the stage. Ka's hair stood on end. Behind Ka, Wu Yen smiled faintly and reached out a hand to grab Ka's neck. When net. At this critical moment, Ka displayed extraordinary combat experience and mental fortitude. He suppressed the trembling in his heart and waved his staff. The magic energy around him rapidly fluctuated and formed wind blades. They quickly condensed into a large net of wind blades, protecting Ka within. However, Wu Yan's hand didn't pause in the slightest in the face of this net of wind blades. He directly reached for Ka. Magic energy surged in his hand and a black flame ignited. The sharp wind blades hit the burning arm but didn't cause any damage. Instead, they burned into nothingness like paper. Wu Yan's hand passed through the net of wind blades and rested on Ka's neck. The entire arena was silent. Chapter 820. Under the speechless gazes of the audience, the black flames on Wu Yan's arm slowly dissipated, leaving only a small hand on Kaya's neck. But no one dared to underestimate this hand. Everyone here knows that other than magic, Wu Yan is also good at close combat. Feeling the warmth and coldness of the hand on his neck, Kaya's expression rapidly changed. He tightened his grip on the magic staff in his hand. In the end, he lowered his hand. Kaya smiled. His smile was rather bleak and dispirited. Jaffar, who was struggling to get up, stared blankly at this scene. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Then, as if he had completely given up, he let his body fall heavily to the ground and didn't get up again. We lost. Ka and Jaffar didn't know how to describe their current feelings. Were they unwilling? However, he had clearly used all his strength to fight, and the other party had also defeated him fair and square. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Were they sincerely convinced? But where did this unbearable pain in his heart come from? Where did it come from? Should they fight again? When they thought of this, the two of them laughed bitterly. They already gave it their all, but Wu Yan didn't even use his best fighting technique. He didn't even use his armament. It's obvious that he didn't even use his full strength. In a situation where they did not use their full strength, the two of them together could not even cause a trace of injury to him. What was the use of continuing to fight? Finally, please tell me, Ka raised his head. His dim eyes stared at the figure in front of him. How did you suddenly appear behind me? Wu Yan paused. He smiled. Why do you ask? Can't I use pure speed to suppress you? That's impossible. Ka shook his head. I placed a spell around me. I controlled the wind to fall into my senses. If you charged at me, no matter how fast you were, I would have sensed you once you entered the range of my wind. But just now in my wind, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's like you appeared out of thin air. Ka stared at Wu Yan. Can you tell me how you did it? Using the wind to sense. Wu Yan blinked inside. As expected of a magician who specializes in the wind element, Ka didn't say anything. He just stared at Wu Yan, waiting for his answer. He wouldn't admit defeat if he didn't know what happened. Wu Yan helplessly opened his mouth. All I did was use a space restriction magic. Spatial manipulation, magic? Wu Yan nodded. It's a spell that manipulates space. I used such a spell to teleport behind you. I moved behind you. Basically, it's just as you said. I appeared out of thin air. Spatial manipulation magic. Kaya's expression was somewhat dazed. Let alone Kaya, everyone else's expressions weren't any better. A spell that manipulates space. Doesn't that mean Wu Yan has mastered the art of teleportation? Teleportation. Everyone looked at each other and they could see the shock in the eyes of those who looked at them. There are many spells in the Spalier world. If you count them carefully, you won't be able to count them all in a year. There were also spells with special effects and wonderful effects. However, a spell that manipulates space is unheard of in the Spalier world. Could it be a spell that Wu Yan created himself? With such a terrifying thought popping up in their minds, no one could remain calm. This Wu Yan, who the hell is he? Staring blankly at the smiling Wu Yan, Kaya gulped. The last bit of unwillingness in his heart dissipated like smoke in a puff of smoke. The only thing left in his heart was a suffocating bitterness. A spell that manipulates space. To lose to such a mystical spell, it's no wonder. Ka smiled sadly. I've lost, Wu Yan grinned. He let go of Ka's neck and he turned towards Jaffer. Jaffer snorted. He turned his head away, but he still opened his mouth to say something. I've lost. Wu Yan laughed and shook his head when he saw Jaffer's reluctant look. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. With that, Kaya and Jaffer finally admitted defeat. The students around them reacted and shouted in unison. Wu Yan, Wu Yan, Wu Yan, Wu Yan. Era. Below the stage, Kurumi covered her mouth with her hand and smiled seductively. How Sama's popularity has increased again, that guy. Hinajiku smiled, but her eyes were gentle. He's still as low-key as ever, well? Kotori nibbled on the pearl in her hand and grinned. As the end of the curtains, it can be considered a good ending. Yeah. Astria, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Lulu cheered along with the crowd. Even the most cowardly Yoshino raised her hands with an excited smile. Fei scanned the first floor of the arena tower. She looked at the excited crowd around her before she turned to Wu Yan. Her eyes rippled with emotions. In the end, you left behind a legend. Ka helped Jaffer up and slowly walked down the stage. When he passed by Wu Yan, he glanced at Ikaros, who didn't look away from Wu Yan. He clenched his teeth and felt pain in his heart. I hope you can give her happiness. Wu Yan flinched for a second before he smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Me, her, and the rest of them can't leave one another. Ka looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. He closed his eyes and walked down the stage. When he was about to leave the arena, Wu Yan's voice rang in his ears. Let's fight again if there's a chance. I will be waiting for you at the front. Ka stopped abruptly. Jaffer also raised his head. The two looked at each other and smiled. They walked out of the arena under the protection of the two royals. Both of them raised their hands to signal something to Wu Yan. Wu Yan stretched his back and grinned contentedly. Perfect endings and whatnot really make people feel good. Wu Yan walked down the stage, but he quickly stopped in his tracks. When are you coming back? A cold voice rang out. Wu Yan could easily guess the owner's current expression from the voice. He couldn't help but smile and turned around. What's wrong? Could it be that your highness misses me? Sylph was silent for a moment. She nodded to Wu Yan's surprise. You are my fiancé. It's just one sentence, but it's surprisingly powerful. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. I don't think there's a chance for me to come back. However, it shouldn't be hard for you to track my whereabouts. If you miss me, come find me. Sylph glanced at Wu Yan and nodded calmly. It's a deal then. After that, Sylph turned around and left without looking back. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He felt helpless. He really didn't know which part of this ice princess's words was true and which part was false. It felt more like she was joking with him. Are you ready? Outside the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yan looked at the girls. When they nodded, he waved his hand and summoned Fraxinus. Take care. Fei shouted as she looked at the huge airship. You must miss me. Lulu waved her hands. She didn't cry this time. Her expression was firm. She seemed to have matured a lot after this parting. They stood in the command center of Fraxinus and looked at the Spalier World Academy on the screen. They memorized its appearance. The airship slowly flew into the distance. Chapter 821. Behemoth Forest. The current Behemoth Forest is very different from before. It's not that its shape has changed or the terrain has changed. It's just that no one dared to treat the Behemoth Forest as a hunting ground anymore. The incident with the Behemoth King has come to an end. There have been no more demonic beast attacks. However, the Behemoth King is still alive. He was injured by Yukari and is currently hiding in a corner, licking his wounds. Once he recovers, another wave of demonic beast attacks will come. No one knows where the Behemoth King is hiding, but one thing is for sure, he is still in the Behemoth Forest. Even though they know the Behemoth King is in the Behemoth Forest, no one knows what to do. Search. The Behemoth Forest is larger than a single empire. Add to that the complex terrain and tens of thousands of demonic beasts, who would dare to search for the Behemoth King? What about a secret search? It's not that it's impossible, but the number of people needed to search for the Behemoth King is limited. It's going to take a lot of luck to find the Behemoth King. What was certain was that the giant beast's forest wasn't suitable for other people to go in and hunt. After the Behemoth King went into hiding, the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Fea Empire set up a camp between their supply towns and the Behemoth Forest. With the combined strength of the three great clans, they set up a powerful garrison. The three camps have a mission. Other than preventing demonic beast attacks from happening again, they also have to monitor the Behemoth Forest, search for the Behemoth King's tracks, hunt demonic beasts for the Empire's needs, and so on. They also have to guard the path to the Behemoth Forest and prevent outsiders from entering. Because of this, the Spalier world is facing a serious challenge. The Behemoth Forest is a natural treasure trove. Humans can't live without the resources inside. Now that the resources are under control, it's easy to imagine how big of an impact it will bring. Fortunately, the camp had also been organized, allowing some teams to enter the Behemoth Forest every day to hunt and provide resources. Otherwise, the entire Spalier world would be in chaos. However, it was undeniable that hunting in the Behemoth Forest was no longer as easy as it used to be. The responsibilities of the three camps within the borders of the three empires were extremely heavy. Before the Beast King was taken care of, the three camps had to continue to exist in order to ensure the normal operation of the Spalier world. Therefore, the moment the three camps were established, they instantly became second only to the three great clans in the various empires or even above them. With status. Naturally, power was indispensable, and with power, disputes were inevitable. The various forces seemed to have realized the great significance of the camp and realized its importance. Although they didn't know how long this camp could exist, they would definitely bring a lot of benefits if they had a stable position here. In addition, the camp was the base that controlled all the resources that flowed out of the Behemoth Forest. The benefits were unimaginable. Every faction started to get restless. For the sake of fighting for benefits, the people who belonged to the various factions and were stationed here gradually began to have conflicts. Right now, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others were also in conflict. They were caught in a conflict. In the center of the camp, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were standing in front of a group of Misaka sisters. However, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. In front of them, there was a large team led by three middle-aged men. In terms of numbers, this team was no less than the 20,000 Misaka sisters. In terms of strength, the Misaka sisters were all at the pinnacle of Tier 6. On the other hand, the other party's strength was uneven. There were Tier 5, Tier 6, and of course Tier 7. The three middle-aged men in the lead were even Tier 8. There were many other people surrounding the two opposing teams. They were all sent by other factions to guard the camp. Mikoto's team should have come out by now. They were from the three great families of Ailu Empire, the Lori family, the Saito family, and the Ladin family. Perhaps Shokuho Misaki was annoyed by this, so she ran her fingers through her long hair. Her elegant posture made many young men widen their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of possessiveness. What do you want? Shokuho Misaki glanced at the three middle-aged men. Blocking people in the middle of the road, is this how the three great families treat outsiders? You know very well what we want, there's no need to show off. Towards Shokuho Misaki's graceful posture, the three middle-aged men were stunned for a moment, but they weren't as bad as the young men. One of them stepped forward and sneered coldly at Shokuho Misaki. There are some things that we should be clear about so that we can get along in the future. Get along? Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Are you all standing in front of us in such a manner because you want to get along with us? Shokuho-san, you should know that we have no other choice. The one who spoke was another middle-aged man. He looked the most weathered out of the three. He sighed and said helplessly to Shokuho Misaki. Your Misaka Legion is one of the strongest in the entire camp, but you guys refuse to listen to our orders. This is making things difficult for us. Why do we have to obey your orders? Mikoto clenched her fists, her brown eyes were filled with hostility. We are not from the Empire nor do we belong to any family. We have no obligation to listen to your orders. Mikoto said loudly. Since you are here, you have to listen to our orders. The man with the gloomy face shouted back. Our camp is responsible for maintaining the operations of the entire world. Our responsibilities are heavy. Everyone here is working for the Empire's benefit. You are the only ones who act alone. Not only do you not listen to our orders, you don't even hand over the resources you hunt. You are blaspheming this sacred camp. That's right. This is the beginning of the conflict. Due to the importance of this camp, many families have extended their hands into this territory in an attempt to gain some benefits. Among them, the most important ones are the members of the three great families. The resources obtained from the behemoth forest are used to maintain the Empire's operations, but there are still some left over. Who wouldn't want to gain more? With this thought in mind, the hunting teams that entered the giant beast's forest would exceed their quota every day. Moreover, they would swallow the extra resources and transport them back to their families. In addition, there would also be some leftover resources that would be handed over to the giant beast's forest. These leftover resources would become a delicious cake that countless people would want to take a bite out of. The three great clans were the strongest in Ailu Empire. Naturally, they got the most share of the spoils. But now there is a large hunting party that is comparable to the three great families hunting in the behemoth forest every day. Not only did they get more resources than any other family, but because they aren't affiliated with the Empire, they have no obligation to hand over the loot. They can take it all for themselves. Who wouldn't want such a delicious piece of meat? Thus, the three great families joined forces and came here. They wanted to use the Empire as pawns to force Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki to submit. Chapter 822. As the saying goes, a person's jealousy is a scary thing. She had to work herself to death and fight every day to earn resources that she had to hand over to the Empire to support the Empire's operations. Yet, other people were allowed to keep her gains for themselves. This unfair treatment caused the onlookers to look at Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others with unkind eyes. Just a second ago, they were mesmerized by Mikoto's beauty, but now, because of their jealousy, they forgot that she was just a weak and delicate woman and started to hate her. One has to admit that the dark side of human nature is extremely ugly. Shokuho Misaki's ability is psychological control. Her ability is able to control both the mind and the mind. In the Spalier world, due to the difference in level, she can only affect people of the same level. However, Shokuho Misaki is already a Tier 8 combatant. There are not many people who are stronger than her. Shokuho Misaki could clearly feel the negative emotions from the crowd. Her beautiful lips curled upwards. She looked beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could see the disdain in her eyes. You bastard. Mikoto's bangs slowly floated upwards as traces of blue and white electricity flowed through them. Amidst the crackling sounds, a formless aura burst forth from Mikoto's petite frame. That was the expression of Mikoto's wrath. What? You want to use your strength to speak? The gloomy man laughed coldly. Do-chi surged out from his body and clashed with Mikoto's aura in an instant. The two auras clashed and they were actually evenly matched. Mikoto had already reached the peak of Tier 8. She was just one step away from reaching Tier 9. Under such circumstances, even though the gloomy man's aura was on par with Mikoto's, it was clear that his true strength was not much weaker than Mikoto's. In order to play the role of the leader in this important camp, the three leaders of the Spalier world had to be careful. The leaders of the three major clans were only second to the leaders of their respective clans. In terms of strength, they were on par with the leaders of the three major clans. Forget about the gloomy man, even the weathered man who had been silent the whole time. The blonde man with the same color hair as Shokuho Misaki was also a peak Tier 8 fighter. On Mikoto's side, she was the only one who was at the peak of Type 8. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohada Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were still quite a distance away from that. Even with the support of 20,000 Misaka sisters, they were still slightly weaker. Of course, this was only in terms of strength. Shokuho Misaki had never needed to resort to violence. Era Misaka-san, don't get angry. Shokuho Misaki. I've been waiting for you to get angry. Marcus, retract your do-chi as well. The blonde man, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and coldly glanced at the gloomy man he called Marcus. I didn't come here to watch you fight. Marcus snorted coldly and glanced at the blonde man with a mocking look. Pelosi, I know your Lori family has a good relationship with them, but let me warn you first. You don't want to be the bad guy. Stand aside obediently. No one will blame you for not interfering, but if you want to protect them, you'll have to ask the brothers around you if they're willing. Pelosi said. Pelosi's eyes flashed with anger. This Marcus is using a chicken feather as a token of authority and he's getting addicted to it? Oh, you're saying our Lori family wants to protect them because we have a good relationship with them? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for them because your Saito family has a bad relationship with them? Pelosi laughed. I know that your Saito family's patriarch, who is your elder brother, ordered us to suppress this group of bastards who humiliated his 2 sons and your nephews. Oh? Oh no, I almost forgot. Pelosi seemed to have recalled something as he said with a mocking expression in a sudden realization. That second young Master Bing Mian, it seems like he almost died under his own ice do chi. Pelosi, Marcus roared in anger. The Saito family's ice combat chi erupted from his body. It was even stronger than when he confronted Mikoto. Pelosi didn't say anything about it. He just looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a clown. Stop. The weathered man hurriedly stepped forward, only to be glared at by Marcus, who was burning with rage. What? Andrew, is your Ladine family going to side with him? Hearing Marcus's angry shout, Andrew frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Marcus's actions. Internal strife? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Don't forget what we're here for. Pelosi and Marcus were both startled. They then looked at each other, narrowed their eyes and turned their heads away. However, Marcus still restrained his chi. It seemed that he had taken Andrew's words to heart. Pelosi looked at Mikoto and the others. He hesitated for a moment but decided to stand up. Miss Shokuho, as you know, with the current situation of the camp, a lot of people are dissatisfied with you. There are also a lot of people who want to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Pelosi intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the angry crowd and smiled bitterly. Everyone is unhappy with the fact that you don't hand over your resources. So, don't you think it's a good idea to fulfill your obligations once in a while? Shokuho Misaki tilted her head and shook her head. Mr. Pelosi, may I ask what the obligations of the camp are? Pelosi paused. Shokuho Misaki looked around and continued. This camp was built to prevent the demonic beasts from coming out of the behemoth forest and to search for the demonic beast king. This is the real obligation. Hunting demonic beasts and obtaining resources is just a side benefit. Shokuho Misaki's lips curled into a smile. She slowly walked in front of Marcus. Marcus looked at her coldly. Indeed, everyone in this camp hunts demonic beasts in the behemoth forest every day. They exchange their lives for resources and hand it over to the Empire to maintain the Empire's normal operations. I admire your sense of responsibility. Shokuho Misaki looked at Marcus with a half-smile. But since Mr. Marcus says we have blasphemed this sacred encampment, then Mr. Marcus, can you say that everything you've done is for the sake of the Ailu Empire? Marcus' pupils constricted and he sneered. Of course I. Mr. Marcus, please don't speak too quickly. Shokuho Misaki interrupted Marcus with a smile, but her eyes flashed with a cold glint. I will do as you say. Don't forget, my ability is to control people's minds. Shokuho Misaki rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile. Although I can't control the few of you, I believe that the people around you who work for you shouldn't be able to resist my ability. I think, in that kind of situation, they would be very willing to publicize your usual actions to everyone. When the time comes, it will be time for the world to evaluate your obligations. The expressions of Pelosi, Marcus, and Andrew changed on the spot. Shokuho Misaki glanced at them, turned around and walked to Mikoto's side. Gentlemen, we all have our own goals. We are not in charge of you, so it's best if you don't stick your nose in our business. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer. Shokuho Misaki smiled. Definitely not us. Chapter 823. Damn it. I'm so pissed off. Kinohara Sai kicked a rock aside and glared at Shokuho Misaki. I say, why don't you just let me take care of that guy? But don't you dare do anything stupid. Frenda was shocked. That guy is a tier 8 pinnacle. You won't be able to win if you fight him. Who says I can't kill him just because my level is lower than his? Kinohara Sai retorted. It's not like I haven't killed someone stronger than me when I was in the Black Ops. If I can't kill him in a direct confrontation, I'll just super assassinate him. Frenda couldn't stay calm anymore, she clutched her beret nervously. You're not really planning to do that, right? All right. Mikoto sighed. That guy is annoying, but it's not to the point where I have to kill him. Huh? Kinohara-sai looked at Mikoto in disbelief and sighed as well. You're still as kind as ever. This has nothing to do with being kind or not, right? That's not it. Most people would only want to kill that guy if they saw him. Would a normal person directly kill the person they hate? Of course I'm super good at it. Yeah. Seeing Mikoto and Kinohara-sai quarreling for no reason, Frenda felt like she was looking at two kids who never grew up. She completely forgot that she was the one with the smallest stature in the room. She then turned to Shokuho Misaki. Luckily Shokuho was here, otherwise we would have to fight them. I made the right decision when I asked you to stay. Well, in a base like this, it's only a matter of time before something like this happens. Shokuho Misaki tucked her hair behind her ear. She narrowed her eyes. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Mikoto and Kinohara-sai seemed to be tired of arguing. They glared at each other and turned their heads away. Mikoto happened to be on Shokuho Misaki's side. Hearing this, she put one hand on her waist. We should have completely fallen out with them now, right? I don't think so. Kinohara-sai extended her hand. He clenched his fist, and on top of it, there was a mass of air that was invisible to the naked eye that was constantly compressing and rotating. At least with Shokuho here, those guys won't be able to do anything to us, although I'm not afraid. They won't give up. Shokuho Misaki said calmly, as long as we are here they will not give up. After all, the Misaka sisters are very efficient at hunting. They won't let go of the chance to get their hands on these 20,000 men. Shokuho Misaki was smart enough to know that Marcus's real target wasn't the loot in their hands, but the entire Misaka sisters squad. Even though they had accumulated quite a lot of resources during this period of hunting, it was only a small amount. What Marcus and the rest really wanted was a Misaka army that did not have to carry out their so-called obligations and could hunt efficiently. Otherwise, Marcus's first sentence after blocking them in the open space wouldn't be to ask them to submit their resources. From this point of view, Pelosi from the Lori family gave them a good way out. He didn't let them follow his orders, instead he let them carry out their duties. It seems like he cared about the relationship between them and the Lori family. Then what should we do next? Mikoto said irritatedly, the longer we don't submit our resources, the more dissatisfied the people in the base will be with us. I'm afraid we'll get into a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course there will be trouble. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and said bitterly, it's because we've been hunting monsters for that bastard. Those resources should be able to give him a lot of points. Mikoto, Kinohara-sai, and Frenda stopped in their tracks. Even Takitsubu Riku, who looked like she was about to fall asleep, lifted her head. Obviously, the bastard that Shokuho Misaki mentioned just now was the one she was talking about. Their mental state was shaken. The footsteps of the five girls were no longer as normal as before. Instead, they were somewhat slow. Although the expression on their faces was still as thoughtful as before, this time, they were no longer thinking about the matters in the camp. Instead, they were thinking about the detestable fellow they spoke of. Hey, that bastard seems to have returned. Mikoto pretended to be nonchalant and asked casually. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but snicker. Misaka-san, you should know better than I do, right? Every time I talk to Chuju and the others, they always ask about you. I was just doing it in passing. Mikoto's voice got softer and softer as her face got redder and redder, attracting the giggling gazes of Kinohara-sai and Frenda. Just like that bastard said, Misaka-san is at Tsundere. And now he's Tsundere. He's Tsundere. Don't talk about Tsundere all the time. Mikoto yelled in exasperation. I'm not Tsundere. Takitsubu Riku glanced at the three girls and gave up on asking. She walked up to Shokuho Misaki and asked in a soft voice, is he in the academy now? Shokuho Misaki shook her head helplessly and looked up at the sky. 2 days ago when I contacted Hinajuku, I heard that he seemed to have obtained a new ability and is currently cultivating it. He should be almost done with it by now. The next time I contact him, I should be able to see his face through the crystal ball. Mikoto and the other girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't help but smile. Shokuho Misaki calmly ran her fingers through her hair. This is a good opportunity to hear from him about the princess fiancé incident. The air instantly froze and the temperature suddenly dropped. The expressions of the girls also turned cold. The Misaka girl who was closest to the girls raised her head and said, according to Misaka's observation, Oniai-sama seems to have cheated on her again. Misaka 10032 came to the conclusion. Onie-sama is a heartless man. Misaka 10031 came to the conclusion as well. Misaka 9982 seconded. Misaka 10777 seconded. Misaka 19090 seconded. In the end, all of the Misaka sisters agreed to the proposal. Hearing the girls whispering behind them, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, it didn't take long before Mikoto and Takitsubu Riku's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The laughter on their faces slowly turned into surprise. This feeling is... Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity. Takitsubu Riku's pupils constricted and she started trembling. What's wrong? Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sai, and Frenda surrounded the two girls. Did something happen? Well, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Mikoto couldn't stop smiling. Before Shokuho Misaki and the others could ask, she raised her head and looked at the sky. It's here. Almost at the same time as Mikoto's words, a gigantic airship slowly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a whistling whirlwind. It stopped right above the girls. Fraxinus. Shokuho Misaki's expression changed drastically, then a helpless smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect it to come without a word. That guy is here. Kinohara Sai and Frenda exclaimed and they started laughing excitedly. Chapter 824. Looking at the figures appearing in the teleportation light, Mikoto and the rest could not help but feel excited. Even Shokuho Misaki had a look of joy in her eyes. From the time Wu Yen brought Chuju and the others out of the behemoth forest to when Yukari returned to Gensokyo, to when Wu Yen completed the compulsory mission, it was about 2 weeks in the Spalier world. That's about 10 days. Although they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, Mikoto and the others felt as if a long time had passed. Even though they kept in touch with each other every day, they were still excited to see each other in person. Especially the figure standing at the head of the table, it attracted the gazes of the 5 of them, they couldn't move their eyes away. If Mikoto and the others were like that, then why wouldn't Chuju and the others be like that as well? Frenda Ne-san. Flandre-chan was the first one to cheer. She threw herself at the petite figure whose name is only one character away from hers. She almost pushed Frenda to the ground. Wah! Don't jump into my arms. Frenda said that, but she still reached out and hugged Flandre-chan. Her blue eyes were filled with love and helplessness. She believed that no one would hate Flandre-chan, except for those who are afraid of her strength. Mikoto. Chuju. Shokuho Ne-san. Everyone. The girls hugged each other and enjoyed the joy of reunion even though they were just summoned. Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino, who didn't know each other for long, also did the same. The small space was filled with laughter. It seems that while Wu Yen wasn't around, they were separated from each other, but their relationship seemed to be developing well. Of course. There are exceptions. Tokazaki-san, long time no see. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and smiled at Kurumi. Seeing that you're doing well, Shokuho is relieved. I was worried that you wouldn't be comfortable in the academy. I'm the one who's fine. Kurumi tilted her head cutely. Her eyes turned into crescents. It's great that Shokuho-san is so energetic. Just from their conversation alone, the two of them were like aristocratic relatives who had not seen each other for a long time. They were elegantly greeting each other, but the air around the two of them emitted a chill that was enough to penetrate one's heart, causing the delicate bodies of the young girls to tremble. With a leap, he distanced himself from them. Just like when they met for the first time, these two young ladies who thought of each other as strong rivals immediately became hostile towards each other. Wu Yen, who was watching from the side, felt extremely conflicted. You bastard, you finally showed up. It was unknown when Mikoto and Chuju had arrived beside Wu Yen, hand in hand. Her pair of tea-colored eyes were filled with serious dissatisfaction. Not counting the time when he was carrying out compulsory missions. However, it had been a few days since Wu Yen returned to the Spalier world from the instance dungeon. In the end, he hadn't contacted them even once. Of course, Mikoto would be dissatisfied. However, the prideful Mikoto wouldn't say it out loud. Sorry. Wu Yen tactfully admitted his mistake. He clasped his hands and made an apologetic gesture. It's because too many things have happened in the past 2 days, I can't sort them all out. Shokuho Misaki, who was in the middle of a confrontation with Kurumi, turned around and walked to Wu Yan's side. She also heard from Chuju about their encounter in the Imperial Palace, but she only got the gist of it. Using a crystal ball to communicate, even though it's not like Academy City or the modern world, it's still possible to be monitored. That's why Chuju couldn't tell them the secret Wu Yen obtained in the Imperial Palace. She only gave them a vague explanation to let Shokuho Misaki and the others know the severity of the situation. What's wrong? Is it hard to solve? Wu Yen sighed when he heard this. It's not a problem, it's a problem of how to deal with it. Wu Yen shook his head when he saw Shokuho Misaki's puzzled expression. Let's talk about the details later. Shokuho Misaki nodded, and her serious face changed into a half-smile. Since it's not convenient to talk about it here, Yen-chan, don't you think you should explain your private matters to us? For example, your engagement with a certain princess, or, you're such a playboy. Which pretty bee did you piss off in this dungeon? When Shokuho Misaki said that, Wu Yen knew he was in trouble. As expected, as soon as she said that, several cold gazes and 20,000 disdainful gazes landed on him. Wu Yan's back was drenched in sweat. Feeling the pressure, Wu Yen stiffened and looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was still smiling. He tried to speak weakly. Jusama, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about private matters here. Era, is that so? Shokuho Misaki smiled seductively. She reached out and stroked Wu Yan's chest. She then moved her lips closer to Wu Yan's ear. Then let's talk about it in private. Dear love, gulp. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's seductive voice, Wu Yen felt a chill down his spine. He gulped and the girls around him snickered at him. Wu Yen could only sigh in despair. It seems like he'll have a lot of work to do in the coming days if he wants to appease these jealous girls. How nice would it be if pushing her down could comfort the girl? Behemoth Forest Camp inside a large tent. What? You guys graduated? Mikoto exclaimed. Yeah. Chuju smiled at Mikoto. Apparently, staying at Spalier World Academy no longer has much meaning for us, so we applied to graduate. Then why didn't you guys tell us? Kinuhata Sai, who was sitting on the other side of Mikoto, was dissatisfied. Don't tell me you don't plan to care about us anymore? Haha, it's just that we didn't have time to inform you. Chuju smiled bitterly. After all, we almost couldn't get out. Isn't that a pity? Shokuho Misaki looked at Kurumi with raised eyebrows. You just entered the academy and you're applying to graduate? You must be tired. Era, I don't mind. Kurumi placed a finger on her lips and said to herself. As long as Aotsusama is here, it's fine. On the other hand, Shokuho-san, I heard you spent a lot of effort to raise Starlight Queen. How can you just abandon her like that? Don't worry about it, it's fine. Shokuho Misaki waved her hand. Sometimes, power is more practical than people. All you need to do is say a word or two. Tokazaki-san, you don't have to worry too much. That's a pity? Kurumi and Shokuho Misaki looked at each other. Both of them had a noble smile on their faces. However, the way they looked at each other made the onlookers feel dizzy. They couldn't wait to teach these two girls a lesson. Wu Yen slapped his forehead and looked at Shokuho Misaki helplessly. The academy isn't a big problem since you're just students in name. Whenever you get in touch with Grandpa Lei, he'll just let you graduate. Wu Yen turned serious after he said that. Masaki-san, what do you think I should do with the information I got from the Ailu Empire's treasury? You don't have to do anything with that information. Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and the others were baffled by Shokuho Misaki's words. She didn't even hesitate to call them worthless. Everyone was stunned. Shokuho Misaki blinked and smiled as she looked at the stunned crowd. They have already arranged a way to deal with it. What are we still worried about? Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, everyone looked at each other and laughed. As expected of Shokuho Misaki, she hit the nail on the head. Chapter 825. The Giant Beast Forest Camp was a camp filled with tents. The people stationed here would be assigned different sizes of tents according to their status. Among them, there were 3 tents that were the largest in the entire camp. When Wu Yen and Co. arrived at the campsite, they saw Marcus and Andrew in the largest tent at the center of the campsite. The only one missing is Pelosi. You said Wu Yen also came to the camp? Marcus furrowed his brows tightly when he heard the news brought by Andrew. Is this news accurate? It's 100% true. Andrew nodded and gritted his teeth. His airship is special and it can conceal itself. It's impossible for anyone to mistake it for someone else. Humph, I didn't expect this. He actually came at this juncture. Marcus' face was gloomy, his fists were clenched tightly. Andrew couldn't help but say when he saw Marcus' expression. Will there be any problems? Andrew asked worriedly. Wu Yan's sudden appearance, will he discover our secret? Andrew asked. Marcus' complexion changed and his face became ferocious. Damn it, why did he have to come at this time? Andrew's face was also filled with uncertainty. He hesitated on the spot for a long time before he suddenly raised his head. His originally handsome face was now filled with murderous intent. Let's do it. Let's just. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. No. But Marcus shook his head without even thinking about it. That Wu Yan may be young, but he's someone that even Lei Wang, that old geezer, thinks highly of. He's not that simple, you know that. He's now Princess Sylph's fiancé. If we do that and drag the royal family into this, we'll be dead. But with him here, we can't carry out the plan at all. Andrew's face was filled with fear as he said this. You know, if we can't complete the mission, the consequences. Upon hearing Andrew's words, Marcus' ferocious face became fearful as if he had seen something terrifying. He shook his head in panic. No. We have to carry out the plan. Otherwise we'll suffer a fate worse than death. Then what should we do? Andrew was starting to get irritated. We can't kill him and we can't leave either. Are we going to waste our time like this? Didn't I tell you? Stick to the plan. Marcus growled. That Wu Yan may be strong, but he's just a small fry. Misaka Mikoto isn't any weaker than him, and yet she failed to discover our plan. That cunning Shokuho Misaki was also kept in the dark. I don't believe he can discover anything. That's true. Andrew's expression seemed to have improved a little. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. That's right, he's just a small fry. No matter how strong he is, we should be fine as long as we're careful. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Marcus sighed. I hope so. Marcus replied in a low voice. Glancing at Marcus, he hesitantly called out, Marcus, Looking at his accomplice beside him, the malevolent look on Marcus' face slowly receded. Instead of the previous malevolence, he smiled bitterly. Andrew, if you have something to say, just say it. Although I'm from the Saito family and you're from the Ladine family, we're in the same boat now. If we don't live together, we'll die together. Is there anything that you can't say? Andrew took a deep breath and bit his lips. Marcus, what we're doing right now is equivalent to betraying the Ailu Empire. We're betraying all of humanity. If we're discovered, there won't be a place for us in Silveria. Is it really worth it? What's the point of saying this now? Marcus's face was filled with dejection. His eyes dimmed. Now it's either someone else's death or ours. Do you want to die? You. Andrew was silent. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Marcus laughed at himself, then his face turned fierce and he stood up abruptly. There is no turning back. I don't want to die. If I can't die, then I can only make others die. I believe that the spirits of those ants in the heavens know that using their lowly lives in exchange for the survival of 2 peak stage 8th order powerhouses is enough for them to feel honored. Too bad we couldn't drag Pelosi down with us. Otherwise, with the 3 of us in the camp, we wouldn't have to cower around like cowards. Marcus grumbled. And that Shokuho Misaki, she's as cunning as a fox. If it wasn't for her bringing a bunch of wild brats around the camp. That's why we forced Pelosi to come with us. We wanted to control them, right? Andrew said helplessly. If Shokuho Misaki heard this, she would be shocked. After all, she always thought that Marcus and the others wanted to control them because of their hunting ability. All right, you don't have to worry too much. Marcus waved his hand and looked at the ceiling of the tent. He muttered to himself. We only need to do this for ourselves. Right? For ourselves. Sigh. Andrew sighed and looked at Marcus. Then let's continue with the plan. Marcus nodded, then pondered for a moment and added. Just in case, let's keep a low profile. Keep an eye on Wu Yan and Shokuho Misaki. We can't let them notice anything. I know that even if you don't tell me. Andrew smiled bitterly. He continued worriedly. I just hope they haven't noticed what's happening in the camp. Otherwise, things will get troublesome. Don't worry about it. Marcus smiled coldly. It hasn't been long since this incident happened. At present, only some low-level garrison personnel are panicking. Even if they report this matter, we will be the ones to deal with it in the end. At most, we will report it to Pelosi. But he himself doesn't know the inside story, so he can't pose any threat. This is the only advantage they have over Mikoto's group. They have exclusive access to information. That way the chances of them being exposed are much lower. And? Andrew nodded with a heavy expression. But with the addition of Wu Yin and his women, their group is much stronger than ours. If only we could place some spies around them. You think I haven't thought about it? Marcus glanced at Andrew. But those women who look exactly the same are on high alert. They seem to have some way of communicating with each other. The spies I planted around their tents were all removed in one night. On top of that, Shokuho Misaki, the Academy Queen, isn't a simple character either. She might be young, but she's smart and meticulous. She doesn't have a single flaw in her plans, and she has that kind of ability that's hard to deal with. Marcus, why don't we find a chance to kill that Shokuho Misaki? Andrew narrowed his eyes without any hesitation. I have a feeling that Shokuho Misaki will be a disaster if we let her live. Marcus seemed to be tempted. But Shokuho Misaki is Wu Yan's mistress, they are very close. If we kill Shokuho Misaki we might anger Wu Yan, but what if that demigod called Yakumo Yukari gets involved? Demigod expert. Andrew felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke unwillingly. Why would a demigod expert be related to a bunch of Type 8 powerhouses? Who knows? Marcus took a deep breath and a haze flashed across his brows. Even if they don't have a demigod, they still have 2 other Tier 8 characters. We can't fight them. I just hope they don't get in our way. If we have no other choice, we'll have to resort to underhanded methods to make sure no one finds out we're the ones who did it. Andrew nodded heavily. Chapter 826. While Marcus and Andrew were vexed, Wu Yen was also vexed. He wanted to bring Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku with him when he arrived at the Behemoth Forest Camp. However, when he arrived at the Behemoth Forest Camp, Wu Yen discovered a serious problem. What about the sisters? The Beast King is still hiding in the Behemoth Forest and the mutated monsters haven't been completely eradicated. The entire Behemoth Forest is like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. If he brings all the girls with him and leaves this place, the sisters' safety could be threatened at any moment. Under such circumstances, Wu Yen can't bring all the girls with him. Conservatively speaking, he'll have to leave them behind for a while unless all the sisters reach Tier 7 or 8. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave this place without worry. Forget about Wu Yen, Mikoto won't leave her 20,000 sisters behind. Maintain the status quo? However, Wu Yan's group has already left the Spalier World Academy. They'll have to travel across the entire Spalier world. If they maintain the status quo, he'll have to be separated from the girls and won't be able to see them for a while. Wu Yen spent more than 3 years in the Sword and Blade MT world. That's quite a long time to be away from the girls. However, that's only if the time here is shorter. Wu Yen can endure being away from the girls for 3 years, but that doesn't mean the girls can do the same. They'll stay by his side without any complaints. They'll go through thick and thin with him, their lives are intertwined with his. It's fine when he entered this world since the time here is shorter compared to the Spalier world. He can't bear to let the girls experience the pain of being separated from him. Maybe he can bring 20,000 sisters with him? But that's 20,000 people, it's not a war. How can he bring an army like that around the Spalier world? Could it be that he would place his sisters in the biological containment device like before? This was also a good idea. Only if it was possible. Wu Yen really didn't want to do that. His sisters were finally able to live a normal life in the Spalier world. If he placed them in the biocontainment device, how would he be any different from Alistair? Of course, using his brain had always been Wu Yan's weakness. It's not that he's an idiot, it's just that by the time he comes up with a solution, Shokuho Misaki would already be sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Therefore, Wu Yen could only entrust this troublesome problem to Her Majesty the Queen. This caused Her Majesty the Queen to be in a bad mood for a while, and she said, "Give me some time." After that, Her Majesty the Queen walked out of Wu Yan's tent and went somewhere unknown. Wu Yen couldn't leave the Behemoth Forest camp for the time being, so he didn't dwell on it. He spent his days either fooling around with the girls or running the Behemoth Forest instance dungeon, hunting, with his sisters. Whenever he had free time he would cultivate his mana. His days were quite comfortable. Wu Yen originally thought that a lazy person like him wouldn't be interested in cultivation, but he was actually a little addicted to it. Although cultivating mana can be boring, Wu Yen could feel himself getting stronger every day. His mana was also increasing, giving him an indescribable sense of fullness. With these two factors added together, even though it's not to the extent where he's so focused on training that he forgets to eat and sleep, It's still enough for him to spend his free time on training his mana. He's not that hardworking, but he's definitely not lazy. Such a result also gave others the impression that Wu Yan, a super genius who graduated from the Spalier World Academy, was a hardworking person. This caused many people to change their view of Wu Yan. Some of them even faintly began to look forward to him. This caused Wu Yan to blush with shame and caused the girls to despise him. Only the girls knew that Wu Yan usually cultivated during the day, and only when he had free time would he cultivate. As for the time at night, it was naturally his happiest time of the day. Because at this time, Wu Yan can just grab one or two of the girls who are about to go to sleep. Then, amidst their screams, he can drag them into his tent and toss them onto his bed like a hoodlum boss. Then he can live a shameless life under the night sky. Say that Wu Yan is hardworking? He's probably the happiest person in the entire Behemoth Forest camp. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shokuho Misaki was sitting inside a tent, drinking black tea while tidying up her beautiful blonde hair. Beside her, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were counting the spoils of war that their sisters hunted in the Behemoth Forest. After spending quite a bit of time together, the three girls who came from Academy City's Umbu got along quite well with Shokuho Misaki. Normally, if one could see Shokuho Misaki, one would be able to see the three girls behind her, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. He didn't know how Shokuho Misaki did it, but Kinuhata Sayai and the other girls seemed to be treating her like a second Mujino Shizuri. They only followed Shokuho Misaki's orders. Even if Mikoto, Hinajiku, and the others came looking for them, Wu Yan didn't use the word order to get them to do anything. Just like now, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were not only counting the spoils of war they hunted today, they were also organizing the information that their sisters gathered from the camp. There was one thing that Marcus guessed correctly: the sisters have a way to communicate with each other, the Misaka Network. But what he didn't know is that, strictly speaking, the Misaka Network isn't a way for the sisters to communicate with each other. That's because the Misaka Network exists to connect the sisters' minds and allow them to share information. Marcus thought that their camp's information wouldn't be leaked to the Misaka Corps, but reality slapped him hard in the face. With the Misaka Network, the sisters' strength is to gather information. In the camp, some information that even Marcus didn't know about would be sent to Shokuho Misaki every day. Even though Mikoto wasn't happy that her sisters were helping Shokuho Misaki was very responsible and took care of her sisters well. She even used them for her own benefit, and the one who benefited was Wu Yan. Mikoto couldn't say anything about it and turned a blind eye to it. She had to admit that Shokuho Misaki was a qualified leader. Because of this, Shokuho Misaki got herself into a lot of trouble. Takitsubu Riku, who was reading a piece of information, suddenly exclaimed. She turned around and handed a piece of paper to Shokuho Misaki. "Shokuho, take a look at this." Shokuho Misaki looked at Takitsubu Riku suspiciously. She took the paper from Takitsubu Riku and looked at it. She frowned in surprise. Guards went missing without reason? Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda both stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the report in Shokuho Misaki's hand. When they saw what was written, they frowned. Low-level guards went missing? There's a panic outside the camp? The higher-ups didn't send anyone to deal with it? Frenda was surprised. What are those higher-ups doing? Kinuhata Sayai muttered. There's already a panic, but they didn't send anyone to deal with it. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and placed the paper on the table. This isn't as simple as it seems. Shokuho Misaki's sharp senses picked up on something and she looked at Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu, have the sisters investigate this. Takitsubu Riku nodded. Chapter 827. In the center of the giant beast forest camp, inside a large tent, Pelosi, Marcus, and Andrew are sitting opposite each other. It's as if they're having a meeting, discussing something. Looking at Marcus and Andrew, who were unperturbed and completely indifferent, Pelosi's brows furrowed. Are you listening or not? Pelosi's tone was slightly angry. If you don't want to get involved, then I'll go. Why are you stopping me from sending people to investigate the missing persons case? Stop. Pelosi, you're making a fuss out of nothing? Marcus glanced at Pelosi indifferently. It's just a few low-level people going missing. How many? Pelosi laughed out of anger. He slammed a piece of paper on the table. Look at the number of missing people reported by the higher-ups. How many of them are there? How many a day? And in the past month, more than 100 low-level personnel have been declared missing. Hearing this, Marcus narrowed his eyes slightly and exchanged a glance with Andrew. Andrew immediately understood and said to Pelosi, "Is this information accurate? It could also be a smokescreen set up by those who were ready to make a move." "Yes. That's right." Marcus nodded, then he sneered and said, "Don't forget, those guys have been trying to take a bite out of us. They've been eyeing our position all this time. That's why we need to investigate, right?" Pelosi's face tensed up and he looked rather unsightly. Right now, the low-level outskirts of the camp have already caused a very serious panic. There are also rumors that it's some kind of plague or the revenge of some unknown magical beast. It's making people uneasy. Even hunting in Behemoth Forest has decreased a lot. Pelosi glanced at Marcus and Andrew with a serious gaze. "We can't let this drag on any longer. We need to control the situation when it's still light and find out the cause. When the influence spreads, I'm afraid that the entire operation of the camp will be paralyzed or even abandoned." "Marcus, Andrew." Pelosi stood up and looked down at the two people opposite him. He said in a low voice, "If you don't want to interfere, then don't stop me from interfering. Otherwise, if something really happens, the responsibility is not something we can bear." After that, Pelosi turned around and walked towards the exit of the tent. Before he left, he even took the piece of paper with him. It was obvious that he was going to investigate this matter. When Pelosi turned around, Andrew abruptly raised his head, killing intent flashing in his eyes. A faint mana fluctuation started surging from his body as if it had awakened. Marcus put his hand on Andrew's shoulder. With a slight push, he pushed Andrew back into the chair. He stared at Pelosi's back in silence until he walked out of the tent. Watching Pelosi walk out of the tent, Andrew looked at Marcus with some dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you let me do it?" "Do it?" Marcus turned his head. "You're confident you can take him down without anyone noticing?" Andrew choked, then retorted, "That's better than letting him find out the truth." "Finding out the truth?" Marcus chuckled. "Did you leave any traces behind when you attacked him?" Of course not." "Then there you have it." Marcus rested his chin on his hands. His eyes curved into a sinister smile. "With our strength, it won't take us much effort to take down a few low-level personnel. Pelosi won't be able to find out the truth if we didn't leave any clues behind. If you attack him now, you'll only cause more trouble. It's the same as admitting your guilt." Marcus' words were like an alarm bell that rang in Andrew's heart. He was shocked. Cold sweat dripped down his back. I almost ruined everything." Seeing Andrew's expression, Marcus knew that he had calmed down and patted him on the shoulder. "Now we can't even take a single wrong step. Once we do, we'll be doomed eternally. You're under too much pressure and made a mistake in your judgment. This isn't your fault, but don't make the same mistake again." Andrew looked at Marcus gratefully. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Thank you, Marcus. I've been too impulsive recently." Marcus smiled, but his heart was bitter. Just like Andrew, he was under a lot of pressure. However, he was different from Andrew. Andrew was a little crazy under the pressure. On the other hand, he was calmer and calmer. This was because he knew that he had to deal with things calmly. "It's too early to celebrate." Marcus sighed. "Although we're confident Pelosi won't be able to find out anything, it'll be bad if something unexpected happens. We can't afford to make any mistakes. It's best if we restrain ourselves." "Are we still going to restrain ourselves?" Andrew frowned. "Last time, because of Wu Yan's arrival, we already restrained ourselves a lot. We didn't get enough. Master wasn't happy about it. If we restrain ourselves this time, there's nothing wrong with being careful." Marcus knocked on the table. "Master might be unhappy, but he has a use for us. He won't do anything to us." Marcus' voice was full of uncertainty. Andrew could hear this and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, a flame suddenly flew in from the entrance of the tent and shot into Andrew's forehead. In the next moment, Andrew's face changed, his expression became unsightly. "What's wrong?" Marcus' face sank subconsciously. Andrew took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "Just now, the detection spell I set up around the campsite sent back an image. The Misaka women seem to be investigating the disappearance of the girls." "Wah." Marcus's face gradually turned unsightly. With a bang, he slammed the table. "Shokuho Misaki must have found something." "No way." Andrew turned pale with fright. Didn't you say that we wouldn't be able to find the truth if we didn't leave any clues behind? If Shokuho Misaki had found out the truth, she wouldn't have sent people to investigate this matter, and we wouldn't be sitting here. Marcus sneered. She must have gotten wind of the disappearance and sent people to investigate. That meddlesome woman. Andrew heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she didn't find anything. That might not be the case. Marcus' eyes flashed with a sharp light. Don't forget that woman's ability is to control people's minds. She's all-pervasive. If she continues to investigate, she might really discover something. Then, what should we do? Andrew had completely lost his sense of propriety, which made Marcus despise him. After all, he was the second most powerful person in the Ladine family, other than the patriarch. Marcus did not expect him to behave like this when something happened. Although he was disappointed, Marcus still said with a grin on his face, "Now that things have come to this, let's be careful and kill Shokuho Misaki. Is there no problem?" Andrew couldn't help but ask. Marcus only sneered at him. Although that woman's ability is very special, her strength is very weak. It won't be a problem for us to assassinate her. At this point, Marcus turned around and added, "As long as we don't get discovered." Andrew's expression changed rapidly, and there was a slight struggle on his face. But in the end, he leaned toward Marcus' choice and nodded firmly. "All right, let me do it." Andrew took the initiative to accept this assassination mission. Your Saito family's ice do-chi is too eye-catching. If we make a mistake, we'll be found out. I'll kill Shokuho Misaki myself. Marcus pondered for a moment, then nodded and exhorted, "Don't let anyone discover it and don't leave any clues behind. It must be clean." Chapter 828. No one knows when, but the news of the missing guard started to spread out slowly. Originally, for this kind of incident that could easily lead to panic, the higher-ups should think of ways to hide it so that the garrison in the camp would not panic and affect the strategy of the giant beast forest. However, Pelosi did the opposite. Not only did he not suppress the spread of this matter, he even wantonly publicized it. The consequences of this were, of course as expected, causing panic. But the panic was only temporary. After the matter was exaggerated and spread, Pelosi immediately said that he would definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Perhaps it was because of Pelosi's reputation, or perhaps it was because he had achieved an abnormal result by doing the opposite. But after a short period of panic, the garrisons actually calmed down and began to support Pelosi. In an instant, Pelosi's reputation in the entire camp reached a commanding height. And all of this seemed to be within Pelosi's expectations. With everyone's support, after announcing the declaration of the investigation, Pelosi immediately gave another strict order. Because the garrison personnel went to bed in the middle of the night and were found missing the next day, Pelosi asked the low-level personnel not to go out at night. Even if they went out, they had to gather with others. The patrol team at night was strengthened in size and vigilance. Once they found something wrong, they can report to him directly if something goes wrong. After such a big movement, the initial signs of uneasiness were suppressed by Pelosi. The garrisons also seemed to feel a sense of security and once again followed the arrangements of the camp in an orderly manner. Only Pelosi knew that this peaceful situation was only temporary. At least, before the real cause of the incident was investigated, or before the next missing person appeared, the situation would be broken. However, the night patrols have increased in numbers. The level of vigilance is also increasing. Around the tents where everyone is staying, the number of people in the tents increased at night, making the camp very lively. Unfortunately, no one could say for sure how useful it was. Including Pelosi, in the night. The tents near the edge of the camp are much quieter than the other tents. One can still hear the faint chirping of insects. In one of the tents, Shokuho Misaki, who has been busy the whole day, wiped her long blonde hair that is wet from her shower. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her starry eyes twinkled in the darkness where there wasn't enough light. Coupled with her extremely beautiful face, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Shokuho Misaki is complaining. "I have to go to a lake in a specific area to take a shower. There is no hot water or skincare products. I really want to go back to Tokuwadai or the academy, at least there is hot water." Shokuho Misaki complained, but she didn't really care about this. If she did, she could just go to Wu Yan and ask for his help. With the magical items in the system and Wu Yan's equipment points, it would only take a few minutes for Shokuho Misaki to solve this problem. That's why Shokuho Misaki only complained a little. After drying her hair, she shook her head and looked at her golden hair flowing in the air. She couldn't help but smile. Shokuho Misaki is very satisfied with her appearance. She looked at herself in the mirror and smiled seductively. No wonder that bastard likes me so much. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to charm you to death. After saying that, Shokuho Misaki walked to the magic lamp and turned it off. She yawned and walked towards her bed. Silence reigned in the tent once again. However, before Shokuho Misaki could even get to her bed, a psychic wave suddenly entered her senses. She couldn't even sense it. Shokuho Misaki's yawn froze when she felt the psyche wave. Her eyes widened. Shokuho Misaki's ability can sense psyche waves, but she can't determine the person's identity based on the psyche wave. However, judging from the erratic trajectory of the psyche wave, the possibility of it being someone she knows is close to zero. Shokuho Misaki is certain that the person is not friendly. Shokuho Misaki's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. She turned around and looked at the entrance of the tent. She clenched her fist and her face tensed up. It's here. At the same time, a mass of black gas suddenly drilled into the tent from the outside, and instantly gathered into a black cloud. Shokuho Misaki took a step back without hesitation. Whoosh! As soon as Shokuho Misaki retreated, the dark cloud swirled and a gust of cold wind swept towards Shokuho Misaki like a shadow wrapping around her. Bang! Shokuho Misaki's body suddenly glowed and turned into a ripple. When the black cloud hit the ripple, it was bounced back. Huh! Within the dark clouds, a surprised voice rang out, as if surprised by the changes in Shokuho Misaki's body, followed by a series of angry growls. Shokuho Misaki heaved a sigh of relief. A transparent dragon-shaped armor appeared around her, protecting her. That was the real identity of Marie, mental dragon armor. Since it was useless against Wu Yen, who has the body of a true ancestor, the armor he placed on Shokuho Misaki saved her life. Of course, it's still too early to feel relieved. The dark cloud circled around the entrance of the tent and turned into the shape of a wolf. It had a long tail and fangs in its mouth. It looked like a black wolf wrapped in clouds. Shokuho Misaki sucked in a cold breath. Woo! With a low growl, the black wolf opened its mouth, and a black beam shot out from within. It let out a shrill whistle and pierced towards the dragon armor protecting Shokuho Misaki. Clang! The dragon armor shuddered and its color faded. It almost collapsed. Shokuho Misaki was shocked. She didn't care that the controller was not with her. She used all her strength to launch a mental attack and pierced into the dark clouds. Chi! Woo! A tearing sound was heard. The dark cloud around the black wolf shrunk and it howled in pain. The eyes of the wolf started glowing red. Shokuho Misaki cursed in her heart. Her ability seemed to be effective against the black wolf, but it didn't have much of an effect. It's obvious that the black cloud, or rather the one controlling it, is much stronger than her. Much stronger than her. Is this the culprit behind the disappearance? Am I her next target? Shokuho Misaki bit her lips and looked at the entrance that was blocked by the black wolf. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Escape? But the black wolf is blocking the exit. Scream? He was afraid that before he could even cry out, the black wolf's attack would have arrived. And from the way this Psyche Dragon armor trembled after blocking that attack, this C-grade rare armament dragon-shaped armor definitely wouldn't be able to block the next attack. Her weak body would also not be able to withstand a single blow, and she would perish as well. Thinking of this, Shokuho Misaki became even more anxious. Woo! While Shokuho Misaki was panicking, the black wolf opened its mouth again, and a faint black light flashed in its mouth. Shokuho Misaki instinctively closed her eyes. You're courting death. Just as the black light was about to shoot out again, a furious roar exploded like a clap of thunder. It soared into the sky and reverberated over the entire camp, waking everyone who was still in their sweet dreams. It also startled the patrolling personnel and Pelosi and Marcus, who were in their respective tents. What's going on? Pelosi ran out of the tent in bewilderment. Marcus, who was still in the tent, had an ominous premonition in his heart. He hurriedly ran out of the tent, looked at Pelos and ran in the direction of the sound, accompanied by a group of patrol personnel. To be continued. Chapter 829. Using his secret magic to hide his tracks, he snuck into Shokuho Misaki's tent as fast as he could, assassinated her, and escaped with her body, pretending that she had gone missing. This was the entirety of Andrew's plan, a simple and clear one. Unfortunately, he'd miscalculated. He'd miscalculated from the very beginning. Andrew thought that Shokuho Misaki's ability was to control people's minds, but that was only a small part of her ability. He did not expect her to be able to detect his presence through mental waves. That was how she discovered him from the start. Fortunately, Shokuho Misaki may be able to detect other people's mental waves, but she can't use them to identify the person. As long as Andrew kills Shokuho Misaki as fast as he can, his plan will still work. No matter what, he was still a Type 8 Divine Warrior, while Shokuho Misaki was only in the lower middle of the Type 8 Divine Warriors. Her ability was a godly skill against those weaker than her, but against those stronger than her, even if it wasn't useless, it wouldn't have much of an effect. However, Andrew had miscalculated again. The existence of the dragon armor bought Shokuho Misaki a little bit of time, and that little bit of time was enough to push Andrew to the brink of death. Bang! The black wolf formed by the dark clouds was sent flying as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. It smashed into the top of the tent, which had been reinforced by magic and was harder than the walls. Soon after, it fell down and heavily smashed into the ground. A suppressed howl of pain was emitted from the black wolf's body, proving just how heavy the blow was. What is going on? Andrew, who was hiding in the black wolf, was hit so hard that his brain short-circuited. He couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted and controlled the black wolf to spring up from the ground, he finally realized it. Originally, there was only him and Shokuho Misaki in the tent, but now there was an additional figure. Impossible. That was the first thought that came to Andrew's mind when he saw the figure. The exit was clearly blocked behind him, but this person in front of him? How did this person appear beside Shokuho Misaki? Of course, not long after this thought arose, a gaze that was infinitely close to freezing point enveloped him, causing Andrew's heart to tremble violently. A fatal chill emerged from the bottom of his spine, instantly covering his entire back. He looked up. In front of him, the figure was holding Shokuho Misaki in his arms. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at Andrew. Inside those eyes, there was a murderous aura that was like a volcano erupting. Andrew couldn't help but take a step back because of that murderous aura. Little Yen. She felt the familiar embrace. Shokuho Misaki let out a sigh of relief. Her tense nerves finally calmed down. Her face paled as she clutched Wu Yan's shirt tightly. She didn't want to let go of his shirt. Little Chi. Seeing Shokuho Misaki's pale face, Wu Yan was enraged. Even though he gave the dragon armor to Shokuho Misaki, it was still his noble phantasm. If something happened to his noble phantasm, Wu Yan would be able to sense it. What's more, Wu Yan set up a telepathic spell on the girls. If the girls are in danger, Wu Yan would be able to sense it at the first instance. When Wu Yan sensed that Shokuho Misaki was in danger, he used a teleportation spell to get here. The black wolf was about to deal the final blow to Shokuho Misaki. If he came half a second later. Wu Yan's pupils started trembling when he thought of this. He couldn't suppress the fear that rose from the bottom of his heart. Along with it came a towering rage that could shake the heavens and earth. Misaki-chan. Wu Yan lowered his head, his demonic voice came from the depths of hell. Wu Yan couldn't see his expression. Take a step back. Shokuho Misaki didn't feel any fear when she heard his demonic voice. Instead, she felt sweet inside. She nodded obediently and retreated to the back. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan with a mesmerized look in them. Contrary to Shokuho Misaki, Andrew was so frightened by the terrifying voice that he took a step back. In his heart, he felt a sense of danger, urging him to leave. Sensing that sense of crisis, Andrew could not help but shout out in his heart, "Impossible! That brat is so young, it's already a miracle that he could reach the Type 8 realm at such a young age. How could he, a peak Type 8 warrior, feel threatened?" However, the next moment Wu Yan raised his head. When Andrew saw his face, he sucked in a breath of cold air. In the other party's eyes, the pair of wine-red eyes had turned golden. Carrying an extremely cold gaze, he stared at him closely, like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. Today. Wu Yan's voice was the coldest it had ever been in his life. If I let you escape from my eyes, then I, Wu Yan, will never step into the Spalier world again. The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura burst out from Wu Yan's body. The aura contained within had already far surpassed Andrew's peak. Boom! Outside Shokuho Misaki's tent, Pelosi, Marcus, and the rest of the camp's guards had just arrived when the tent in front of them exploded. A powerful shockwave blasted out from the tent and swept across the entire area. Careful. Pelosi and Marcus were shocked. They hurriedly raised their hands to block in front of them, resisting the oncoming wind. But even so, they were still blown back a few steps. If even the two peak Tier 8 combatants were in such a state, the rest of the guards were even worse off. Those who were slightly stronger were only pushed back by the shockwave. However, those who weren't strong enough weren't as lucky. They didn't even have time to circulate their do chi or mana before they were blown away by the shockwave. In an instant, it was as if the entire camp had been swept by a tornado. The sky was filled with broken pieces of rubble from the ground. Some figures were even blown into the sky by the strong wind and then smashed onto the ground. Wails of pain rang out everywhere. Not long after, the entire camp was filled with the wails of the garrison members. What a powerful force. What the hell is going on? Pelosi and Marcus looked in front of them in horror. The shockwave from the explosion of the tent had passed, but the place was covered in smoke and dust. Faint traces of fire could be seen flashing through it. A corner of the smoke suddenly protruded outwards and a figure shot out from there. Under the gaze of everyone present, the figure landed hard on the ground, bounced a few times, and fell in front of Pelosi and Marcus, who were at the forefront, with smoke and dust all over his body. Pucci. A mouthful of dark red blood sprayed out from the other party's mouth, dyeing his clothes and lips red, revealing a pale face filled with fear. Seeing this face, Pelosi's and Marcus' complexion changed rapidly. Andrew. Hearing the two people's shouts, Lu Sun quickly turned his head. When he saw Pelosi and Marcus, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Pelosi! Marcus! Save me!" As soon as he said that, another voice came from within the cloud of dust. It was like a gust of wind had swept through the area. "Save you?" The sound of footsteps followed the sound and fell into the ears of everyone present. Andrew looked in the direction of the smoke and dust with a horrified expression. He sat on the ground and couldn't help but shuffle backward. The others also looked in front of them in horror. Just who was it that could scare the peak stage 8 Andrew to this extent? Wu Yin slowly walked out of the smoke with Shokuho Misaki behind him. Wu Yin looked at Andrew with an expressionless face. His voice echoed in the air. "You are right. No one can save you." "I didn't allow you to get close to my brother. It's rare for Lord Husband to want to make a big fuss." Kurumi, who was wearing a black and red Gothic princess dress and a pair of ponytails of different sizes, revealing two pupils of different colors, one red and one gold, was also holding her own angel. She pressed the rifle against Marcus's head and licked the corner of her mouth devilishly. Can you please not disturb him?" Marcus' figure stiffened. The ice-attributed chi on his body also stagnated as if it was being choked, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. When did these two women? "Marcus!" Pelos exclaimed and reflexively intended to step forward to rescue, but he soon froze like Marcus, not daring to move again. The reason was naturally because of a blue light sword and a slender hand that had been placed on his neck at some point in time. It was Ikaros and Astria. "Stand here and don't move." Astria's usual liveliness was gone. Her beautiful face was taut with tension. "If you move, I will cut you down." Ikaros didn't say anything. She just stared straight at Pelosi's face with her crimson pupils. Looking at this beautiful face in front of him, Pelosi didn't doubt that if he moved, his neck would definitely be broken by her. Two peak Tier 8 combatants fell into the hands of Kotori, Kurumi, Ikaros, and Astria in the blink of an eye. The surrounding guards all took a step back. Seeing that the three strongest people in charge of their own camp had fallen into the hands of others, they were at a loss. They didn't know what to do at all, and for a moment, it almost caused chaos. "Pelosi-sama. Marcus-sama. Andrew-sama. Quick! Save the three lords. Let go of the lords. Calm down, all of you." Pelosi raised his hand and shouted. "Everyone, do not act rashly." Hearing Pelosi's words, the crowd slowly calmed down. In the end, it didn't cause any real chaos. However, Pelosi and Marcus's expressions were quite unsightly. Perhaps they didn't expect that they would be taken down by a few little girls in a single move. "Pelosi. Marcus." Andrew's expression changed drastically when he saw this. It was also at this moment that a foot kicked him in the chest. Boom. Andrew howled miserably. His body flew out in a beautiful arc and crashed into the ground not far away. Then, the foot that kicked him came down from the sky and stomped on his chest. The ferocious force caused the air in Andrew's chest to leak out of his mouth and nose. He almost suffocated. Andrew. Pelosi's face trembled and Marcus shouted angrily. Wu Yan. Do you know what you are doing? You shut the F***ck up. Wu Yan roared at Marcus in a fit of rage. Marcus was stunned by Wu Yan's roar. His face turned from green to white. It's an ugly sight to behold. Marcus has never been scolded by anyone before. Not even his elder brother, the patriarch of the Saito family. You. Marcus's face was ashen. He wanted to flare up, but the cold muzzle of the gun and the scorching hot battle axe behind him forced him to endure. Thus, his ashen face turned red again, and his heart was filled with hatred. Umph. Wu Yan coldly snorted. He looked at Andrew, who was still struggling under his feet. He exerted some force on his foot and Andrew groaned in pain. His struggle weakened as well. Speak. Why did you kill Xiaoqi? Suppressing his violent emotions, he continued in a cold tone. Based on your answer, I can give you a quick death. No. No. Andrew was terrified by Wu Yan's ferocious look. He shook his head and screamed. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Wu Yan. Calm down. Pelosi was shocked by Wu Yan's words. He shouted at him. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Please don't do anything rash. Marcus gritted his teeth. He suppressed his anger and growled. This is the Ailu Empire's camp. Andrew is one of the people in charge here. Are you trying to commit a crime by killing him? Wu Yan laughed out loud. His voice was unusually cold. Crime. Then wait until I kill him. Then you can punish me. What? Pelosi shouted. Wu Yan, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Don't kill the wrong person and cause unnecessary trouble. Misunderstanding? Wu Yan looked at Andrew coldly. Fine. Tell me, why did you appear in Xiaoqi's tent and try to kill her? Chapter 831. From the roar in the sky to the arrival of everyone in the camp, the explosion of the tent, the subduing of 3 peak rank 8 powerhouses, and the chaos that ensued, the entire process took only about 10 minutes. Everything happened too suddenly and too quickly. Even now, some people were still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Similarly, Pelosi was no exception. Only Marcus, who was subdued by Kotori and Kurumi, knew what was going on. Only then did he know why things had developed to this point. Either Andrew didn't do his job well, or he was discovered in the middle of the attack. In the end, not only did Shokuho Misaki not die, but she also ended up like this. Things couldn't be worse than this situation right now. Marcus acted like he didn't know what happened, but inside he was worried sick. He wasn't afraid that the situation in the camp would become chaotic. What he was truly afraid of was that if something really happened to Andrew, then it was very likely that everything behind this would be exposed. He might even be dragged into this mess. At that time, the situation would truly become serious. Therefore, no matter what, either Andrew died before he could say anything, or he absolutely could not let him die. Of course, the former wasn't so easy to achieve. Even with Marcus' insidious nature, he couldn't find a way in this situation. So Marcus simply chose the latter. Wu Yan. Marcus glanced at Andrew, who was being stepped on by Wu Yan, and he took the initiative to speak up. You said Andrew wanted to kill Shokuho Misaki. Do you have any proof? Yes. Yeah, Wu Yan. Compared to Marcus, Pelosi, who was kept in the dark, is much more cautious. Andrew is one of the people in charge of the camp. He doesn't have any grudges with Shokuho-san. They rarely interact with each other. Why would he want to kill her? There must be some misunderstanding. Ha! Wu Yan mocked. He didn't try to hide the anger in his heart that hasn't been extinguished. Are you saying there's something wrong with my eyes? How could I be wrong about what I saw with my own eyes? Sensing the fury in Wu Yan's tone, both Pelosi and Marcus sighed inwardly at how troublesome this is. A person in a fit of rage is usually unable to think rationally. It would be much harder for him to talk and negotiate a verdict. Wu Yan's rage is boundless and his rationality is on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid he won't listen to them. They didn't know how important Shokuho Misaki and the girls were to Wu Yan. Wu Yan wasn't just angry at Andrew, he was also angry at himself. He was angry at himself for not being able to make it in time. Even if he used his teleportation ability. Fortunately, Shokuho Misaki didn't die. Otherwise, even Pelosi and Marcus, who stood up for him, would be implicated, let alone Andrew. They had to endure Wu Yan's anger. You saw it with your own eyes. It won't be convincing to others. Marcus looked at Wu Yan's face. Unless there's someone who can testify. Wu Yan's expression turned cold. Shokuho Misaki sighed. She stood up. Then, if the victim testifies, it should be more convincing, right? Shokuho Misaki continued. Indeed, it was this person who snuck into my tent and tried to kill me? Kill you? Then how come nothing happened to you? Before Shokuho Misaki could finish, Marcus interrupted her. Andrew is a peak type 8. Miss Shokuho, I recall that you are not even a peak type 8 yet. Let alone a peak type 8. A peak of the 8 steps sneaked into the residence of someone who isn't even a high 8 step, and even used assassination methods, yet he didn't even cause the slightest bit of harm to that person. The corners of Marcus' mouth curled up. Miss Shokuho, this doesn't make sense. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Some of them even nodded in agreement, thinking that Marcus was right. But who would have thought that Shokuho Misaki just looked at him with a faint smile and said, "That's right." A peak type 8 being trampled on by a 25-year-old who just graduated from an academy. That doesn't make sense. Marcus choked. Even Pelosi choked. They knew that Shokuho Misaki was mocking their so-called strength theory. Let's put aside whether it makes sense or not. Marcus muttered to himself before he spoke to Wu Yan. You should at least let Andrew explain himself. That's right. Hearing Marcus' words, Andrew seemed to have regained his senses. He pushed against Wu Yan's foot and shouted. I didn't kill Shokuho Misaki. I heard her roar and rushed over to check on the situation. The moment I entered the tent, you kicked me out. I don't know what happened. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Marcus grinned and unconsciously puffed out his chest. Wu Yan, based on the current situation, it seems like you were the one who indiscriminately attacked him? Wu Yan laughed. He was happy but angry at the same time. There's no evidence for what we said and it's not persuasive at all. Instead, what he said became the situation that you mentioned. Believing the suspect's words instead of the victim's words? This is the first time I've heard of this. Is this the law of the Ailu Empire? That's really strange. Marcus pursed his lips and said, You don't have any evidence to prove that what you said is true, do you? Proof? Wu Yan clenched his fists and laughed. Are you kidding me, uncle? I can take his life any time I want. Do I need proof? Marcus took a deep breath. He was speechless. Pelosi stepped forward and tried to persuade him. How about this, Wu Yan, let go of Andrew. We will investigate this matter. Before that, we will keep an eye on him. Not only did Wu Yan laugh, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, and the others laughed as well. It was a very sarcastic laugh. You guys are here to investigate? Wu Yan snickered at Pelosi and Marcus. Do you think I don't know the way your higher-ups turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing? Wu Yan looked at Andrew as if he was annoyed. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Looks like you're not going to answer my question. Seeing the murderous intent in Wu Yan's eyes, Marcus cursed under his breath. He roared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan. He's from the Ladine family, he's the person in charge of this camp. If you kill him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire Ailu Empire. Enemy, enemy, enemy. Marcus' roar echoed through the silent camp. The atmosphere turned heavy. Even Wu Yan lowered his head in silence. Looking at Wu Yan's silence, Marcus thought his words worked. Little did he know, he said the stupidest thing he could have ever said. Wu Yan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. He slowly raised his head, his eyes turned golden once more. In the next moment, a dense blue and white electric light burst out from his body. The fatal electric current passed through the foot that was stepping on Andrew's chest and into his body without leaving a trace behind. Andrew let out a blood-curdling scream. After a short while, his entire body turned into charcoal under the electric current. Wisps of smoke rose from his charred body. Andrew's aura disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left to hold him back. Time stopped at this moment. You. Pelosi and Marcus stared at Wu Yan in disbelief. Wu Yan's golden eyes reverted back to their burgundy color. He tilted his body and looked at Marcus, who is still in a daze. I'm the one who killed him. Don't get it wrong. Wu Yan waved his robe and he walked away. The girls followed after him, leaving the rest of the crowd behind. They stared at Andrew's charred body in silence. They didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 832. Bastard. Bang. Marcus slammed the table in front of him into smithereens. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily. The hatred in his heart didn't lessen at all. He wanted to destroy everything in his tent. Those who know Marcus know that he has a bad temper, a very bad one. Once his temper flared up, even a mosquito flying in front of him would become the source of his anger. Usually at this time, the servants in charge of taking care of Marcus' daily life would suffer because they would become Marcus punching bags and might even lose their lives. If it wasn't for the fact that Marcus was the second in command of the Saito family, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was a peak stage 8th order warrior, he would have offended a lot of people already. But no matter how bad Marcus's temper was, the number of times he lost his temper was second only to the number of times he lost his temper during mealtimes. Originally, Marcus was already pissed off when Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki brought the entire Misaka Corps to this camp. But now not only was his secret activities investigated by Pelosi, Shokuho Misaki even came and tried to assassinate Mikoto but failed in the end. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was being threatened by two little girls with weapons against his head in front of so many people. He wanted to save Andrew's life, but in the end, Andrew was killed right in front of his eyes because of his words. Andrew's death was one thing. Although both of them were in the same boat and were partners in the same plan, their relationship wasn't that good. The one Marcus couldn't stand was Wu Yan. Not only did he not listen to his last words, he even killed Andrew on the spot. Marcus's face was completely destroyed. There were even rumors in the camp that Wu Yan didn't show any mercy because Marcus's threat to become the enemy of the entire Ailu Empire angered him. That was why Andrew was killed. How could the proud and arrogant Marcus endure this? Wu Yan. Wu Yan, the hatred in his heart didn't decrease but increased instead. Marcus' mind was filled with that contemptuous and sneering face. Moreover, it was becoming clearer and clearer. It was so clear that Marcus wanted to smash his head on the spot. Ah! Marcus bellowed and his ice-attributed chi burst out in an explosive manner. Like a ripple, it swept through the entire tent. Anything that came into contact with the icy blue do chi wave would be frozen into ice within a breath's time. Then with a crack sound, it would be crushed into powder. By the time the chi ripples on Marcus' body subsided, apart from an empty tent, the bed, table, chair, tools, and so on had all disappeared from the huge space. Marcus's teeth were still grinding but his mind had calmed down. He clenched his fists. Now that things have come to this. Andrew is dead. There's no way to bring him back. What he should do now is think about what to do next. This time Andrew is dead. Luckily he didn't expose himself. The inside story wasn't discovered. The disappearance wasn't solved bit by bit. The plan is still in progress. Wu Yan's attack was too sudden. Andrew didn't even have time to react. He didn't even get a chance to say a word before he died. Andrew was aggrieved but it wasn't a bad thing for Marcus. The only downside is that Andrew is dead. I can only carry out the rest of the plan. If I rely on myself, the harvest will definitely decrease. When that happens, the master will not be happy. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time. Marcus hated Wu Yan for killing Andrew and causing him to fall to this extent. If he could, he would kill Wu Yan right here and now. Unfortunately, Marcus didn't have much confidence in facing Wu Yan. Andrew was also at the peak of the 8th rank like him. Even if he had Ice Do Chi and Andrew was weaker than him, he didn't dare to say that he could kill Andrew without any injuries. But Wu Yan did it. Then he can be sure that Wu Yan's strength is above his. To be able to kill a peak of the 8th rank without any injuries, could it be that Wu Yan has already reached the 9th rank? No. That's impossible. Marcus subconsciously avoided this guess. It's not that he knows Wu Yan's true strength. It's just that he doesn't want to admit that the person he hates has already climbed to the peak of the 9th rank. With this thought in mind, Marcus thought of 3 possibilities. First, before the tent exploded, the one who injured Andrew wasn't Wu Yan but the 2 other 9th rank powerhouses. But this possibility can be ruled out. Ignoring the fact that the 2 9th rank powerhouses didn't arrive until later, if it was someone else, then Andrew wouldn't be so afraid of Wu Yan. The only explanation is that he did it himself. Second, Wu Yan must have teamed up with Shokuho Misaki to defeat Andrew. But that doesn't make sense either. If he teamed up with Shokuho Misaki, then even if Andrew was defeated, he wouldn't be afraid, even if his life was in danger. No matter what, he's still a peak of the 8th rank. The last possibility is that Wu Yan did it alone. Only if he did it alone and defeated Andrew without any injuries could he have caused Andrew to be in such a state. But that shouldn't be his true strength, it should be some treasure left behind for him. For example, some medicine that can temporarily increase his strength or a high-grade armament. This possibility is high. After all, his nephew who participated in the Beast King incident with Wu Yan said that he has a medicine that can temporarily prevent injuries. With that medicine, defeating Andrew shouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, his nephew also said that Wu Yan has a gold armament. That was an armament that even he, and even his elder brother, the patriarch, did not have. Normally, gold armaments can only be obtained after reaching the 9th rank. For example, his father, the previous head of the Saito clan, had a gold armament. Other Type 9 powerhouses also have one. Other than Type 9 powerhouses, it's almost impossible for a Type 8 to have a gold armament. Come to think of it, in the Spalier World Academy, only Princess Sylph managed to obtain a gold armament during the auction. Others like Kaya and Jaffer, who were the pillars of the royal family, did not manage to obtain a gold armament even though they were also at the 8th rank. One can imagine how valuable a gold armament is. Wu Yan must be a Type 8 powerhouse. To be able to become the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, he must be stronger than Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki was a mid-Type 8 while Wu Yan should be a high-Type 8 powerhouse, or even a peak Type 8. A high-rank 8 warrior with a gold armament would be able to defeat a peak rank 8 warrior without a gold armament without a single injury. That would not be impossible. There are 3 possibilities but Marcus didn't consider them. Wu Yan has been using his true strength since the beginning. To defeat a peak Type 8 powerhouse without any injuries, Wu Yan doesn't need to reach the 9th rank. With endless martial arts and the true ancestor's bloodline, he could already challenge those of a higher rank when he was still at the peak of the 7th rank. Now that he has mana and an endless supply of spells, if he still can't defeat someone of the same rank, he'll be dead. Marcus took a deep breath and calmed his heart. Then he turned around and walked out of the tent. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.